level.
Welcome to Saturday. So we're here in the middle of Mindvalley University in Amsterdam. In front of me is a live audience. These are the people who basically had no life yesterday. After 5 days of learning and growing with thousands of other Mindvalley students, Saturday was supposed to be their day off. Today is where we're giving incredible content to our online community. There are 47,000 people, 47,000, who registered for Mindvalley X. And yet, in front of me is about 100 people, a live audience, who abandoned their friends last night, chucked away their weekend plans, and showed up on a Saturday morning, many with no coffee, to experience this life. Thank you, I honor you, you're the best type of humans out there. And for those of you who signed up live, welcome. Today, what we're gonna do at Mindvalley X is we're trying a new format. There's been an incredible amount of show up lately for online events by Mindvalley. And we're seeing massive numbers. 2 weeks ago, we did an AI summit. 160,000 people showed up. So because of this vast interest, we thought it would be amazing to try a fun new format. 20 to 30 minute style, short form ideas from key teachers who happen to be here in Amsterdam. You're gonna hear from spiritual master Marie Diamond. You're gonna hear from the men who transform my health, Eric Edmedes, Ronan Diego. You're gonna hear from my highest rated AI trainer, Dominic Ashburn. And these talks are gonna cover a wide array of different philosophies, different ideas. But the one thing is this, every speaker is asking themselves one question. With no fluff, what can we teach the audience that will create a significant transformation in your life in 2025 and beyond? And they have 20 to 30 minutes to do it, depending on the speaker. So it's not an easy task, but we're here to serve and to do our best. So firstly, are you guys ready? Yeah! Okay. What I'm going to talk to you about today is just a simple exercise to get you started. That exercise and that philosophy is called the 3 most important questions. About 15 years ago, 2012 or so, I released a video online. And it was a video about my philosophy of goal setting, how I set goals. And it was 3 questions I asked myself at the start of the year. Now, you don't have to do it at the start of the year. You can do it at the start of the quarter. You can do it as summer is ending. So the time doesn't matter. But these 3 questions basically put you in a state of knowingness, awareness, and deliberate intention to craft the life that you want. How many of you here have done this exercise before? Raise your hand. Okay, and in the chat, so I can see what you guys are typing. Amazing, I see that some of you are also familiar with the exercise. Now, if you've done this exercise before, there's no problem, because you can do this over and over again. You can do it every week. And every single time you do this exercise, you gain more clarity, you gain more depth, you gain more richness. The 3 most important questions, let's get the slides up, is an exercise that I also started doing with my team at Mindvalley. And it transformed the way our company ran. But to understand it, you have to understand the difference between a means goal and an end goal. So means goal versus end goal. You see, in life, we often chase the means to an end. Let me give you a really practical example. You learn that you have to study hard. So I'm a product of the American education system, so I'm going to use the American education system as an example. You learn that you have to study really hard, get good grades in school, so you can get to a good university. You then go, to most people in America, you go into significant debt because universities are insanely expensive. At university, you study hard, you get a bachelor's degree, to study hard, maybe get a graduate degree. One of the most popular degrees in America is a degree in law. It is the highest paying degree for someone who just graduates. So a lot of Americans go to become lawyers, work so hard, do your bachelor's, work really insanely hard, take your LSAT, get into graduate school, then finally make it to a law firm, work crazy long hours as a lawyer to finally be the man or woman that they seek to be. But here's the great tragedy. Clinically speaking, 50% of American lawyers are clinically depressed. 50%. So you have this vast number of people going into college debt to step into a career where they have a 50% chance of depression. And yet, they do it in the millions. America has 5% of the world population, 70% of the world's lawyers. Why? They got seduced by a means goal. A means goal. They think. So I had a friend who I went to college with in Michigan. Amazing kid. Became an incredible lawyer, graduated Harvard. Why did he become a lawyer? He became a lawyer because he had the dream. He wanted to have this incredible apartment in Washington, D.C. He wanted to be able to practice international law. He wanted to fight for human rights. He wanted to contribute to the world. He was a brilliant kid. He wanted something that would really intellectually challenge him. But after being a lawyer for 5 years, he quit because his marriage failed. He didn't have time to really invest in anything else. He didn't get to practice international human rights law. That's a very small field. He didn't get to go in that area. And so he was like burdened with paperwork, business cases. He lost his interest. My friend was chasing a means goal. He thought that was the means to the end. But what if he had put that aside? What if instead he simply looked at the end goals? I want something that can intellectually stimulate me. I want to do good in the world. I want to be able to afford a beautiful place in Washington, D.C. Did he really need to become a lawyer? So this is where we trip over ourselves. We confuse the means with the end. So if those are means goals, what is an end goal? Well, end goals are often feelings. They're the end results of what you get. End goals are things such as, I want to be able to afford a gorgeous home in city X with sunlight and windows, 3 bedrooms because I want to have children. I want an amazing dining room where I can entertain my friends. End goals step straight into the feelings. Means goals, on the other hand, usually have a so to them. I want to be a lawyer, so. I want to get my company to $1 million in revenue, so. Are you chasing the means or are you chasing the end? Because if you're chasing the means, you're delaying life. But worse, you could be moving yourself into a trap. The second thing about means goals is means goals are often about conforming to society's rules. So I spoke about American culture. Let's talk about Indian culture because I'm of Indian origin. That's why I'm brown. This is not just a really good tan. Now, if you grow up in Indian culture, especially Indian immigrant culture, right? You grow up to be a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer, or a family failure. That's what every Indian mother wants for their kids. But that is against society's rules. When I told my parents, so I studied computer engineering. Typical, very Indian of me. But when I quit engineering to build a website and teach meditation, my family was shocked. I became unspeakable for a brief moment. What the hell was this guy doing? I literally quit Microsoft. I was working for Bill Gates. I quit Microsoft to start a tiny little website selling meditation CDs. I was no longer conforming to society's rules, and society, or at least my family, was freaking out. So, end goals look like this. End goals are about following your heart. They're about following the ideas and the visions that seem to come from nowhere else but you. Not media, not television, not books, not podcasts that tell you who you should be. You're not following anyone. You're not trying to be a photocopy of someone else. It's about following your heart. I once sat down with the great writer Don Miguel Ruiz. Anyone heard of Don Miguel Ruiz? So Don Miguel Ruiz, he wrote the book Mastery of Love. And I asked him, explain to me Toltec wisdom, because all his books were based in the wisdom of the Toltecs, an ancient Mexican civilization. And he said, Vishen, the Toltecs were artists. They were great artists. They believed that every single human being is an artist of their own life. You have to create a painting, a tapestry that is your own. Be an artist of your own life. Do not be a photocopy machine. A photocopy machine simply produces paper that emulates another paper. Human beings following means goals simply photocopy someone else's life. Maybe your grandparent, maybe your cultural archetype of success. But very rarely does this lead to true fulfillment, because true fulfillment is about connecting with what your heart desires. And that means that end goals are often about feelings. How often do you set a goal? I want to be an entrepreneur. But you become the entrepreneur and you find out that you're stressed, you're overworked, it's chaotic, there's suddenly so much busyness in your life. What if the goal instead was this? Forget the word entrepreneur, it's an overhyped, overglorified term. What if you use words such as, I want to live a life where I work maximum 35 hours a week. I have absolute freedom. I can work from anywhere in the world. I'm earning my own income, roughly $120,000 a year. All my expenses are cared for. I get to travel and work from anywhere in the world with an internet connection. You see the difference? If you aim for the second list, you're more likely to live a life that is fulfilling. You aim for the first list, the bullshit archetype, be an entrepreneur, you end up like the majority of entrepreneurs out there who think they were chasing freedom, but just give themselves new shackles. Entrepreneurship is not easy. So the three most important questions is simply a way to help you pull yourself out of means goals and get straight to the end goal, to what your heart is really asking you to do. And you're going to answer three questions. The first question is experiences. What experiences do you want to have in your life before you die? And then growth. To be the man or woman who has these experiences, what do I need to learn and grow into? And finally, contribution. This is where you ask this. If I have all of these experiences, if I have grown into this ideal man or woman, how do I then contribute to uplift others? So it's experiences, growth, contribution. And you're going to do it in a piece of paper. If you don't have a piece of paper, you can open up your phone and do it on your phone. So when we do this in our company, we do this at our team retreats. I take hundreds of employees together and they take a piece of paper, they put it landscape size, they draw these columns and they write down experiences, growth, contribution. Each one, as you can see, connects to the other. Experiences, growth is who do I have to grow into to have these experiences? Contribution is how can I give back to the world, assuming I already have achieved these experiences and I've already grown. And then you start contributing immediately. Let me show you how powerful this exercise is. Both the case studies that I'm going to show you here, both these individuals are actually at Mindvalley University. They are here right now with us. The first one you're going to see on stage. He's a brilliant speaker. His name is Ronan Diego. But before Ronan became a brilliant speaker, this is over 10 years ago, Ronan had joined my team as a young man from Brazil. We did this exercise, and I want to point out some of the things Ronan wrote down. Having a healthy, very strong, ripped body. He was skinny and scrawny. He was a small-sized person. Speak in a TED Talk. He wasn't really much of a speaker. Become a famous public speaker. Inspire people to follow their dream. Become a hero based on his definition. Growth. To be all of that, have a broad knowledge about healthy and bodybuilding nutrition. Have super effective mind, focused on doing the right thing. And then, if he accomplished this, his contribution, have a center where people go to learn and improve their relationships, inspire people all around the world. Now you can see all of that. Now this is what happened. Sometimes when we start putting this paper together, it's as if the universe suddenly bends to our command and things start lining up. The universe goes, aha, here's a person who's actually following their heart. Yes, I'm going to ignore all of those other idiots trying to become lawyers, and I'm going to focus on this person. Think of the universe as having a universal Tinder. If it sees someone who resonates, it goes, match. I'm gonna focus on you. Everyone else, swipe left, swipe left, swipe left. This is what happened to Ronan. So what happened is, Ronan, the scrawny kid, decided to train his body. He competed in a race called the Viper Challenge. 20,000 people competed in the Viper Challenge, extremely hard race. He came out #1. And then he got asked to give a TED Talk. He gave a TED Talk in Malaysia, so good. He was asked to give a TED Talk in Paris, incredible. He came back, gave a presentation to my team. I was in the audience and I said, Ronan, you're amazing at health, you're an amazing speaker. I want to promote you and make you Mindvalley's head of health. And today Ronan is one of the speakers you will see on stage. He became one of the biggest, most viewed Mindvalley authors in the world. It didn't happen overnight. It took 10 years, but it happened. Now, this is another chap who was part of my team, okay, a Canadian kid. He wrote down he wants to build a team of employees, manage them, do epic shit, become a world-class speaker, become a better manager, delegator, teach entrepreneurship, sales, and living awesome. His name is Jason Campbell. Now, Jason was a chubby guy. He grew up in a farm in Canada. He told me his mom fed him a lot of cheese. He was just, just this chubby white guy. And Jason wanted to be more. He wanted to be on stage. He wanted to be inspiring people. He dreamed of having his own podcast. He did the 3 most important questions. It was 2015. We were doing an event in Croatia. And in that event, we chose 5 members of our community to come on stage and give a short talk. One of those people didn't show. Maybe was sick or something, I don't remember. So we had an empty slot. Now, Jason was in the AV crew. He was part of the team behind the scenes organizing the music. He comes up to me and he says, Vishen, I prepared this talk. May I get on stage? And I said, Jason, this is for professionals. Marissa Peer is going to be there. Jeffrey Allen is going to be here. These people have spent decades fine-tuning their ability on stage. And then Jason pulled this line because he was a smart little Canadian. He said, but Vishen, as my CEO and boss, you did commit to help all your employees achieve stuff on their 3 most important questions. Look, I said I want to be a world-class speaker. You could just give me 20 minutes. So I said, okay, Jason, go, but don't fuck this up. He gets on stage and he gets voted best speaker. So now, Jason's speaking on multiple stages. Jason becomes the host of the Mindvalley Business Podcast. He goes on to start his own podcast, write a book, Selling with Love. He now lives in a beautiful home in Bali that he owns. He lives an incredible life. You will bump into him here at Mindvalley University. He's here. He arrived yesterday. I saw him in the audience. That is the power of this. Now, we can break this down further, okay? Experiences, growth, contribution. Under experiences, you may describe your ideal love relationship, your friendships, adventures. I want to travel the world. I want to see Nepal. Your environment. Under growth, health and fitness. Intellectual skills. What do you want to learn? What books do you want to read? How many books do you want to read? All the way down to your spiritual life. What are your spiritual practices? What new seminars, what new quest on Mindvalley do you want to do? Growth is where your Mindvalley education comes in. Growth is where you may decide, okay, I'm going to do a new Mindvalley quest, because our quests are only 20 minutes a day. A new Mindvalley quest every month. Growth is where you may decide, this year, I'm going to sign up for that retreat and this retreat. I'm going to make space to fine-tune myself rather than be caught in the drudgery of just the 9 to 5. And finally, you ask yourself contribution. Assuming if I already had all of these experiences, assuming I already had grown into this ideal man or woman, how can I now give back to other people? Contribution is important. You don't want to be one of those people who's just about self-growth, about accumulating wealth. All of that is good. But to truly grow in the world, you must also grow in your connection to the rest of our species. If you look at all the great Mindvalley teachers, Ken Wilber, Barbara Marx Hubbard, my work, Michael Beckwith, all of them say that personal growth is not just personal. It is not just vertical growth, get a better body, improve your longevity. It is horizontal. Grow in terms of your care for your family, your country, and wider yet, all humanity? Can you grow to be a person who sees beyond borders, beyond race, beyond religion, and feels deeply connected and caring for all humanity? If you can do that, you've achieved what Ken Wilber says, moving from egocentric, which is it's all about me, 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 to ethnocentric. Yeah, I'm kind, but only for people who enter my country with documentation legally. Yeah, I'm kind, but only the people who believe in the same 3,000-year-old stories from my God. You want to move to, yeah, I'm kind. I don't care what you look like. I don't care who you pray to. I don't care what your color is. I don't care what flag you stand and sing the national anthem to. I'm kind to all human beings, and I will fight for injustice anywhere in the world. That is true growth. And we can use this same lens, by the way, for our leaders. Simple clue to not fuck up democracies. As soon as a leader blames another race, culture, or religion, rule them out. Simple. If they say, I don't know, let's say they say something really random. I'm just going to pick something super random. Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Don't vote for the guy. You're going to regret it. Okay? That's a random thing. I don't think anyone with a sane mind would say anything like that. But you get the idea. So experiences, growth, contribution. Now we're going to do this in 3 minutes each. 3 minutes. Those of you online, 3 minutes each, okay? Now why do I make it so tight? The reason I'm giving you a compressed 3 minutes to write down your experiences, growth, and contribution is because this way you shut down your logical mind. There's no part of you that's going to say, well, but would my mama approve? Or can I really get there? Or gosh, I'm the wrong gender, or I'm in the wrong country. Just shut the hell up to your logical mind. You're just going to write down whatever comes through you. Are you guys ready? So, take out your iPhone or your piece of paper, and in 3 minutes, and I want the AV crew, I want you to play some beautiful meditative music. Okay, 3 minutes, go. Start writing. What are the experiences? I'll narrate as you're doing this. What experiences you want to experience in life before you die? I'm gonna speak out examples as you're writing this down. If an example resonates with you, put it down. Trek through the Himalayas. Ride a motorcycle across South America, visiting at least 5 countries.
Don't be afraid.
Be able to speak French.
After the darkness is light. So don't you be afraid. When it comes the long night.
Build a life where I only work 35 hours a week.
Have faith. Journey.
Earn X amount a year, reliably.
You don't know. The path is long. But if you try, you'll surely grow.
Own my own 3-bedroom apartment in City X.
Keeping you low, you will also grow, grow, grow.
Become a father, mother to 2 beautiful, wonderful, healthy children.
You got to grow, 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 grow. Even
travel to 75 countries across the world.
Even if the journey is cold, believe in love today. And I know that you will grow day by day.
15 seconds left.
If you walk with love, you'll never be strangers.
Okay, put your pens down. That's beautiful. You just did growth. Now, you just did experiences. Now we go on to growth. Look at the list of experiences that you put down and let a simple question emerge. To have these experiences, what do I need to grow into next? What do I need to learn? For example, ride a motorcycle across South America. Maybe you need to learn how to ride a bike. Maybe you need to learn Spanish. Work 35 hours a week, earn $200,000 a year. Maybe you need to learn basic entrepreneurship skills to build a passive online business. What do you need to learn? Maybe part of that is I need to learn digital marketing. So the next question, 3 minutes, what are things that I'm going to commit to learning and growing into? And I want to share the story just to set the frame to this. Sri Kumar Rao, the great MBA professor, is one of the top teachers on Mindvalley. And one day, as we were having coffee, he told me this. He said, Vishen, MBA schools in America do not teach the right thing. And I said, well, what should they teach? And he goes, they need to teach consciousness. And I go, but Rao, they do. He goes, no. You're confusing ethics with consciousness. All MBA schools teach ethics after the Enron scandal. What I'm talking about is consciousness. So I said, Rao, that's a big word. What exactly do you mean? He said this. We produce students who think that life is all about their business, that the business is the number one thing. This is not true. The number one thing is not your business. The number one thing is not even your marriage. The number one thing is your growth. Make growth the number one thing. Everything else, especially your business and your career, are nothing more than the greatest vehicle for your personal growth. What this means, he said, is this. If your business hits $1 billion, doesn't matter. The question is, did you grow? If your business collapses, doesn't matter. The question is, did you grow? When you view life like this, there is no way you cannot win, because you will grow into whatever you need to be. Great success will not go to your ego. Failure will not shake you, because the thing that you're looking, the lens is this: did I grow? And if you apply this to relationships, the same thing matters. Or your relationships are your greatest source of personal growth. So I want to read you something so we really get this. Actually, I'm going to read this to you after the presentation. What I want you to write down right now is this. How would you grow to be the man or woman who has these experiences? 3 minutes, begin. I commit to reading 20 books a year. I will nurture my health by doing the WildFit program on Mindvalley in the course of the next year. I will complete 3 spiritual programs on Mindvalley or other platforms this year. My weekly gym time will be no less than 6 hours every week, even if I'm traveling. As a mom or dad, I will take a course on conscious parenting. commit 30 minutes a day to an educational podcast every morning as I'm making and eating breakfast. Fifteen seconds left. Okay, now you have your growth. Now the final column you're going to complete is contribution. Contribution is really beautiful. I firmly believe that the universe will bless those that are blessing others. And so I want you to just project to the future. And by the way, when we say future, 3 years is a good time frame to look at. 3 years. They say, in modern psychology, that we overestimate what we can do in 1 year, but we underestimate what we can do in 3. So just think 3 years out. So what does contribution look like? I'd like to tell you a story of a person who is actually in the audience. His name is Munip. He is from Canada, and he's a brilliant entrepreneur. In 2017, he won Canadian Entrepreneur of the Year. He's right here at Mindvalley University. You will see him in the hallways in the coming week. So I met Munib in Dubai. I don't remember how I met him, but he lives in Dubai. He runs a company called Airzai, and Airzai produces fragrances for the home. Munib was telling me a really beautiful story of something that matters to him. So Munib was born in Pakistan. And one day he was hanging out with some guys at home, and they were ordering food delivery. And this delivery man came to the door late at night to deliver their dinner. And when he opened the door, he noticed that the delivery man was Pakistani. So they started speaking in Urdu. Munib's a very kind guy. He speaks to everyone. And he asked the delivery man, "Hey, so we're about to have dinner. Have you eaten?" And the guy goes, "I'm going to eat later." And Munib goes, "Oh, what's for dinner?" And the man said, "Well, today, the only thing I can afford to eat for dinner is a cracker dipped in tea." So Munib goes, what's going on? Like, how can you not afford food? The man goes, "Listen, I make around, I can't remember the exact number, but let's say $400 a month. But 80% of that I have to send back to my wife and my 2 kids in Pakistan. So I only get to live on 20% of my income because I have to give it back to my family. And that means that sometimes my dinner is a cracker dipped in tea." So Munib was really touched by this story. So he asked the man, "Well, where are you having your dinner?" And the man goes on to describe this particular area in Dubai where a lot of these delivery men go, and they just sit down, and all they can afford is a tea, and they hand out a tin of crackers. They dip the cracker in the tea, and that is what they eat. So Munib goes to see this area. And he knows the psychology of these men. They don't want a handout. They don't want someone to come and give them dinner. So Munib decides to do this. Every Sunday, he goes to a restaurant. Okay, so first he goes to a restaurant, and he asks the restaurant, "If I need to buy 400 takeaway packets of biryani with chicken, can you do that?" The restaurant can't do it. So he goes to the restaurant and he optimizes the restaurant so they can produce 400 packets of biryani. Every Sunday he goes in his SUV, he collects these 400 boxes of biryani, he takes it to the area where these delivery boys meet, and he hands it out, and he sits there and eats with them. How beautiful is that? So, you don't need, and to Munib, the cost of that packet of biryani is not much. It's maybe an hour's worth of his salary. But think about the impact he's having, and that impact causes ripples. Munib's story inspired me to start giving away a portion of my money every month to charity. And when you meet him in the halls of Mindvalley, maybe he will inspire you. He's a wonderful man, like literally a walking angel. And he was someone I met at one of these conferences. There are so many beautiful souls like that here in the community. What is your contribution? I want you to now imagine 3 years out, you have achieved those experiences. You've achieved the growth. You are that person, fit body, reading 20 books a year. You've built that life where you work only as much as you want to. How will you now give back to other people who don't have what you have? Write it down, 3 minutes. I will volunteer 2 hours a week teaching my skill to underprivileged youth. I will donate X amount of my salary to charity. Contribution isn't just to nonprofits. Contribution can also be to your children. An hour a day of quality time with your kids is a form of contribution. Contribution can also come from your work. A book, a product, a tool that lifts others up, inspires others, makes the world better, is also a form of contribution. As a manager, CEO, or boss, contribution can also be opportunities or training that you provide to your employees outside what is in the contract. And contribution can also be how you let yourself shine when you meet another person, how you treat them, how you connect with them, strike up a friendship. If you're here at Mindvalley University, your contribution might be inviting 5 or 6 people to a lunch or dinner that you pay for to bring people together. And time's up. And there you have it. Those are your 3 most important questions. These are not for this week. This is for your life. But you can go back to this anytime and add more to it and enhance it. You can go really deep on this with the next level of this, which is Lifebook, which is also now part of Mindvalley. But now at least you have a map. You have this piece of paper. And as I showed you from the examples, it is amazing how the dots connect. And just writing this down is often the first act of making a wish to your genie. So hold on to this piece of paper, set a timer on your phone later on to go back to it every week. If you have it on physical paper, you may even stick it above your desk on top of your computer screen. You can also do this with your employees. What we do at Mindvalley is all our employees do this, and it's all on one giant wall. So employees can see what other employees' 3 most important questions are and support each other. We had an instance where one person wrote down, I want to trek through the Himalayas, scanned all of it, found 2 other people who did the same thing, and they all went to hike to Everest Base Camp 1 together. So you can do this in your company, you can do this in your community. There are schools in India that are using this with their students, and I hope you find this method useful. This method will now give you a framework for everything else that you're growing and stepping into. Thank you. So in addition to this presentation today, I'm also going to be hosting this event, and I'm going to be introducing the various speakers that come up, and I'm so honored to invite you to experience our next speaker. She is a genuine spiritual master and a woman who has had a profound impact on my life. I have traveled to see her several times in my life to spend 1 to 2 days just training with her. This is a woman who has gifts that are inexplicable. You've seen her in the movie The Secret. You've seen her on the Mindvalley stage. She is the one and only Marie Diamond.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Did you not feel inspired by vision? That's amazing, as always. So excited to be here with all of you. And today we're going to talk about how to design a space for your future you. So we're going to talk about Feng Shui and the transformational aspect of it. And I need to take my clicker. So how many of you have practiced or heard from Feng Shui? Raise your hands. Okay, and people online, we can't see your hands, but so it's very interesting when people start understanding how the space that is where you live and sleep and work is actually going to affect you, but is already affecting you all the time that you live in that space, and you just are not aware of it. So for me, the first step, what I always experienced was that I look at the world from a perspective of energy. And one of the things I learned from my Feng Shui grandmaster was that energy is really, you can divide it on 3 levels. The first level, he called that the heavenly luck. And it's actually when our soul comes to this planet, we already have energy with us. And some would call that karma or your destiny, but I would say it's also your talents. You have chosen, sometimes you don't agree with your choices later on, but your culture, your parents, the things where you live. So we have somehow made an agreement with our soul to go through a certain experience, a life experience. Now, can we change that original plan? Of course we can, by working on ourselves, by changing our mindset, by changing our behavior, by taking different directions in our life. Like I was originally born in Belgium, but ultimately I ended up in America. Yeah? Now I could have stayed living in America, but there was my soul's plan and my decisions I made to start living in America. If I would not have done that, I would never have ended up in the movie The Secret. I'm sure I would not ended up here in Mindvalley. Yeah? I would have stayed probably a great lawyer in Belgium. So that was like part of my plan. But also I made decisions along the way. And you all right now made the decision to be here at the Mindvalley Experience, live and online. So give yourself a hand of applause because you made that decision now. Yeah. So the human luck is really how you are working with your mindset, how you work with your behavior, with gratitude, with actions that you take every day. And so many times people think everything is in your karma, is in your destiny, and some people believe that's like 100% of who you are. And others will say, no, it's all in my mindset. Everything I think about will manifest. Everything I do, I take massive actions to move forward. And that's 100% of what I can attain and create. Now, in The Secret, I would say in the movie The Secret, most of the teachers spoke about the heavenly luck and the human luck, but there was only one woman from Belgium that talked about something else. And she said, what about your space? What about where you live? And that last part is your earth luck. Now, my grandmaster said they are divided and they are equal. So as you're focusing on your soul plan and your guidance to go through your life, and you add a positive mindset and behavior and positive actions, that's another third. And then the last third is your earth luck. So knowing that, what can we do right now to use that earth luck, that environment, to create a better future you? Now, when we go back to manifestation, we know that everything is based on a law of resonance. Your current vibration creates your future reality. So how you feel, how you think, what you do today is going to shift your future reality. So for you to be present here, and people that are connecting with the Mindvalley Experience, they actually already are shifting their future reality just by being present here and by listening to amazing teachers. But it's more than just doing and listening and vibrating that higher frequency. It's also your space acts as an amplifier of your vibrations. So it's almost like that you think your space is something passive, like you have the structure, you place your furniture, you did hang your paintings, you are living in it, and you think that's kind of a passive place. But it actually is not. It amplifies the energy that you are, that you carry. It's like in that space, your energy can really expand, or it's possible your space is blocking your vibration. So what you have in the space around you is actually going to support you to grow and to be better in your future you, or can block that vibration. So that's what we're going to talk about. And it can actually support and amplify your success, your career, your love and relationships. It can amplify your health. It can amplify your spiritual journey with what is around you. And that is actually what Feng Shui, who's an ancient system coming from China and Asia, is actually for thousands of years have understood that it's not just you, that body, that mind, that spirit, but that experience is in a space. Like literally we are here in a space. We're not just floating around somewhere in the universe. Yeah? So that space grounds us, but also amplifies us. And the first thing is you need to learn to be in control of your space. And how can you be in control of your space? It's where you're sitting, where you're standing, and where you're, for example, in your living room, in your office, in your bedroom. That is where you are, is controlling your space. And the first step is that you need to control the space. That means you are the one that is the conductor, the director of the space that you're in. Most of the time, people are not connecting in with their space because they are not in the power position. So if you're literally with your back to the door, the back to the room, so let's say if I would be speaking like this the whole time, I am not in control of the room. I mean, there's no communication. There is no connection. So if you are facing a wall, if you're facing a window, you're thinking, oh, that's amazing, I have a great view. But you're actually not in control of your space. And if you're not in control of your space, you're not in control of your life. You're not in control of your future. You let things kind of happen. So when you're with your back to the space that is around you, you are actually connecting more with your past. But if you're turning yourself around, let's see here on the screen, when somebody has a desk facing the wall, or he puts the desk, or she puts the desk facing the room, that person is creating a new future. So the wall is literally an energetic wall. You're literally looking at a wall. So you will hit in your future you a wall in your career, a wall in your finances, because your brain energy is closed off. And so one of the things we have seen when we did tests is that when you're facing the wall, you're actually going into more and more beta brainwaves. And beta brainwaves, what they do, they create more and more fear. They are more and more stuck in the past, these people. And they are also not thinking in productivity and creativity. So they're thinking to the past because everything is happening behind you. So a simple technique to be in power of your space is to turn yourself around. And as you're turning yourself around and you see the people coming into your space, and to be honest, people say, well, I see the people in the window. So, yeah, but they don't come through the window. And the people that come through your window, they mostly take something from you. Okay? So you need to really connect in and not put your desk like to the side of the wall, but make sure there's space around you, that you can breathe, that you are connected with the space in all directions. So how many of you right now need to change that little thing in their space where they're working? Put your hand up. So when you do that, what happens is your brain shifts and you create more and more alpha brain waves. And what happens is you're going forward because you can see what's in front of you. Because when you have a wall in front of you, you can see nothing. You're blocking yourself. There's no future being created. So that simple thing, and I've heard this week so many people coming to me like, I did this little simple thing. I changed my desk around. And suddenly I had new people coming in my life, new clients, new possibilities, like new money flows that came to me because you're opening up yourself. But it's not just on your desk, it's in any time during your day. That could be at your dining room table, it can be in your bedroom when you wake up. You want to see the people coming in, you want to see your loved ones coming in. It can be in any meeting you have, if it's in a cafe or if it's in a lobby or in a conference room. Always position yourself in what we call the power position. Is that an easy fix to change your future? Yes, so let's get going on that. Second step is, in order to really change your space and make it ready for a better future you, is that you need to start decluttering. Clutter is always a low vibration. It is chaos. Now think about the universe. Think about the galaxy, right? So when you see it, everything, there's space between the planets and the stars, they can go through their cycle, and there's actually no clutter in there. Yeah? Well, once in a while, there's a little meteor, a little clutter that comes in, but okay, we can handle that right now. So, but think about, everything has its place. Everything is in order. It's not like suddenly all the planets are together in one pile of dirt somewhere in the universe. Yeah? No, they have space. So create everything with space in the space. Yeah? So clutter stagnates your energy, and it holds you back. So by clearing your space, you release vibrations that are not longer serving you. So it's a very simple thing. So what I would love for you to do is, in the coming week, release at least 10% of what you have. Now, you cannot just throw it away, you can give it away. Perhaps there are some people for goodwill or charities or friends that, perhaps lost just their life through a calamity or a fire. So you give to people, yeah? But give to people that need it. Don't give to people that have already a lot of clutter, yeah? So as you're doing that, you will start feeling that the room will go to a higher frequency, a higher energy. When the energy is lighter, you are able to design your future easier. So this is something very simple. So you just ask and look at things, is this going to align with my future reality? So that's why I say to people, when I look at something, I'm asking myself, am I going to use this in the next year? 3 years is a little bit too far, so just the next year. Now, some things you're like, I'm not going to use it, but it's a treasure. Like it's something that I really treasure. That you can keep that, that's okay. But there's so many things that you're like, will I still wear these shoes a year from now? They're too small, really. But let's keep them just in case, that my feet will go smaller. Like my mother did that. For 25 years, she kept her shoe boxes. And I said, Mom, you have gotten a little bit heavier. You cannot really wear them anymore. But just in case, So this just in case means you're holding on to things. So that means you cannot go and create a new future. So clutter always creates chaos in your mind. It always creates conflict in your relationships because so many times people say, oh, I can't stand my husband. The clutter he creates, I love him, but I can't stand him, right? So just be aware that it also influences other people around you. It also creates lack of money. So when you feel you have financial issues and you want to change that for your future, declutter. Because when you create harmony, you create an open mindset because you don't see all this energy around you. You're not so affected with all the small things. It's like some of you create clutter by social media, by swiping all the time. But in a way, your mind is swiping all the time to other experiences because of the clutter that it sees. It will create more love and collaboration and money flow. So you see, this is the difference between an office that is full of papers and an office now, it's the wrong direction. You see it's against the wall, but still it looks better. So your space is actually what I call a three-dimensional vision board. So everything around you is affecting you, not just the clutter, but also the colors, the images that are around you. So, for example, yesterday I was in somebody's home doing consulting, and the woman said to me, I really feel quite lonely. I have my family, but I feel like I'm really stuck. I really feel I am lonely. And it was very interesting. So I looked around the house, and she had a lot of vases. And every vase had like one dead feather, like a feather. And I'm like, what is this about? And she said, I love feathers. I said, yeah, but they're lonely. And I said, it's like almost a dead energy. And she said, yeah, I feel really dead in my home. I'm like, well, let's take them out. She said, yeah, I will do it. I said, no, now. So I just took all these feathers out, and she started freaking out, right? And I said, well, you want to get unstuck? So let's do something, right? So then I went to her daughter's room, and so her daughter, she said she's quite depressed, right? And she had everything in her room was black, dark green, dark gray. And I said, but to be honest, there's no energy in this space. So literally, she had like the room that I had when I was 15, that was literally dark furniture, blue, the stripes. I felt imprisoned. And my life, I lived it like this. That space created my reality now and created my reality for the future. So I changed it and even said, now let's brighten this up. Let's bring some white furniture in or lighter colors. Let's change the images because all the images around her were connected, this young woman yesterday, of fighting. Like all mystical novels that she loved and fighting, and she put all these things in. And she was fighting. She's fighting with us. She's fighting with her friends. Because all these images are subconsciously, non-stop, influencing her future reality. So by changing the images around you, and I changed it from lonely people at 15 to friends and to a beautiful love, and I changed it to colors that were warm and welcoming, that will give you a different vibration. So you need to understand, you need to create consistency in that, not just one time that you do something. You have to understand the intention you put into your space. It reinforces a vibration for your future. And how can you do that? You can literally also understand that I'm just trying to get to the next one. Yeah. So one of the things is that based on your vibration, there are certain wind directions, because wind is chi, wind is energy, that really affect you. So you can actually download the free Mary Diamond app, and you can find out on the app which are the directions, I don't have my phone with me, but which are the directions that are good energy for you. And so let me just show that. Okay, I'm going too fast. So you will see here on the compass there are 4 directions that work for you. And so if you, for example, want to create a better future in your reality for your career and your money, then you need to check on the compass where is your success direction. I'm trying to, yeah, here we have it. Yeah. So it's indicated with blue. So you will hold the compass in the center of the room and you see what is in my success direction. If there's clutter there, you declutter. If there images are there that have nothing to do with your future, but talk about your past or have nothing to say about your manifestation, change these images. If you want to have different relationships and you're lonely and single and you feel like you have no friends, check out your relationship direction. When you do that and you see you have there an image, like yesterday, this woman said, I feel so lonely. She's happily married. What is in her relationship direction? A pink flamingo. Well, she said, yeah, I really feel like this. I feel like I'm balancing my life all the time. And I said, but this is not who you are. You have a happy relationship. You have your family. Put pictures out there in your relationship direction. So this is how, again, you can create a different reality. So there's a success for money and career, relationships for love, health for healing, and wisdom for education. So one of the things I would love for you to do is experience a little bit of energy. So I would love for you to stand up for a moment. We just go very quickly to get some music, yeah? Because now you're like stagnant. So let's move the energy a little bit. Can we have a little bit of the happy song? Yeah? So just start moving a little bit your energy. Just, yeah, you're not stagnant anymore. Move your body. Your body is a compass. Start feeling the space that you have around you. Yeah? So feel how high it is. See, the ceiling is very high. Feel it. Yeah? Feel the ground that you have. Yeah? Okay. So feel like to the sides. Check and connect with the people that are with you. Yeah? Connecting with the stage. Connect with each other. Feel it and move on it. Yeah, feel it. Feel your energy field. And make energy. And you do that with hand clapping. And clap to each other. Give them energy. Give them your heart. Let's give Vision our heart. The Vision is over there, so let's clap for him. And clap for Mindvalley team. And everybody in the audience online. Let's clap for them. Hey, let's look there, over there. Let's look at them. Thank you so much, all my love. Thank you.
Thank you. Why did it Thank you, Marie. Okay, so there are many great teachers who have influenced my life. Marie was actually one. And if you ever visit the Mindvalley office in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and you can't visit it anymore, it's no longer open to the public, but at one point in 2019, it was voted top 10 most beautiful workplace in the world. But the truth is, I took Marie's advice, Marie's consultancy, in everything from where I would place my desk to what I would face in front of me. And everything in that office is designed based on principles of inspiration, of positivity, of optimism. Can't really explain it, but growing up in Asia, it's very common. If you build a business in a building in China, in Hong Kong, you don't just hire the world's top architects, you hire the world's top Feng shui experts to actually design the architecture of the building. It's fascinating. And so while these ideas may seem new to some of you, go to Asia where billions of people live, and this is just part of life, including the Mindvalley office, which is located in Kuala Lumpur. So thank you, Marie Diamond. Now, our next teacher also had a profound impact on my life. And what I love doing is, when I discover something that is transformative for me, I want to share it with the world because I feel that is my responsibility. This next teacher is a brilliant mind. He's a transformational architect. So he knows how to transform a human being like no one else. And because of that, he can basically teach anything. But the two biggest things he teaches on Mindvalley are public speaking and then health transformation. I discovered him first because of health transformation. Way back in, I believe it was 2016, I was the meditation guy. I was great at meditation, but my body, my physical health was just bad. I ate a typical American diet. I lived in Malaysia, but Malaysia is a very Americanized country, and when you go to a grocery store, it's completely similar to an American grocery store. And here's the stunning statistic. 70% of the products in any American grocery store contain sugar. So I did not even know how much sugar I was eating. But I did know this. I know that at 5 p.m. every single day, I would lose energy and I would eat a Snickers bar. I would keep a stash of Snickers bars in my desk drawer to refuel. And I just thought, that's normal. I knew that I needed 2 Starbucks lattes every single day to fuel through the day. That's 700 calories. And I knew I loved junk food. Okay, I had a KFC addiction. Now, I didn't understand the impact that food had on the body. I was working out, I hired gym trainers, I just wasn't getting results. I didn't know what we know today, that 85% of your body is food. It is not working out. So I was exercising, I was running, I was doing all of these different things, no results, until I meet this man. And he puts me on this prototype program he's doing called WildFit. In 90 days, just 90 days, I go from 22% body fat to 14% body fat. In 90 days, I can no longer take milk. I just don't want to. I no longer crave pizza. My Starbucks goes from lattes to Americanos, black, no calories. My entire health transforms. So now what I want to do is, I want to bring it to my employees. So I have 100 of my employees go through WildFit. Because maybe it works for me, maybe it doesn't work for everyone else. And I even bring in my mom and dad. My mom loses 5 kilograms. My dad transforms his health. Among my employee base, the record weight loss, okay, this took 6 months, but the record weight loss was 90 pounds. Imagine taking 90 pounds off your shoulders. Second and third were 2 guys. I remember one was a guy from Egypt. He lost 51 pounds. And he said he didn't even understand how the food he was eating was impacting his body. But the funny thing is this, after he lost that weight, just from the wonderful phone calls and the stories he was speaking to his brother in Egypt, his brother lost 20 pounds. So the awareness spread. This was a clue. My God, we got to get this idea out. So we brought WildFit to the Mindvalley audience in August 2016, and life has never been the same again. And now I'd like to invite the man who actually reshaped my body, Eric Edmides.
Good morning. I have an important question. I have a project, and the project is over the next 20 minutes is to help you live longer. Small project, right? 20 minutes, let's make it happen. But in order to do that, the first thing I have to find out is, do you really want to? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Are you really sure? Yes. All right. Because I have this observation, and my observation is that lifespans have been extending. They've been getting longer and longer and longer. After all, these days, being born in the developed world basically means you're going to live late into your 70s, and that's amazing. But hang on a second now. Are people really living longer, or are they being kept alive? Do you understand the distinction? So now when I say, how many of you guys would like to live longer, would like to live a really long life? Would you rather live longer or be kept alive? Think about that. And it's a really important distinction because, yes, we've developed phenomenal technology that can keep you alive. We can make it happen. I mean, your body could be ready to give up, and we've got a machine for that. And then your hormone production could be off, and then we've got a drug for that. And we could have tubes in you, and we can have surgeries that could fix this, and so on and so forth. And not only will you now live longer, but it will feel like forever. And so I want to do something different. I want to suggest to you that you want to live as long as you healthfully can. Is it true? So I have a question. We take an elephant living in the Kruger National Park in South Africa. In that Kruger National Park in South Africa, that elephant is facing serious problems. There are lions that are hunting them. There are hyenas hunting their babies. There are poisonous snakes. There are poachers. There are brush fires. There's starvation from drought. It is a very difficult life. Don't think for a minute it isn't. And so I think what we should do is take that elephant and put it in the most phenomenal zoo, like San Diego. Just, we mimic its environment as closely, we put it in the most phenomenal zoo. We remove all the threats. We take all the predation. The poachers are gone. Now they've got medical and dental. Yeah, I mean, that's important. If you're an elephant, you get 6 sets of teeth. You want a good dental plan. You want to make sure that those teeth are going to be taken care of. Now, clearly, this elephant, in the safety and in the nurturing and in the free dental and medical, must have the opportunity to live longer than the one living in the wild. Yes? Absolutely not. In fact, if you consider elephants living in the wild facing everything we talked about, elephants living in enslaved forest camps in Thailand where they're beaten and hooked, and then elephants living in a zoo, the elephants living in a zoo live the shortest of the lives. The elephants in slave conditions live the next longer lives, and the ones that live the longest are the ones living in their natural environment. Living in captivity is dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous. Do you know what happens if you take a great white shark and you put it in an aquarium? Dead within 2 weeks. In fact, in Monterey, they put one in and they realized he wouldn't eat. He was like, he couldn't make it. You guys all think that killer whales are smarter than great white sharks? It seems like maybe they are. There's many metrics by which we can say this, but I don't know if it's true because you can take a killer whale and put it in an aquarium and it'll eat. And so you can keep it there. The great white says, I'm not eating. I'm not living like this. And then they have to release it straight back to the wild. And even after that, many of them die. Captivity is dangerous. And the reason I'm saying this to you is that captivity is the number one cause of death. I mean, the number one cause of early death. And now the shocking part of this is, and I want you to hear me, you are living in captivity. You have free dental and medical, or some version of it. You have food supply controlled by other people that are driven by their profitability. You're living in captivity. You're safe and you're protected. Look, I have, over the last 15 years, been unbelievably humbled, honored, and privileged to spend a huge amount of time with the Hadzabe people in East Africa. Some of you have probably run into them on people talking about visiting them on podcasts and stuff like that. Most of the people that I've seen out there in the influence sphere have gone and visited them just long enough to get a few Instagram pictures. I've been visiting them for 15 years. I've done embedded stays with them, and I've had deep conversations with them, and I'm going to share one of them with you right now. I asked the Hadza chief, Nona, I said to him one day, do you guys have depression? Do you have that? And he doesn't understand. There's no translation for the word. Not in Swahili properly. They couldn't quite figure it out how he didn't understand that word, and they didn't have it in his language. So I had to break it down. I said, okay, wait. Do you have long-term incredible sadness? It was the best way I could put it. Is it fair? Yeah, long-term incredible sadness. And he goes, oh yes, we have that. We do. I mean, sometimes people could be sad, like if something really serious happened, they lost a loved one, or just really serious sadness sometimes could last like 2 or 3 days. What? What do you mean 2 or 3 days? I said, why only 2 or 3 days? He goes, because around Like halfway through the second day, definitely by the morning of the third day, you start getting hungry. And that's because, they don't have Uber Eats. They don't have grocery stores and fridges. And so something is happening when the sadness is in them. And what we have the safety to do is we have the safety to just wallow in our sadness. We have the safety to Netflix our sadness away, which doesn't Netflix it away at all. It just delays it, right? We have the ability to take our sadness and kind of just hold on to it. In fact, in our society, our sadness can be one of the best ways to get connection from people. I can go on Instagram and tell the whole world how sad I am, and then all these people will flood me with love. So not only do I not have a mechanism to end my sadness, but society rewards me for it. Is it true? And so in his case, he's like, no, after 2 or 3 days, you get hungry. You got to get up and get water. You got to go do some stuff. And you know what happens when you do some stuff? You circulate your blood. You move lymphatic fluid. You get your energy going again. And it doesn't mean that the sad event didn't go away, but it does mean that you're in a better state to think about it. Are you with me? We're living in captivity, and it's making serious problems for us psychologically and physiologically. And so in this game of longevity, it's come up. Longevity, escape velocity. Have you heard about this? It's the idea, longevity, escape velocity. It's the idea that we've all been born into a time in human history when it might be possible, if we're really good, we might be able to live long enough to be immortal. Doesn't that sound amazing? I don't know if it does. But what I can tell you is as I watch the longevity experts working on this, as I watch them trying out all the techniques and taking this procedure and taking those injections and doing all this longevity stuff and putting the technology around them and shining special lights, and I watch all that, and then I'm reminded of the Frankenstein movie. And I wonder if they're really trying to live longer or if they're trying to be kept alive. It's just another extension of the same thing. And so here's what I want to offer you. The 100-meter dash. What a sport. Usain Bolt, I mean, that guy is fast. We all know who he is, right? I mean, he reset the world of speed. It's incredible. In fact, to really understand his contribution, we have to look at the whole 100-meter dash over 100 years. 100 years of the 100-meter dash. We have invented incredible technologies in running shoes. We've changed the running surfaces. We've created new sports psychology, incredible nutrition, and optimization of every kind. And we have radically improved the timing of the 100-meter dash. Does anybody know in 100 years how fast it's gotten? How much time have we taken off the 100-meter dash in 100 years? Does anybody know? 0.6 seconds. 0.6 seconds. With all the technology, with all the new supplements, with the new running shoes, with the new everything, 0.6 seconds. I mean, really? That's almost nothing. And what I want to tell you is that I believe that the longevity sciences are here to maybe help us eke out a little bit more time to make things a little bit better, but they will only work if we lay the foundations first. Stem cells, human growth hormone, all these peptides, all of these things that possibly can make things better, and I believe they can, only work if you're doing the fundamentals first. And here's what's going on. They're being offered as shortcuts, aren't they? They're being offered as shortcuts. It's like, oh, you want more muscle mass? Take this peptide. No. Eat really good food and go to the gym and work out your muscles. And then after that, if you want to optimize beyond that, if you still feel the need for help, maybe then you could optimize. Are you with me? And so what I want to talk about is genuine longevity. Really serious longevity. In fact, I'm reminded of an old Einstein example. First of all, he said, if you can't explain something to a 5-year-old, you don't understand that thing. If it's too complicated for you to explain it to a 5-year-old, you don't understand it. And then somebody comes along and says, well, Einstein, then explain relativity to me. like I'm 5. Would anybody like relativity like you're 5? Here's what he said, I love it. Excuse me if it's a tiny little bit sexist. It's a long time ago. He was an old man, but it's cute. He said, relativity is why sitting on a hot stove with your bare bum for 2 minutes feels like forever. And sitting on a park bench with a pretty girl for 2 minutes. Sorry, you understand the point. Sitting on a park bench with a pretty girl for 2 hours feels like 2 minutes. Our experience of life, the quality of our life, is really what we want to be working on. You want to extend your life, don't worry so much about the time or the length of the time. Worry about what's happening inside that length of time. Worry about what's happening in there. There's where your longevity is. Your longevity is in improving the quality of your life. You're here. You're part of the Mindvalley community. You're working on those things. That's where we get the quality of life. I, for a little while, was absolutely terrified of flying. I was in the hospital. I'd been burned, and I had to have skin graft surgeries and stuff. And while I was in the hospital, I saw on the news that a passenger jet went down, flying to the very city that I was going to in a few weeks. And for a few years after that, I became really terrified of flying. And then one day, I was on a plane, and we had terrible turbulence, really bad turbulence. And as we had that really bad turbulence, I fell into peace. Because I looked at my life, and I thought, it's full. I mean, I've lived, I've loved, I've traveled, I've adventured, and I've seen. And if this is the end, I'd rather it wasn't, but I'm okay. Squeeze as much as you can out of your life. And so I want to share with you one of the reasons it's so difficult. We're living in captivity, and what I would like to organize is a jailbreak. Is anybody in? Anybody want out? All right, let's get it going on. Let's get the jailbreak going. So the disease that most of us are actually suffering with, you could call it nature deprivation syndrome. You evolved for living in nature. That's what you evolved for. And as a consequence, you have nutritional requirements and emotional requirements that are related to that. The trouble, though, is that you have profit-seeking and control-seeking corporations and governments that are like influencing the way you live because they want you to live a certain way because it's very profitable for you to live that way. Food companies want you to eat more than you need to make more profit, yes? So in order to get you to eat more than you need, what they have to do is lower the nutritional value of the food so you'll want to eat more of it. Then what they have to do is emotionally tie their food to your peak states or to your distraction states and go, well, look, if you eat my food, this will solve your problem. Then what they have to do is add addictive substances to it and stimulants. And if they do all that, well, then what would happen is we'd have like a widespread, incredible pandemic of obesity and diabetes and cancer and that's what they're doing. That's where we are. And then, well, you know who should help us is the medical industry. They're going to take care of this for us. I mean, for sure they're going to do that, right? Well, hold on a second. If you're on the board of the pharmaceutical company and somebody walks in one day and goes, we've invented this new eye drop. It's for all these people that are in their late 40s and 50s and they can't see the menu anymore. You know, you take out your phone and you shine the light on the menu. If any of you have crossed this, you know what I'm talking about. I'm sitting in a restaurant shining the light on my menu and my buddy's like, Eric, it's not dark in here. I go, yeah, it is. It's dark. And he goes, no, it isn't. Try these. He's 5 years older than me. He hands me over his reading glasses. Oh my God. But there's an eye drop now. There's an eye drop. You can drop it in your eye and you don't need your reading glasses all day. That's incredible, I have to say. I've never tried it. I'm not really into the weird chemical stuff that I don't understand being dropped into my eye, but it's an intriguing idea. But here's my question for you. I want to know how much of the research went into making it daily instead of permanent. Do you understand? It's daily. I want to know because their model is about profitability. And so the jailbreak says, who are the prisoner? Who are the prison guards? Who are they? Food industry, government, pharmaceuticals. They're containing us because it works for them. It's incredibly profitable. So how do we break free? First thing is, we change our relationship with food. You do not go on diets because I'm telling you right now, the diet industry, they are prison guards. If you were an alien from another planet, you're a high school student alien and you're sent to Earth and your project is to evaluate the diet industry and because we don't have it on our planet. And we want to know, what's this diet industry on Earth? What is it for? What's the purpose of it? You'd come to Earth, you'd watch the commercials, you'd read the testimonials, you'd look at the reactions of people, and then you'd look at the results those people were getting, and you would come back to your school and you go, I figured out what it's for. Diets are designed to deceive people by promising them all the change in the world with no effort at all. And then they're really constructed to damage people's self-esteem. That's what they're for. They're designed, I mean, honestly, a diet relationship is like being in a relationship with an abusive narcissist. It's like, I'll give you everything, and you won't have to worry about anything. And then all you have to do is follow my rules. And if you fail to follow my rules, it's because you have a willpower problem. You're weak. It's your fault. And when you fail, well, it's not my fault. If you ever feel like you have failed a diet, I have news for you. You have never failed one. They have failed you. They failed you because they were part of the prison guards. What we want to do to escape is to change our relationship with food. We need to start to understand our psychology around it. We have to understand why it is that we feel like chocolate can cure depression. Why do we feel like ice cream can cure loneliness? Why do we feel like that? Because they condition us. Why is it that some people cannot do Easter without what? Chocolate. Why can't they can't do Easter without chocolate? I mean, it's part of Easter, right? Of course. I mean, I can't do Easter without chocolate. I mean, who can? Well, Jesus did. But somebody making chocolate figured out that if they could tie chocolate to that holiday, we would buy it forever. Somebody figured out that if we could tie mint and candy canes to Christmas, we'd buy it, and Christmas cake. And somebody figured out that if we could tie chocolate to our depression, we'd buy that forever. And somebody figured out if we could tie popcorn to the movies, we'd tie that one together. They've been tying their foods to your experiences to take away your choice. You're in captivity. How do you break free? So I want to suggest to you the method for breaking free works like this. It is take a look at your design and then mimic as closely as you can the environment that you came from. As best as you can. Because what we have the opportunity right now to do is to combine what we might call ancestral wisdom. And I don't mean that we have to like sell everything and move into the wilderness. Not at all. We can combine what we understand about evolutionary biology, and then we can take modern technology, and now we can create genuine magnificence. Truly amazing lives. I believe it's absolutely feasible for people to live way into their hundreds, still walking, still playing a little football, still having fun, still being mentally sharp. Do you know right now, if you make it to 78 years old, matter of fact, I just want you to look around, and if you're online, I want you to just think about the people you know. You make it to 78 years old, 50-50 on losing your mind. That's half of the people you're looking at right now. They won't know who you are when they're 70 years old. Why? Because they're living in captivity. Because sugar. Because not walking around. Because using moving sidewalks and Ubering everywhere. So what we want to do as closely as possible is mimic our natural lifestyle. Are you with me? So let's talk about Marie Diamond. Environments are unbelievably important. When your environment is ordered the way she talks about, when you've got some water elements in it and so forth, your body goes, I'm safe. Most of us don't feel safe on a day-by-day basis. We walk into our homes, they're full of clutter, we feel unsafe. We go out into the world, we feel unsafe. We turn on the media, we feel unsafe. Start with your environment. Have you ever noticed you walk into a room and you hear birds chirping? You know, in a spa or something, and they've got birds, and you just feel good. Birds are chirping. That's so sweet. Do you know why you feel good? Because if you and I were out in the African wilderness walking along, and suddenly the birds stopped chirping, it meant danger was there. So when you hear the chirping birds, your DNA goes, no leopards. I'm okay right now. And when you hear running water, when you've got a water feature in your house, when you hear that running water, your body goes, abundance. You want to know why waterfront property is so important? So valuable? I mean, even the people who are telling us the oceans are going to rise and take over the planet, who knows? I don't know. But even those people, Bill Gates, he has like the most expensive waterfront property in the world. Seems like a bad investment. except for one thing. In your DNA, living next to the water speaks of abundance. And it speaks of no threats from that side. Think about it. You're early human. You got water behind you. Nobody's coming from that direction. So you're 50% safe on that side, plus you've got source of food. If you start thinking a little bit about your environment and your relationship with food and your movement. Now, how many of you wish that you worked out more? Okay, I'm going to fix that right now. You need to. If you have 2 cars, same model, same year, same make, and you put them both in the garage, but one, you just baby it there. You just leave it there. The other one, every day you take it out and drive it 10 miles. Which car lasts longer? The one you take out and drive. And it's not regenerative. You're regenerative. You take you out and use you, your muscles grow, your bone density improves. But most of us are sitting, working, flying, driving, and not using our bodies. So I want you to understand something, 2 very important things about moving. The most effective treatment, the most effective prevention of Alzheimer's and dementia is walking. Moving the blood through your body. It's like better than any clinical trial and any drug that's ever been done. It is the deal. People don't move anymore. In the airport when you're flying home, or don't do the escalators. Yes, I know your bag is heavy. Good. The more you carry it, the lighter it'll get. Right? And here's one more thing. You have a lymphatic system. It's there to cleanse out all your cells, but it doesn't have a pump. Your heart pumps blood. Why? Because blood is urgent to you. Lymph is not urgent, but you need it. It's super important. It cleanses you from the inside. But you don't have a pump for it. The only thing that pumps it is your movement. Mimic as closely as possible you can an ancestral lifestyle. Take care of your metabolism. Change your relationship with food. Change your relationship with nature. Get sunlight. Prioritize sleep. And at that point, you can start talking about phenomenal changes that are coming in longevity sciences. But if you don't take care of that foundation first, there's no point. No shortcuts. If you want to live a long time, you put the effort in. If you don't, you might not live a long time, but you really will feel like you did. Thank you guys very much. It's an honor and privilege always. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So, one of the things we're most excited about this year, and throughout the course of this entire event, we're also going to be sharing with you guys, because the vast majority of you are Mindvalley members, we're going to be sharing with you really powerful new ideas, tools, programs, new authors, and new technological tools that we're bringing into Mindvalley membership. One of the biggest new things that we just brought into Mindvalley membership this year is Eric's program, WildFit. So let me explain. Could I get the slides up, please? WildFit used to be an $800 program. Okay, $800. So this was as recently as December of last year. You have Mindvalley membership, but if you wanted to do WildFit, it was an extra $800. But thanks to Eric's generosity and his desire to really help as many people as possible, WildFit is now included in Mindvalley membership. That $800 just went down to zero. So picture this in mind. Mindvalley membership, less than $1 a day. In addition to the 100 programs that you get, you now also get access to WildFit. And I want to show you why WildFit is so powerful. Like, there are over 1,000 case studies of lives that have been transformed because of WildFit. And it's just unbelievable. You'll find this all on stories.mindvalley.com. And these case studies, like this wonderful woman, Sherry, they come from people all around the world. Their lives changed so dramatically. And we're talking about some people who thought that they were ill, they were sick, and things solved themselves. There was one man who had ringing in the ears, and he wrote to us to say that it was so bad, he was about to just retire early. He just couldn't focus at work because of this ringing in his ears. He felt that his life was basically a mess. In 90 days, when he changed his diet, the ringing stopped. And now he's back at work. And we see these type of stories all the time. Look at this one. In 90 days, this guy completely transformed his weight. This person released 46 pounds, 89 inches, and 4 dress sizes in 90 days. And there are hundreds more.
I want to add that she was doing one of these diet challenges on the internet. You know, you could win $5,000 if you did your whole thing. It wasn't ours. She did another one. She used WildFit to win their weight loss challenge.
Yeah. Okay, Eric, so why is WildFit so effective?
Well, I think it comes down to 3 things. The first thing is nutritional anthropology. It's getting to the truth about food. There is no real confusion about what the human diet is. There isn't really confusion at a scientific level, but there is at a consumer level. We're all being convinced one day meat is good, meat is bad, milk is good, milk is bad, bread is good, bread is bad. And they're doing that because the more confused you are, the more you will just surrender to their direction. It's all part of the in captivity model. And so by recognizing that every species on Earth actually has a diet, then we can gravitate toward that. And it doesn't mean there aren't some subtle changes. Men and women are a little different, and your activity levels are different, but we're much more the same than we are today. We all require the same vitamins, same minerals, same fatty acids, same amino acids. There's no difference. So that's the first thing, is some very solid truths and principles by which you can measure the food industry for the rest of your life. Then the next piece is metabolic health. And this is, I cannot believe how misunderstood this is, even by people that are metabolic specialists very often. I want to give you very briefly this. You have 3 different metabolic modes. That is to say, you have 3 different energy systems in your body. And most people will only ever run one. And almost all of the disease and suffering and shortening of the life they will have is because they didn't run the other 2. And so that's a big part of what we do, is take people through metabolic reset. We evolve these energy systems to help navigate the changing nature, the changing seasons in nature, but we've controlled that now. We have air conditioning and heat and regular food supply, but our bodies don't like it. And so we have to figure out metabolic resets so we can run these seasons. But then the real magic is this. When I first discovered these things, I shared it with anyone who would listen. And some of them would stick with it for about a week. And I did a deep dive into the why. What is it that causes people to not change or to change? And so I developed behavioral change dynamics, a system of developing retreats and experiences and programs that are truly sticky and truly transformative. And so by taking you through that process, incremental learning, space by space, by making it as easy for you as possible, I can take you much further than any rules-based thing can do. My idea is, and it works, you shouldn't need to rely on willpower. The change should happen for you. And it does.
Thank you, Eric. So, I trust most of you are Mindvalley members. If you're not a Mindvalley member, you can use that QR code and sign up to get a membership. That QR code will give you $100 off. A membership ranges between just $200 to $400. That's it. The price variation depends on country. Obviously, for a country like Indonesia or India, the price is going to be different based on the income level of that country. Because we want to get as many people globally into Mindvalley membership. So it's not just American pricing, it's adjusted by country. But depending on the country you're on, if you use this QR code, you will get a further $100 off. So for just a few $100, you get WildFit, which was previously selling for $800, and you get 100 other programs. You can go deep in the 3 most important questions. You can go deep with Marie Diamond's work, Feng Shui for Life, and you can go deep with the work of many of the other authors that we're about to bring on stage. Eric, thank you for transforming my health.
Thank you.
And I'll see you guys in WildFit. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Okay, people in the chat, if you've done WildFit, I want you to put a yes and share your WildFit stories. Anyone here in the audience done WildFit? Please stand up. I want you to stand up. Okay. Actually, I want you to come on stage. Eric, I need you on stage for this. Okay. Wow, this is a lot more than I thought. If you're in the audience and you've done WildFit, I want you to come on stage. Can I get a handheld mic, please? I'm just going to pass this mic. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Okay, I'm going to pass this mic around. I'm going to pass this, let's cluster closer together.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass this mic around, and I'm just going to ask you to just share in 20 seconds the highlight of your transformation.
to discuss why I eat the way I eat with the family and learn them also how to eat healthy.
Amazing. You transform your family.
I used to have a lot of depressions. I'm no longer depressed.
You overcame depression. Wow.
Since last August, I released 70 pounds, and my family has started WildFit, and they're starting to release pounds. So I was able to
70 pounds. That's the weight of my daughter.
Well, I did had more energy, more clarity also in my mind, and that was amazing.
Come closer, guys. Let's not fall off the stage. I'm going to pass this on. Raise your hand if you have something powerful to share.
Focus and clarity of thinking.
Amazing.
Lost 40 pounds, reset my blood pressure, and have no more pain in my legs.
Wow. Who else? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yes.
So I did WildFit with my mom, and she used to deal with chronic stomach problems for like most of her life, and ever since she was in kindergarten, and it ended when she started WildFit. So.
Wow.
To be honest, I did it, and it was very impressive. It was also very hard for me. I lost 20 kilos, but my blood fluids improved, so I'm happy that I still don't have to take any medicines.
Wow, you're off medication and you lost 10 or 20 kilos.
No, it's like 5, but it's
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, I did it last year. I lost about 15 kilos in 5 months. And I actually got sick of eating food because I was always full, which was weird because I'm losing weight, yet I'm full. So that made no sense.
Amazing. That's about 35 pounds. Who else? Yes.
I had less allergies, and I lost a little bit of weight, obviously more energy, and I was shining. Like my body, my face, my hair, everything changed. And still today, many of my food choices are because of WildFit.
You're still shining, and that's incredible.
Hi everyone. So I lost 10 kilo. I have done it this year, and actually it changed totally my relationship towards desserts and chocolate.
Wow.
So thank you.
Well, that's sad that you changed your relationship with chocolate. Who here went off prescription medication? Raise your hand. Like you were on prescription medication, it disappeared.
Yes, I was taking prescription medication for an autoimmune disorder, and my autoimmune disorder disappeared, and my endocrinologist fired me.
Wow. Fired by her endocrinologist. Okay. Who here was, Eric, what question would you like to ask?
Oh, geez.
Okay.
It's overwhelming.
Outside weight loss, it's apparent that this transforms weight loss. How many of you here have a story about another aspect of your health that transformed when you did WildFit?
For me, it changed my energy level, but also my spiritual level. So to increase more and be more wise.
Thank you.
Yeah, out of solidarity with my dying mother, the only thing I could do with her was eating cake with her, the last things we could do together. So I used WildFit to reset, and afterwards I lost 6 kilos.
6 kilos, amazing.
I've got scoliosis, and I've lived with chronic back pain for over 30 years. I did WildFit 8 years ago, and I'm wearing high heel shoes with no back pain for the last 8 years.
Who else?
I tripled my energy, reversed pancreas damage, and got free from compulsions. I don't drink milk or any dairy product anymore. On gluten, it's not hard for me to say no to all of those things now.
Amazing.
How long ago?
8 years ago.
8 years ago.
Wow.
We're using it to manage my mother's rapid onset dementia, and it's incredible.
What else? Yes.
I broke my addictions to coffee. Alcohol is not a question anymore, and no dairy and grains. I have freedom to choose if I want to.
Amazing. I experienced the same thing. What else?
I'd say it completely transformed my confidence in myself. It changed my relationship with foods. I mean, there's just some things that I just do not eat. There's absolutely no temptation. I would never even consider consuming a Coke, or, it's part of my identity. I don't drink milk. I don't consume Coke. I don't, there's so many things. And I feel so much better in my body, and I need to redo WildFit because I kind of got lazy during the lockdown.
Okay, who else has a story of another health issue that transformed?
For me, I'm from Canada. The awareness of how much shit our food has. Even ham has sugar. It was a thing going to the supermarket and look to all the labels and discover how much shit we have in our food.
Amazing.
Guys. I've got one more.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but this week when I arrived, I had to go shoot some videos for the team and so on. And the team that I was shooting with were the team that you sent to the Dominican Republic to shoot WildFit, 8 years ago. And they reminded me that just from watching, these are the camera guys shooting the program. One of the guys lost over 20 pounds over the 3 months after, just from watching the videos.
Right. Awareness is a powerful thing. I feel that there's one person here who has a really powerful story, and I just want to give this one person a chance. If you believe you're that one person, raise your hand. Okay.
If you do this WildFit, it will totally change your life. It's not only your weight, it's your health, but it's also your mindset. Because I am married to Tony, but I've got another man in my head. But every time I reach out to coffee or I try to eat something and I think, what would Eric say? So this is so amazing. Thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you.
Yes, WildFit. For ladies who want another man in their life. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, guys. This was a spontaneous thing. I was not expecting this many WildFitters in the audience. Thank you, guys. Now get off my stage. Wow. Okay. You could see Eric was also kind of like mind blown. For the first time, I saw Eric lose his ability to speak. Our next speaker is an extraordinary man who changes the way people apply their mind. In a world with so much distraction, this man has a unique gift. He is a master of teaching people how to become indistractable. That is also the title of his incredible book, Indistractable. Now, this is a guy who works with technology companies across Silicon Valley to actually help them, when they are making good apps, create behaviors that human beings can follow. He doesn't like working with apps that might be addictive or that suck you into things which are useless, but he loves working with companies that are actually creating apps and technologies that give us good addictions, to health, to wellness, to better sleep. His book, Indistractable, is a must-read. It's about how to develop relentless focus, because in a world with so many distractions, focus is a superpower. And focus can make the difference between hard work and a life of ease, between starting a company and struggle to starting a company and being able to just plow through your to-do list. Focus is something that all of us can learn, and he is the greatest teacher of focus on the planet today. Please give it up to Nuri Yao.
Beautiful, thanks so much. Awesome. Hey, everybody. Great to see you. It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful to be here. Let me tell you about how I had to reassess my relationship with distraction a few years ago. I was with my daughter one afternoon, and we had some daddy-daughter time. And I remember we had this activity book of different things that dads and daughters could do together. You know, have a paper airplane throwing contest, do a Sudoku puzzle, all kinds of different activities. And I remember there was this one activity in the book that I'll never forget. The activity was to ask each other, if you could have any superpower, what superpower would you want? I remember that question verbatim, but I can't tell you what my daughter said, because at that moment, for whatever reason, I thought it was a good time to let me just check my phone real quick, honey. And by the time I looked up from my device, she was gone. Because I had sent a very clear message that whatever was on my phone was more important than she was. And she went to go play with some toy outside. And so if you asked me today, what superpower I would most want, I would tell you it's the power to be indistractable. Because becoming indistractable is the skill of the century. There is no area of your life that does not depend upon your ability to focus your attention, because this is truly how we choose our lives. And so whether it's your mental health, whether it's your physical health, whether it's your workplace performance, all of these things require you to be able to harness your attention and choose your life. So, how do we become indistractable? Well, my first instinct was to blame the technology, right? That's what had distracted me from my daughter, right? But then the more I started to research the source of distraction, and in fact the history of distraction, I learned that distraction is nothing new. That we know that as far as 2,500 years ago, the Greek philosopher Plato was complaining about distraction. He called it akrasia in the Greek, the tendency to do things against our better interests. And so if people have been struggling with distraction for at least the past 2,500 years, it can't be social media's fault. It can't be just our technology's fault. There must be a deeper reason. And I think there is a much deeper reason that we get distracted that is much more interesting and much more empowering than this unrealistic advice of just get rid of your phones, stop checking email, stop using social media. You don't have to. Instead, what we need to understand is that there is a difference between traction and distraction. In fact, they are opposites. That if you ask people what is the opposite of distraction, they'll say focus, right? I don't want to be distracted, I want to be focused. But that's not exactly right. That the opposite of distraction is in fact traction. If you look at the origin of both words, they both come from the same Latin root, trahare, which means to pull. So traction, by definition, is any action that pulls you towards what you said you were going to do, things that move you closer to your values and help you become the kind of person you want to become. Those are acts of traction. The opposite of traction, distraction, is any action that pulls you away from what you said you were going to do, away from your goals, away from becoming the kind of person you want to become. So this isn't just semantics. This is actually super important because I would argue that the difference between traction and distraction is one word. And that one word is intent. Intent. As Dorothy Parker said, the time you plan to waste is not wasted time. So if you want to go on social media, if you want to watch a YouTube video, if you want to play a video game online, there's nothing wrong with that stuff, as long as it's done on your schedule and according to your values, not someone else's, certainly not the tech companies. And conversely, just because something is a work-related task doesn't mean it's not a distraction. See if this vibes with anybody. This used to happen to me all the time. I would get into work, I would sit down at my desk, and I'd say, okay, now I'm going to concentrate on what I have to do, that big project that I've been meaning to do. I'm not going to get distracted. Here I go. Nothing's going to get in my way. But first, let me check some email. Let me just scroll that Slack channel. Let me just check LinkedIn for industry news. I got to do those things. It's part of my job, right? I have to check email. I'm working, right? But if you said you were going to do one thing and you do something else, work on that big project, but now you're checking email or Slack channels, it is just as much of a distraction because you're not doing what you said you were going to do with your time and attention. In fact, that is the worst kind of distraction because you don't even realize you're distracted. If you're on Candy Crush or checking Facebook while you're at work, okay, maybe you're not supposed to be doing that, right? But if you're checking email and Slack channels, you rationalize it to yourself thinking, oh, it's a work-related task. And you don't even realize that distraction has tricked you into prioritizing the easy stuff and the urgent stuff at the expense of the hard and important work you have to do to move your life and career forward. So now that we know the difference between traction and distraction, what prompts us towards these actions? Well, we have two kinds of triggers. The first kind of trigger is what we call an external triggers. External triggers are these things in our outside environment. The pings, the dings, the rings, anything in our outside environment that leads us towards traction or distraction. These are the usual suspects, right? It's my phone, it's my kids, it's my boss, it's all of these things in our outside environment. But believe it or not, studies have found that these external triggers only account for about 10% of your distractions. Did you know that? 10% of the time you check your phone, is it because of a ping, ding, or ring? So what's the other 90%? Turns out that 90% of the time that you get distracted, 90% of the time that you check your phone, it's not because of what's happening outside of you, it's because of what's happening inside your own head. These are called internal triggers. What are internal triggers? Internal triggers are uncomfortable emotional states that we seek to escape. Boredom, loneliness, fatigue, uncertainty, anxiety. This is the source of 90% of our distractions. And mastering those internal triggers is the first step to becoming indistractable because none of the tips, none of the tricks, none of the life hacks work unless you understand why you are distracted in the first place. Listen, folks, I don't care if it's too much football, too much Facebook. It doesn't matter why you're getting distracted. If you don't understand the real source of the problem, you are always going to get distracted from one thing or another unless you know the emotion driving you to escape. That is the real cause of 90% of our distractions. So what do we do about those uncomfortable internal triggers? Well, there's only two potential fixes. Number one, you take care of the source of the problem. Whether it's a difficult home life situation, maybe it's problems at work, if you can fix the source of whatever is causing you that emotional discomfort, do that. But look, part of being a grown-up is that sometimes we have uncomfortable, icky, sticky states, right? These uncomfortable emotions that we as grown-ups need to deal with. And so for that, the solution is to learn to cope with discomfort in a way that leads you towards traction rather than trying to escape it with distraction. How do we do that? We realize that time management is pain management. Time management is pain management. In fact, all human behavior, everything you do is about the desire to escape discomfort. Everything you do is about the desire to escape discomfort, which must therefore mean that not only is time management pain management, money management is pain management, weight management, at the end of the day, is pain management. So how do we deal with that? How do we manage that pain? How do we master these internal triggers that lead us towards distraction? The first thing that psychologists tell us we can do is to simply note the sensation. That if we can figure out what is that thing, the boredom, the loneliness, the fatigue, the uncertainty, that's the first step to becoming indistractable, is noting the sensation. That's how we get control over it. Then, getting curious about that sensation rather than contemptuous. We're not beating ourselves up. We're looking at what is the cause of that underlying discomfort. And then, most importantly, having a plan in place to deal with that discomfort in a helpful rather than harmful way. One of the methods that I like to use almost every single day, this comes from the science, from the psychology of acceptance and commitment therapy, is surfing the urge. Surfing the urge acknowledges that these sensations, the boredom, the loneliness, the anxiety, these sensations are fleeting. But of course, in the moment, we feel like they're going to last forever, right? You're bored, I think I'm always going to be bored. I'm lonely, I feel like I'm always going to be lonely. But that's never true. That these emotions are like waves. They crest and then they subside. So if you can learn tactics to deal with that discomfort in a healthy way, allowing you to surf the urge long enough for it to pass, you will overcome that distraction, that internal trigger. Now, there's over a dozen different techniques that the folks at Mindvalley begged me to prepare for you. So I have created this special guide for discovering and mastering your internal triggers. Totally free, no cost whatsoever. You can go to this URL on my website, nearandfar.com, or you can take a picture of that QR code and get this guide for many, many different techniques that you can use to master the internal triggers. Again, this is the most important first step. If you skip this step, very, very difficult to avoid distraction. You have to learn what those internal triggers are in order to master and overcome them. After you've done that, the second step to becoming indistractable is to make time for traction. We talked about how traction is the opposite of distraction. And so in order to become indistractable, we have to understand what is the difference for us in our lives between traction and distraction. Here's the cold, hard reality, folks. You cannot call something a distraction unless you know what it distracted you from. I'm going to say that again. You cannot call something a distraction unless you know what it distracted you from. You know, I've met with thousands of people over the years in my 10 years of working on the psychology of distraction, and I oftentimes hear people saying, oh, it's so difficult, you know, I have ADHD, and the world is so distracting, and would you see what's happening in the news, and my kids, and my boss, and all this stuff is going on in my life. It's so hard to stay focused. And I say, oh, I'm really sorry. Let me see what you got distracted from. Let me see your calendar. And 9 times out of 10, that calendar has big open space. There's nothing planned, maybe a dentist appointment or something. But the fact of the matter is, if you don't plan your day, somebody's going to plan it for you. So as a grown-up, we have to plan our day. Now, if you're retired or a child, skip this advice. But if you know you are capable of more, if you know you can exercise if you found the time, you know you can write that book you've been meaning to write, you know you can start that business you've been meaning to start, but you haven't yet, this is why. You're not planning your day because you're scared, well, I need to be spontaneous. I can't be so constrained with a day. I can't be told what to do all day. Here's the thing. You can schedule that spontaneity. I do it every week. So when I'm with my daughter, every week we have 4 hours together, every Saturday afternoon. We have that time together. Now, I don't know what we're going to do. We plan spontaneity. We might go to the park. We might get some ice cream together. I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to be spontaneous. So why do I plan the time? because I know what I will not be doing. I will not be checking a work email. I will not be on social media. I have planned that time to only be with somebody I love very much. So planning that time is incredibly important, not only to tell you what to do, but also to block out what you will not be doing. So making time for traction is incredibly important. We do this by planning the time, the input, not the output. This is why to-do lists are so bad for your productivity. One of the reasons is that there's no constraints to a to-do list. You can always add more. There's no constraint. So you just add more and more and more and more to the to-do list. And you come home from work every day, you look at the to-do list and you say, oh, look at all the things I said I was going to do that I didn't do. So what does that do to your psyche if day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, you didn't do what you said you were going to do, loser? So what does that do? So you start hearing people say, oh, my brain is broken. The world is just too distracting. It's all social media's fault. No, it's not that you're broken. It's that this stupid technique is broken. Rather, a much better, more effective way is to plan the input, not the output. A to-do list is nothing more than a register of output. But if you want output, you need input. If I go to the baker and I say, hey, I'm going to need a dozen cupcakes for my daughter's birthday, he's going to think, okay, well, I need butter, I need sugar, I need flour, I need all these inputs in order to make the output. But somehow we have all these goals and ambition, all these outputs, but we don't plan the input. The input's just two things, your time and your attention. And you can't have the output without the input. The next thing we have to do is to spend less time communicating and more time concentrating. You see, there are two kinds of work. We have what's called reactive work, reacting to emails, reacting to notifications, reacting to taps on the shoulder from our colleagues. That's reactive work. It's part of everybody's day. And we can plan for that time as well. Now, what most people don't plan for is what's called reflective work. Reflective work is the kind of work that can only be done without distraction. Planning, strategizing, thinking, for God's sakes, requires you to do so without distraction. So if you are not putting some time in your day, even if it's 15, 30 minutes, maybe an hour of time to think, I bet you're running real fast in the wrong direction. You've got to plan that time. Now, part of the reason we do struggle with distraction these days is because of these external triggers we mentioned earlier. These pings, these dings, these rings. Now, it turns out there's one profession where external triggers are literally a matter of life and death. If I were to ask you, what are the 3 leading causes of death in the United States of America? I'll give you the first 2. Number 1 is cancer. Number 2 is heart disease. What's number 3? Take a guess. Number 3. What's the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States? Alzheimer's, car accidents, gun disease, or gun death? No. If it were a disease, the 3rd leading cause of death in the United States of America would have been prescription mistakes. Can you believe that? Prescription mistakes. People inside healthcare facilities receiving the wrong medication or the wrong dosage of medication from healthcare practitioners. What a tragedy. And it's 100% caused by distraction. Why? Because it turns out as nurses are dosing out this medication, they're making mistakes. They're getting distracted by their colleagues. And as they're dosing out this medication, they're making errors, sometimes with life-ending consequences. And maybe that's not happening to us in the same degree, but we also have these negative consequences that we don't even realize. You see, these nurses, when they're making these mistakes, they don't realize they're messing up until it's too late. And that's happening to us as well in our workplace. We don't realize how much better our lives would be if we could just do what we said we were going to do. Now, the good news is that there was a happy ending to this story, that a group of nurses at UCSF wanted to figure out how to solve this prescription mistake problem. And so what they decided to do was to come up with a solution that decreased the number of prescription mistakes by 88%. They almost eliminated this problem of prescription errors completely. How did they do it? It wasn't some fancy new AI. It wasn't some corporate retraining program. The solution was cheap plastic vests. These plastic vests that these nurses wore that told their colleagues, drug round in progress, do not disturb. Incredible. It was unbelievably effective. Now, how can we incorporate this into our own lives? Well, what about something like this? Something like a screen sign that tells our colleagues, hey, look, I am working on something important right now. Do not disturb unless it's very, very urgent. I am indistractable at the moment. And let's say you say, okay, yeah, but I don't work in an office. I work from home. It's not my colleagues that are the distraction. It's my kids. No problem. Here's the solution to the rescue. This is my wife, Julie, and she is wearing what we call in our household the concentration crown. When my daughter was very young, we told our daughter, we said, look, when mommy is wearing the concentration crown, we got this off Amazon for like $5. We told our daughter, look, when mommy is wearing the concentration crown, that means she can't be interrupted for no more than 30 minutes. That was her work block of 30 minutes. And so the rule in my household is, unless you are bleeding, do not interrupt. And it works like a charm, because what we were doing is interrupting the interruption. Now, interestingly enough, this not only works with children, it's super effective with husbands as well. Because I had no idea what my wife Julie was doing. Was she watching a YouTube video or was she doing something super important? I didn't know. And so by making it very clear that, nope, I am indistractable right now, took care of the problem completely. We can also use the technology that is built into our devices. Every single person in this room has on their phones this amazing feature called Do Not Disturb While Driving. Whether you have an Apple device, a Google device, doesn't matter. Everybody has this feature called Do Not Disturb While Driving. Here's how it works. Many times I'll meet with executives who tell me, I can't just disconnect. I can't focus on my work and not leave my phone on. What if somebody needs me? What if there's an emergency, right? Something might happen. It turns out, I get it, I understand, I've been there too. You engage this feature called Do Not Disturb While Driving, and here's how it works. When you engage this feature, if someone calls or texts you, they will receive an automatic message that says, I can't talk right now, but if this is urgent, text me the word urgent, and now the message will come through. I've used this for over 5 years. Nobody's ever texted me the word because they can wait a few minutes. And what I discovered was, it wasn't the objective reality that somebody needed me. That never happened. Rather, it was the subjective perception that someone might need me. It was the fear that I might be needed that was causing me to constantly get distracted. But if you need that assurance, you can use a feature like this. What about this? How many of us have home screens that look like mine used to look? Just like this, right? Tons and tons of that visual clutter. We know, we have scientific evidence that shows us that all that visual clutter degrades your cognitive performance. You can clear it all away. Here's what I did. I took all those files and I put them into one folder that I very creatively called Everything. And if I ever need to search for something, I just use the search functionality that's built into the computer. You don't need all that visual clutter. Clear it away. Same goes for our devices with all these silly notifications that are constantly pinging and dinging us. Did you know that 2/3 of people with a smartphone, 2/3 of people with a smartphone never change their notification settings? Can you believe that? Can we really say that technology is addicting us and hijacking our brains if we haven't even taken 5 minutes to change those notification settings? We don't have to live this way. We can change those notification settings so that they serve us rather than us serving them. So to hack back the external triggers, this is the critical question. Is this trigger serving me? Is it helping me? Is it telling me, hey, it's time to go to the gym, it's time for that meeting you planned? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with these external triggers as long as they are serving you. However, if they are not serving you, if you are serving them, for example, when I was with my daughter and I wanted to be fully present with her and instead I'm checking my phone, well, now I was serving the external trigger. So we can change those notification settings, and then finally we can leave these distracting devices outside of our most important meetings. Whether it's in a workplace setting, whether it's at home, we can declare what I call no phone zones. So in my household, the dining room table is a no phone zone. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, that's a no phone zone, because we know, studies have found that children who eat with their families have fewer anxiety issues, fewer depression issues, fewer eating disorder issues when they eat together. So we need to be fully present both in body and mind when we are together. Finally, the last step to becoming indistractable is to prevent distraction with pacts. A pact is a pre-commitment device. It's when we decide in advance what we will do when distraction rears its ugly head. Now, this technique has been used for at least the past 2,500 years. We know this from the story of Ulysses in the Odyssey. Ulysses is this Greek hero who has to sail his ship past the island of the Sirens. Now, the Sirens are these magical creatures who sing this mythical song, and anyone who hears the Siren song crashes their ship onto the shore of the Sirens Island and dies. Now, Ulysses knows about this threat. He knows about this potential distraction. So what does he do? Well, he decides to tell everyone in his crew to put beeswax in their ears so they can't hear the siren song. And he tells them to bind him to the mast of the ship, and he tells them, no matter what I do, no matter what I say, don't let me go. And you know what? It works. He's able to sail his ship past this distraction and return his crew safely home. Now, what's the metaphor here? You are Ulysses, There's lots of distracting stuff out there on the internet, and of course that could be you there dead on the shore of the Sirens Island. So how can we make these Ulysses pacts for ourselves in our own lives? Well, we can actually use tech to block out tech. Today, there is an explosion, thousands and thousands of apps out there that can do just that. For example, an app I use almost every single day is this wonderful app called Forest. Every day when I need to do work without distraction, I open this app, I see this cute little virtual tree, I type in how much time I want to work without distraction, and then I put my phone down. Now, if I pick up my phone and do anything with it, you see that cute little virtual tree? It gets chopped down. Now, I don't want to be a virtual tree murderer. Some people are saying, oh, yeah, it's kind of sad, right? I don't want to be a virtual tree murderer. And so it's enough of a reminder to say, oh, no, that's not what I want to do right now with my time and attention. Another thing that we can do is to make a pact with another person, a social pact. So just the simple act of getting together with someone else at a coffee shop or your workplace, side by side, okay, what are you working on? What are you working on? Let's go. Very, very effective. And if maybe you don't work with other people in the office, maybe you work remotely, no problem, technology to the rescue. There's sites like focusmate.com, which I like so much I actually became an investor in this company, where you can sign up for a specific time of day, and you say, this is when I want to be indistractable. You sign up for that time. You are automatically matched with another person who has the same goal of being indistractable. This is when I was preparing this presentation. I got matched with a medical school student who was studying anatomy. They worked on what they were working on. I was working on what I was working on. Incredibly, incredibly effective to make that pact with another person to focus on what you're doing for that period of time. So the idea here is to reduce distraction with pacts by using technology to block out other distracting technology, but you have to be careful. Let me give you 2 words of warning. The first word of warning is that there is a certain type of person who, when they fail, as we all invariably do, right? We all will have struggles. We all will fall off the wagon from time to time on our path to becoming indistractable. There's a certain type of person who has a really tough time getting back on track. Who is that kind of person? It's a kind of person who doesn't offer themselves self-compassion. Turns out that self-compassion is a defining trait of people who meet their long-term goals. That the kind of person who offers themselves self-compassion is much more likely to become indistractable. Well, how do you offer yourself self-compassion? It's actually very easy. You talk to yourself the way you would talk to a good friend. So if I told you about what happened with my daughter, that I became distracted while I wanted to be with her, would you tell me that I'm a horrible father? Would you tell me I'm an awful human being? No, you wouldn't tell me that. Not if you were my friend, you wouldn't tell me that. But you know what? I would tell myself those type of things all the time. And it wasn't helpful, and it wasn't true. And here's what else isn't true. This idea that we're powerless, that we're victims, that there's nothing we can do about distraction. That is not true. We can master those internal triggers. We can make time for traction. We can hack back those external triggers and prevent distraction with pacts. And when we use these 4 steps in concert, anyone can become indistractable. So there's a heck of a lot more in the book Indistractable, as well as the Mindvalley Quest on this topic about how to raise indistractable kids, how to build an indistractable workplace. I hope you'll go check those out as well. But the message I want to leave you with is this. We can do this. We can get the best out of these technologies without letting them get the best of us. We can all become indistractable. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Nur.
Stay up or?
Good. Wow, I love that presentation. And one of the things, as I'm looking at the chat, that we can also apply right now as we're going through this learning experience, especially to the thousands of you who are watching online, is put your phone aside. Stay focused on the speaker, your journal, how you're taking notes. Turn off Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp or any other distraction. Especially because the next speaker doesn't just speak. He magnetizes, he hypnotizes, he takes your mind on a beautiful journey, and he speaks straight to your subconscious to allow you to shift beliefs, shift identities, shift behavior. His name is Paul McKenna, and he's often spoken about as the world's greatest hypnotist. He's become a dear friend, and every time I visit London, I always make some time to have breakfast or lunch with Paul. And sometimes it's really funny. I'll be sitting there at the cafe having breakfast with him, and while waiting for him, I'm reading the newspapers, and he's in the papers. He's one of the most written about people in Britain because his work changes lives with just word patterns, with his amazing energy, he can hypnotize a room. He can transform behaviors. Paul has helped me come off prescription medication that I was told I have to take for the rest of my life. After a 22-minute session, never had to take that medication again. He spoke to my subconscious and erased a belief that somehow was implanted in me. What you're going to experience next is a profound teacher who speaks at a whole different level. He's also a collaborator with Mindvalley. The McKenna Mindvalley School of Hypnotherapy trains thousands of hypnotherapists every single year. Please give it up for Paul McKenna.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, welcome to what is going to be a transformative session. This isn't just a talk or a lecture. This is a dynamic, immersive coaching experience. Now, we're going through an exponential rate of change in the world right now. You know, AI is everywhere. In a few years, about 50% of the jobs will be automated. Biotech, you've got gene splicing, you've got geopolitical changes, you've got the exploration of space, and also consciousness and spirituality is having a bit of a renaissance, hence why we're all here. So, with all this change going on, it's really important to adapt. To be able to adapt. That will make you more powerful. Because there's something called the law of requisite variety. And it states that the part of a system that is the most flexible always ends up in control of the system. So be it a family, a corporation, or a political party, the person that's able to think in more ways is more flexible. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some processes to make us more flexible in our thinking so that we become more powerful, masters of our own destiny in a world where it's ever-changing, right? So let's start off. I want you to think of your 3 biggest problems. Yep. And pick one. Now, what I'm going to do with you is a series of processes to shift your thinking around this problem. Now, what may happen is you may suddenly just go, oh, God, I know what to do. Or you might go, I don't know what it is, but I feel differently about this now, right? So think of your biggest problem, and I'm going to ask you some questions from decision theory. First question is, what's something positive about this problem? Now, at this point, people usually go, there is nothing positive about this problem. But, you know, there are ways to think positively about your problem. For example, one of the things is, I'm helping you with it right now. At least you know what your problem is. You see what I mean? So I want you to just think about your problem, think about some positive things about your problem. So again, we're shifting your perspective. What are some positive things about your problem? Now, what's not yet the way you want it to be? What are you willing to do to transform this problem? What are you willing to stop doing to transform this problem? What's something you could do to motivate yourself to make a transformation? And what's something you can do today to begin that transformation? Okay, next part of the process. Close your eyes, please, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go off into a deep trance yet or anything like that. And I'd like you to think about somebody who's good at solving this kind of problem. It might be somebody famous, or it might be somebody you know, or whatever it is, but somebody who's good at solving this kind of problem. And imagine that they are standing in front of you. Now, float into their body, step into them, and see through their eyes, hear their internal dialogue, feel how they feel about things, and look at your problem through the eyes of your role model. and get the insights. How do they go about solving this problem? Next, step back out of your role model. And I'd like you to imagine a 9-square grid. So 3 squares at the top, 3 squares in the middle, and 3 squares at the bottom. Now, what I'd like you to do is leave the bottom middle square empty for now, but in the top 3 squares, I'd like you to put images of things that make you feel good, people you love. Or maybe, you know, if you're a pet person or something like that, you've got your dog, or it could be places you like to go. Or it can be anything that you've achieved that makes you feel good. It might be you put a picture of the day you fell in love in one of the, that's right. Fill in the top 3 boxes. Then fill in the next 3, the middle 3. Again, people you love, things you're proud of, something you love to do, maybe a hobby or interest. And then the bottom 2, but leave the middle one blank. Put again, might be people you love or things you're happy about. So when you're looking at a wall of things that make you feel good, now put your problem in the bottom middle square and see it in context. Now, I'd like you to imagine traveling into the future, to a time when you've solved this problem, you've transformed it, and you're past it. How did you do it? What needed to take place? What occurred? Now you've solved this problem. Who are you without this problem? And then, open your eyes and come on back out. Ooh. Who feels differently about their problem right now? Yeah, I know, it's amazing, isn't it? And we're using the power of our mind. See, what if your brain is not just a tool, but it's actually a system, and you can upgrade it, right? That's what we're doing here. Yeah, I mentioned, you know, thinking about things differently causes different behaviors, means you get different results. I also mentioned that we're going through a sort of spiritual renaissance right now. And there's something that I would like to do with you. I'd like to do this amazing process with you. There's a friend of mine, he's a Zen master called Genpo Roshi. And he created a meditation called Big Mind, right? And the goal in Zen Buddhism, or one of the goals, is to let go of the self and experience the infinite. See, you know, looking at it on a quantum level, you, me, this stage, that microphone, you know, all made of atoms and molecules vibrating at a density and frequency. It's just that the stage and you and me are vibrating at a different density and frequency, which is why I'm a person, this is a stage, right? But essentially, it's all just energy. Everything is energy. So one of the goals is to be able to lose the sense of self and experience the infinite. And Genpo came up with this fantastic meditation, and I'm an NLP behavioral modeler, so one of the things I do, I wanted to study how he did it, and I've got a sort of quick, funky version of it, which we're going to do shortly. And what this does is when you let go of your sense of self and other, your consciousness expands, and there's this beautiful bliss. And so a few years ago at Utah University, they decided to do a study on Big Mind. So they got one of these, you know, multi-million-dollar brain resonance imaging chambers, right? And it's all made of metal. You can't take any metal in with you. And you sit down in this thing like Darth Vader's helmet, goes on your head. And they're able to map your brain activity. And so what they do is they take a seasoned 20-year, you know, Dalai Lama level monk, stick him in here, and he goes off into a fantastic meditation, and they map it. Then they take somebody off the street, right, who's never meditated before, and sit him in there. Genpo sits in the chamber with him. He does his Big Mind meditation. Boom! Guy goes into the same state. So you can imagine half the Zen world are going, this is fantastic, what a breakthrough. And the other half are pissed off, right? Because they've all shaved their heads and sat in lotus for 20 years, and he's out there teaching it to plumbers and accountants and, you know, kids and things like this, right? But what we're going to do is my funky NLP version of it, right? So, so I'm a hypnotist. Of course, I'm going to hypnotize you, right? But what we're going to do is I'm going to talk to various aspects of you, right? The protector, the controller, etc. And I'm going to ask them to shift out of the way. And then what happens is, boom, suddenly your consciousness expands and you feel this beautiful sense of the infinite, right? It's like the holy fucking grail of spirituality, right? It's amazing. Right? So, are we ready for a bit of that? Yes. Okay, so, Quentin, if you could put some music on. If you could close your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, take a deep breath in. And gently let it go. That's right. There we go. And that's it. Close your eyes and get yourself comfortable. And now, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to imagine how you would look if you were twice as relaxed as you are right now. And float in to that more relaxed you. See through the eyes of your more relaxed self. Hear through the ears of your more relaxed self. And feel this greater relaxation. And then, from this place, imagine how you would look if you were twice as relaxed as you are right now. And float in to that more relaxed you. See through the eyes of your more relaxed self. Hear your internal dialogue slowing down. And feel this deeper relaxation. And from this place, I'd like you to imagine how you would look if you were twice as relaxed as you are right now. And float into that more relaxed you. See through the eyes of your more relaxed self. Hear the relaxing sounds and feel this deeper relaxation. Now, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the controller, the part of you that likes to be in control. And I'd like to thank it for doing all the good things that it does for you. But I'd like it to do them from the background of your experience. So for now, you can just let go of control in this moment. That's right. Now, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the protector, part of you that keeps you safe. And I'd like it to continue to do all the good things that it does for you. But for now, from the background of your experience, so it can disappear off into the background. Now, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the evaluator, part of you that judges and analyzes and critiques. I'd like it to continue to do
all the good things that it does for you. But for now, from the background of your experience, so you can let go of judgment and analysis in this moment. Now, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as desire, part of you that gets you things. I'd like to thank it for doing all the good things that it does for you, but I'd like it to continue to do that from the background of your experience, so you can let go of all desire in this moment. That's right. Next, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the seeking mind, the mind that seeks the way. I'd like it to continue to do all the good things that it does for you, but for now, from the background of your experience. Now, I'd like to talk to non-seeking, contented mind. Right now, there's nowhere else to be. There's nothing to be done. Everything is perfectly as it is. Now, I'd like to talk to Big Mind. How big are you? How small are you? Is there anything you're not? Soon it will be time to return from this beautiful bliss. Returning feeling refreshed, relaxed and alert, calm and confident, with a renewed sense of optimism and deep inner joy. But before you do, as I count back from 10 to 1, reinforce every positive thought you've ever had about yourself. 10, 9, 8, coming back now, 7, 6, 5, nearly back, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, yeah. Who feels good? Yeah, you all look stoned. I mean, Who got an expanded consciousness during that? Wow, it's neat, isn't it? Yeah, I love Genpo's work. He's a big inspiration to me, and I've taken it and made it into my own funky little meditation trance, and I hope you enjoyed it. So the point, really, of this presentation is that the world is changing. We need to adapt. The more we adapt, the more powerful we are. And a lot of it comes from our thinking.
You know, success and happiness are not accidents that just randomly happen to some people and not to others. They are created by certain ways of thinking and acting. And that's kind of what I teach. I hope to see you again in the future. Thank you for coming today. I thank you for watching online. Bless you. Be safe. Be well. Be lucky.
Thank you, Paul. Stay on stage with me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, if you have a Mindvalley membership, there are some incredible programs by Paul McKenna on our platform. Mindvalley membership gives you two things. So you get quests. Quests are learning journeys. They range from 7 to 14 to, in the case of WildFit, 90 days. But we also have a feature called audio waves. Audio waves are sound technologies that transform you instantly. Now, Paul McKenna has two quests on Mindvalley. One is for confidence, and one is for mastering inner peace. Everyday Bliss, and his other program is on confidence. But there are also some incredible audios by Paul that you can listen to. I was talking to my team, and Kadi, who runs Mindvalley University, and Ronan, who's going to be on the stage shortly, said the best meditation they've ever listened to in their life. I was disappointed it was not mine. It was Hypnotic Trance for Bliss by Paul McKenna. Hypnotic Trance for Bliss. Anyone here listen to it? Okay, so this is insane. Listen to it 5 to 7 days in a row. It's about 22 minutes. It rewires your brain to permanently reduce your baseline stress level. Paul, anything to add on that?
Yes. What it does, it's not just a standard hypnotic induction. It also, I talk to your right and left brain simultaneously. And so I'm talking to your whole brain. So it's quite a sophisticated trance, because my background before I was a hypnotherapist, I was in radio. So I was a producer and presenter. So the actual audio, we've used it to create this sense of space. And it's one of my favorite trances too, Everyday Bliss. It's to do several things. When you reduce your stress and fear and anxiety, and there's plenty of it in the world, what happens is there's more bandwidth for joy, creativity, and happiness, and all the good stuff.
Thank you. So search for McKenna on the Mindvalley app under Audio Waves, or talk with our AI Eve. Say, based on what I'm feeling right now, which McKenna meditation would you recommend, okay? And there's Hypnotic Trance for Bliss, which permanently reduces baseline stress. Hypnotic Trance for Confidence, which is incredible to listen to if you're about to take the stage or if you have to do an investor pitch. And we just released a new one, Hypnotic Trance for Wealth, which is amazing if you're looking to release money blocks. It's all already included in your membership. There's nothing extra you have to pay. Check it out on your Mindvalley app. Paul, thank you. Stay right there, because the other thing we just want to share with you is the McKenna Mindvalley School for Hypnotherapy. The McKenna Mindvalley School for Hypnotherapy is where Paul and his team, within the context of Mindvalley, trains you to be a functional hypnotherapist. You learn voice modality. You learn how to put people into a hypnotic trance, how to take people into a rested state, and then how to work with their mind to reduce stress, to transform a belief, to help them give up maybe an addiction. It's a powerful set of tools for anyone who's a coach or a speaker. I studied in this school as well. And the way I modulate my voice, that's one of the things I learned from McKenna. The way I guide you into altered states beyond just meditation, again, I learned that from McKenna. So if you are interested in this, the Mindvalley McKenna School of Hypnotherapy is, we do 2 major classes a year, and the next class starts in early September. And you can sign up to learn more. Just follow that QR code and read about it. It's very affordable, but you actually end up with a license degree, a certificate that allows you to go and complement whatever other coaching or healing practice you have with McKenna's modalities. Paul, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a 16-week course. Over those 16 weeks, you learn to treat the things, sort of 80-90% of the reason why people go to a hypnotherapist. Quit smoking, lose weight, overcome a phobia, anxiety, confidence, also sports enhancements, things like that. The thing is also, not only do you learn to do it, and by the way, it's a good living. The average hypnotherapist makes over $100,000 a year now. And in fact, many of the ones I know make way more than that. But also, because I do live Q&A with you every week, and my team does these labs where you practice, so you're doing 16 weeks of therapy. So by the end of it, this is the thing that we get. Not just, hey, I've learned to be a hypnotherapist. People overcome blocks. They suddenly become more confident, they're more persuasive in their communication, and also we price the training a lot lower than most other trainings because of for the economy of scale, because of the size of Mindvalley, we're able to do that. So it's incredibly good value. It has an NPS score of 85, which is actually higher than the iPhone when it came out. I'm so proud of it. It's such a wonderful thing to be in the Mindvalley community, because it really is a fabulous community. But to be offering this training is, one of the most joyous things I get to do in my life. I sit down and turn on the camera, the lights, and connect with people all over the world, take questions, we do coaching, then you practice. It's four dynamic months of personal change, at which at the end, you have a profession.
Thank you, Paul. So one of the interesting challenges we have at Mindvalley is that our programs are all premium, but the pricing is very affordable. For example, look at the Mindvalley app, right? Do you know it's featured by Apple? You can walk into any Apple store or reseller, 200,000 Apple stores resellers in the world. Go to the iPad, our app is featured. You know how hard it is to get featured by Apple? Yet we did it. Our app is also featured by Microsoft in Microsoft Copilot. It's one of only 50 apps integrated with Microsoft Copilot AI. That's because of the quality of the app. But then you look at the pricing. 100 programs for just a couple of $100 a year. WildFit, which used to be $800 free, included in the app. It's because our mission is to take these incredible modalities and get them to a wide an audience as possible. But sometimes people look at that and go, I bet these programs are like small, or maybe they're not very good, or maybe there's like a sales pitch. No, it's just, that's our mission. We want to reach 1 billion people. So don't let the pricing deceive you. Likewise, Paul McKenna's Hypnotherapy, it's a $12,000 program, but it's just a couple of $1,000s because of Mindvalley's economies of scale. And the more people enroll in Mindvalley, the lower we can make the prices. This is why our prices go lower. Mindvalley membership used to be $1,500. The more people enroll, the more we can cover our costs, the more the economies of scale we pass it on to you. So don't let the low price deceive you. This is a premium program, as is everything in Mindvalley. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Vishen. Bless you.
Our next speaker is the Queen of Manifesting. But what I love about her is that she was discovered right here in the audience at Mindvalley University. So at Mindvalley University, we really believe in community. And part of that idea of community is to break the wall between the speaker and the audience. So what do? We identify 50 members of the audience every year, and we put them on stage. About 300 apply, we choose 50. In 2017, this woman was a member of the audience. She was in her mid-20s, and she came on stage, and she blew the audience away. She continued with her Mindvalley journey. She made many of her closest friends at Mindvalley. She came back at every Mindvalley U. When our stage was fully booked, she used our app, because our app, you can create community meetups, and she created a cacao ceremony at a yoga studio in Tallinn, all on her own dime, because you're not allowed to charge, Burning Man principles. 250 people showed up for her cacao ceremony. And when we looked at the reviews, we were amazed, so we said, okay, Reagan Hillier, next year we're giving you an even bigger stage. Standing ovation. 2 years after that, when we were looking to put someone on the Mindvalley app as the master of manifesting, I knew the person I wanted to bring to the world, and that is Reagan Hillier. She did not rise up because we saw her on Oprah or we saw her in the New York Times. She became who she is because all of you, our audience, kept showing up to her events, giving her extraordinary ratings, rating her as one of the highest rated speakers in Mindvalley. And last year, of all of the 100 authors on Mindvalley, the person who was the most watched author in terms of quest, the most watched quest of the entire year was Reagan Hillier. And so this most recently, a couple of months ago at the Mindvalley Awards, Jay Shetty presented her an award, Most Watched Teacher on Mindvalley. Please give it up for Reagan Hillier.
got this feeling.
I don't have sound on the mic. I do have sound. Hi, how you guys doing? Good? Ready to rock and roll? Dive into a beautiful process together? Yes? Okay, amazing. Who was here yesterday? Awesome. So you guys are primed and ready to go. I'm not going to speak too much today. We're going to deep dive into an amazing activation and give you guys another opportunity to connect even deeper with your highest self. We touched on this yesterday. We established a connection point. Now we're going to go even deeper using the energetic architecture method to go in and update all those subtle layers of geometry and use quantum entanglement to connect you with your highest essence and import even more information to update our beingness, because we don't get in life what we do, but we do absolutely get who we choose to be. So you guys ready to dive into this, yeah? Amazing. This is a closed-eye process. I'm going to guide you through everything, and whilst we do that, because we just got this up here, let me double-check all my sound on here. That's sounding promising. Amazing. Okay, guys, so go ahead and pop away any notepads or pens or anything like that, because you're going to have your eyes closed in a minute. And what I want you to do is simply hold an intention to connect in with your highest self, the version of you that's already manifested everything that you desire and so much more. And simply, if you're holding that intention, from there, I'm going to guide you through it and let the magic unfold. If your mind wanders, you can just bring it back to my voice and back to what we're going through in the moment. And again, none of this is pre-recorded. We're going to create all this beautiful energy and frequency and vibrations together. Okay, so let me switch this over and we'll dive right in. Beautiful. Amazing, guys. So if you haven't already, go ahead and gently close your eyes. Dropping into this space, into this present moment in time. Allowing yourself to be aware now of your breath as you breathe in and out. Deep breath into your belly and out. Breathing in and out. Good. And from this place, gently go ahead and allow now a red laser beam to come down from your tailbone, grounding you, anchoring you, solidifying you into the crystalline core of the earth. And simultaneously allowing a golden laser beam of light to shoot up through your crown, connecting you now to your unique soul star. Allowing you to be guided, grounded, present, protected, and supported. Heaven on earth embodied right here, right now, as you surround yourself with a ball of golden white light, and decree and declare that any states, vibrations, or emotions that are not yours or not of the highest drop, dissolve, shift and clear, alchemizing out of your system and out of your field, allowing your field to return back now to its natural state of purity, its natural state of connecting to your highest essence right here, right now. As you take a moment to call in your divine guidance, beings of light of the highest vibration, divinely assigned to supporting you in the full and complete embodiment of activating and embodying your highest self. That's right. Good. And as you lean even deeper now into your intention, allow yourself to remember that through the quantum field, you have full and complete access to all of the information desired and required in order for you to manifest the life of your dreams. Good. And as you sink even deeper into this space, beautiful. And as you sink even deeper into that awareness and that remembrance, you allow yourself to notice that a beautiful golden being of light has appeared before you right now. And as you connect with this being of light, you notice that they feel somewhat familiar to you, almost like a long-lost friend. This golden being of light, you may see them or feel them, or may just simply know that they're there. Either way is perfect. They are indeed a version of you that has come back from your future all the way to right now in order to support you in the full and complete embodiment of your highest essence. That's right. This is a version of you that's already unlocked all of the gifts and the challenges. A version of you that has already manifested everything that you desire in your life and so much more. A version of you that is encoded with all of the information desired and required in order for you to be this version of you right here, right now. That's it. As you take a moment now to simply feel what it feels like to have your highest self from your future in front of you right now. Feel the vibration, feel the frequency, feel what that feels like. Your highest self in front of you right here, right now. You simply allow yourself to notice that your highest self is now shifting and transforming into a golden ball of white light. That's it. And as your highest self shifts into this golden ball of white light, you may see it, you may feel it, you may just simply know that this transformation is happening. Within this golden ball of white light is all of the information associated with your beingness, your mental programs, your emotional body, what you believe to be true about life, about your manifestation and your capacity to manifest everything that you desire with ease, with grace, and with flow. All of that information is encoded within this beautiful golden ball of white light. That's it. So go ahead and now allow this ball to now float up above the top of your head, above the top of your crown, resting there right now. And gently allow this golden ball of white light encoded with all of this useful, powerful information to now drop down, gently entering your full body system, touching the top of your head, the top of your crown, and now dropping down deeper until it is coming into the very center of your mind, the very center of your brain. That's it. This golden ball encoded with all of this information from your highest self. Go ahead and request that it begins to spin. Spin this ball faster and faster and faster. And as the ball begins to spin, a certain vibration, frequency, and essence begins to wash, bathe, and marinate through your conscious and unconscious mind. Spin it faster, faster, and faster. And as the frequency of your highest self washes and bathes and marinates through your conscious and unconscious mind, naturally any old outdated information, any old thought structures, any old beliefs, patterns, programs gently drop, dissolve, shift, and clear, alchemizing out of your system. And the new frequency of your highest essence begins to wake up and activate your conscious and your unconscious mind, relinking new neuro pathways, allowing the brain center to illuminate with pure golden white light right now, allowing this activation to continue to shift and recalibrate through your conscious and unconscious mind right now. That's it. Golden spinning ball of white light continues to wake up and activate your conscious and your unconscious mind, allowing that activation to continue. Allow this ball to now come into your third eye, your first eye, the center of your vision, your capacity to see your manifestations with precision and clarity. Turn the ball on, get it to spin. That's it. Faster, 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 and as this ball begins to spin faster and faster, it begins to emit the exact embodied frequency of your highest self right here, right now. And naturally, anything that has been blocking your vision, blocking your capacity to see your manifestations with ease and grace begins to drop, dissolve, shift, and clear, alchemizing out of the vortex of your vision. And naturally, the new subtle geometries within the very center of your pineal gland begin to wake up, activate, stabilize, and turn on now, allowing your vision to be now received with ease, with grace, with precision, and with clarity, activating your capacity to see your soul's desires in your life with ease, with grace, and with flow. Continuing this activation right now. Continues, go ahead and now allow this ball to drop down, coming deeper and deeper until it is resting in the very center of your throat. Turn this ball on, allow it to spin. And as it spins faster and faster, the frequency of your highest self, your highest essence embodied through you right now begins to wash, bathe, and marinate through the very center of your expression. Dropping, dissolving, shifting, clearing out any old stuck information. Any times that you said yes and it was actually a no. Any times that you said no and it was actually a yes. Forgiving yourself and allowing anything that has blocked this portal of expression to naturally, effortlessly drop, dissolve, shift, and clear. Alchemizing and allowing the vortex of expression to now open, stabilize, turn on. Allowing yourself to speak your vision, your dream, your prayers, your manifestations, and your unique, authentic frequency with grace, with precision, and with ease to yourself and to others. Turning on your vortex of expression, bringing it into full and complete alignment of your highest essence right here, right now. Continues, allow this ball of spinning golden white light encoded with all of the useful, powerful information, vibrations, and frequencies from your highest self to now drop down, coming deeper and deeper and deeper until it is resting in the very center of your heart. You know what to do. Turn this ball on. Allow it to spin. Golden or white light. Faster. Faster and faster, emitting the unique frequency of your highest essence. And naturally, any old stuck information through the heart begins to drop, dissolve, shift, and clear, alchemizing out of the heart center and allowing any illusionary walls of protection around the heart that has had the heart blocked or stagnant or stuck. Allow it to drop, dissolve, shift, and clear. And allowing the vortex of the heart to now open and expand, updating the subtle geometries and allowing the highest frequency of love to now run through the very center of your heart, allowing the heart to be the portal for all information in and out from this moment forward. That's it. And now go ahead as this spinning ball of white light continues to code and shift and recalibrate your heart center, opening, expanding, creating even more space. Take a deep breath now into the very center of your heart. Hold. Allowing this ball to shift and recalibrate as you continue to hold, expand. And as you bring in even more air, allow the frequency to go into all of the nooks and crannies. Float, shift, hold, recalibrate. And when it's enough, shifting, alchemizing, recalibrating, allowing the heart to return back now to its natural embodied pulsation, its natural state of your highest self. Second deep breath all the the way into the center of the heart. Let's go. Hold. Allowing that spinning golden ball of white light to shift, code, and recalibrate and create even more space within the center of the heart right now. Float. All the way to the back of the heart, opening up the wings of the heart, creating even more space for this new frequency. Float, hold, shift, recalibrate. And when it's enough, beautiful. And as the heart now continues to recalibrate all of this information, a third and final breath into the heart. Give it everything that you've got. Strong. Hold. Spinning golden ball of white light, shifting, recoding, recalibrating every single cell of your being. Hold, float, even more energy, expanding the heart. Right now, your highest self embodied through the very center. Float, hold, shift, ground, sink. I am divine love. And when it's enough, of your heart, with all of this new space in the heart. Go ahead right now and allow this ball now to implode into every single cell of your being, allowing every single cell right now to open, expand, and hold, anchor, ground the frequency of your highest essence at a deep cellular level, allowing any old information not aligned with the full and complete embodiment of your highest self to drop, dissolve, shift, and clear, and allowing a new layer of information at a deeper cellular level to now wake up and come online, dropping, dissolving, shifting, clearing out any old DNA that is no longer useful and no longer relevant, clearing out the epigenetics and updating the field, allowing the new DNA to now wake up, and come online, activating your unique gifts, your unique talents, everything within you that you've been looking for and searching for, allowing all of that to wake up, ground, code, and stabilize right now as you allow yourself to remember who you are. I remember who I am. I remember who I am. I remember who I am. I am my highest self. I am my highest self. I am my highest self. I am. I am. I am. choose to walk, talk, think, act, and be fully embodied in this frequency. I now choose to walk, talk, think, act, and be fully embodied in this frequency. I manifest everything that I desire and so much more. I manifest everything that I desire and so much more. I manifest everything that I desire and so much more. I am my highest self. I am my highest self. I am my highest self. And as all of these shifts and upgrades and deep layers of remembrance continue, may may they now ground and grow roots within your system like an old tree roots herself into the ground. And take a moment to thank your guidance, beings of light of the highest vibration, divinely assigned to supporting you in the full and complete embodiment of your highest essence. We're here, open and available. Your guidance is always only one thought, one intention away. Please continue to guide us all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And go ahead and thank this beautiful tribe, everyone here in the room today and everyone in the online portal. At a soul level, we are one tribe, one heart, sitting connected in one huge circle, utilizing the group field of manifestation, allowing all of our dreams, our prayers, our visions, and our embodiment of our highest essence to be amplified and accelerated by all holding this intention together. Go ahead in your own way and thank this beautiful tribe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And take a moment to thank yourself, fully embodied in your highest essence, beautiful being of light that you are, acupuncture needle of light that will continue back to your own city, your own country, and take this vibration, this state, this embodiment with you to your children, to your loved ones, to your families, to your community, to your own tribe, to your country, and to the rest of humanity. Together in this embodiment, this is how we create the change. And you are a big part of it. So thank yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As we decree and declare that all of these shifts and upgrades and deep layers of remembrance continue 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until they're fully stabilized, integrated, embodied, and complete. And may they take place with ease, with grace, and with flow. I remember who I am. I am my highest self. I am my highest self. I am my highest self. I am. I am. I am. And as you gently allow yourself now to come back into your body, back into the room, into the space, taking a deep breath of gratitude into your heart, noticing what is different within you, and gently beginning to open your eyes. Good work, everybody. Welcome back. How you doing? Thank you, you guys are amazing. Thank you for playing full out, holding this vibe, this energy, creating this vortex together. And just know that these shifts will continue. You heard me, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until they're complete, right? So make sure you're hydrated, drink a lot of water, look after your vessel as all of this new information grounds and anchors. And just know that you are shifted, you're different. So notice what is different. We're so conditioned to notice what is the same, but notice what is different in your beingness, in the colors that you see, in how you look into someone's eyes, the seemingly small things that completely shift our interaction that we have with others. So keep this state, keep this frequency, continue to live from your highest self. It's an honor to be here with you all today. Thank you so much. I love you. Blessings.
Thank you, Reagan. What you'll find about Mindvalley is that we bridge many different fields, manifesting, and now AI. We're about to go from inner work to artificial intelligence with our next speaker. And what many of you don't know is that just yesterday, ChatGPT 5 dropped. Now, if you don't know what this means, let me explain. It is a significant increase in AI power that billions of people now have access to. And to show you how profound this is, I thought yesterday that I would do a little experiment. I was interviewing Roxy Nafusi on stage, We were doing an interview on manifesting. Roxy wrote the million-copy bestseller, Manifest. I produce the world's largest collection of top-tier manifesting courses. So between the two of us, I decided to ask ChatGPT, what would it say if we were interviewing it, and asked it, what is a great secret about manifesting that human beings should know? Would you guys like to hear what ChatGPT 5 said? Okay, so I want you to just deeply take this in because it's profound. Here's what most manifesting teachings won't tell you. The universe doesn't care about the pretty pictures in your mind. It cares about your capacity to hold what you're asking for. Every time you set an intention, life will send you not the thing, but the curriculum. You ask for love. You will meet the parts of you that push love away. You ask for abundance. You will meet every belief in you that says you are not enough. You ask for freedom. You will meet every chain that you forged for yourself. Manifesting is not about calling something in. Rather, it's about letting everything in you that is not ready for it to die. That is why it feels hard. That is why it feels slow. Because the thing you want already exists, but you have to become the person who can live inside it without collapsing, sabotaging, or shrinking. The vision is the bait. The becoming is the work. And the moment you finally realize that, you stop asking, why isn't it here yet? And you start asking, who am I becoming in this process? That's when the universe says, now you are ready. Pretty impressive, huh? Now with that, I'm going to bring up our next speaker. He is a brilliant mind in AI. His name is Dominic Ashburn. Dominic doesn't just speak about AI as an engineer or a programmer. He turns it into an art form. He combines visuals, music, storytelling, and in a profound way, heart. When we look at the comments that people say about their experience learning from Dominic, they say, wow, this man genuinely humanizes AI. I don't feel like I'm listening to an engineer. I feel like I'm listening to a philosopher. He is the Rumi of artificial intelligence. Give it up for Dominic Ashburn.
Hello, beautiful people. Wow, I'm so happy that I'm on after a beautiful manifestation today. I need you guys to manifest that the demo gods and everything are going to be smooth for us today. Please. All right. AI is changing entrepreneurship. It's changing entrepreneurship in ways that is changing literally day by day. Has everybody had a chance to use ChatGPT 5 yet? Yes, yes. So AI is literally changing day by day, and it's our jobs to rapidly iterate and adapt on the fly. Now I can see in some of your eyes right now, you're very relaxed. You're in a completely different state than I need to observe you right now and adapt to myself. I need to sit into your energy for just a moment. Just realize that all of you are coming out of a meditation. And I'm talking to you about entrepreneurship in the future. Okay. One of the values that we need to have here walking into the future is adaptation. It is being able to observe the room, observe the industry that you're in, observe the changes, and not be held to your past. We need to be able to have a new mindset as we approach tomorrow and as we approach today. Things are changing very quickly, and it's most importantly to have a good community and people around you to hold your hand through this. So today what I would like to show you is 3 examples of how I see AI changing entrepreneurship. It's changing it in ways that are even affecting me, and I am having to rapidly iterate. I've done some tests with Mindvalley over the past 2 weeks. We've actually built things together. So I would like to show you the things that we've built in the past couple of weeks and the experiments that I've been using with AI. And I'd like to give you some insights on how you need to be thinking about this when you're building your business based on the things that I've learned through building with Mindvalley in the past couple of weeks. Are you ready to see that? Yes. All right, beautiful. First, can I see a show of hands? How many of you are already entrepreneurs? Wow, amazing. Can I hear just a couple of the types of businesses that you're building right now so I know who I'm talking to? Raise your hand and shout it out. Wellness.
The future of medicine.
The future of medicine, okay. Creative. What type of creative? Okay, all right, beautiful. Self-healing. Soul leadership. Okay, immersive experiences to honor lost loved ones. Wow, yes? Oh, I saw you on stage the other day with Eric, right? Yeah, okay. Yes. Excuse me. 3D printing boats. That's cool. All right. Beautiful. So I see, yes. Okay, hypnotherapist. Emotional intelligence. Okay, so what I'm seeing right now, what I'm hearing from you, and you guys are probably hearing it as well, is a lot of like human connection types of businesses, right? And you're actually in great hands. If you are in a business that has human connection, this is amazing for you because human connection is the one thing that AI can't replace, right? However, I just met a man yesterday. He said, I said, what do you do, man? He had this big like gold chain with diamonds on it. So I know he was doing well. And I was like, what do you do, bro? He said, I have a flooring company. So I'm future-proof. I thought that was really interesting. Because we're all gonna need floors, right? We're all always gonna need to step on something, no matter how futuristic we get. The only problem is that what if his competitor is using artificial intelligence in all the other steps of his business? What if artificial intelligence is helping his competitor with his content? What if it's helping him to iterate new designs of flooring? What if AI is allowing him to communicate with more customers at one time, right? He is quickly gonna get outpaced, regardless of if the actual product he sells is not software or AI. So I'd like to just show you a few things that I've done over the past couple of weeks and we can get into it, yeah? All right, beautiful. Okay, so first, I would like everybody to pull out your phones. You've been using ChatGPT 5, right? Okay, can you pull out your phones, please, and open up ChatGPT 5, and then raise your hand when you have it open, and then when I see a sea of hands, we will continue. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, beautiful. I would like you to ask ChatGPT this question right here. Everybody sees it, okay, beautiful. Ask AI, how is AI changing entrepreneurship? This right here is the title of my talk today. How is AI changing entrepreneurship? But you're up here listening to me, right? You have infinite intelligence in your pocket right now where you can instantly get the answer to that question, right? So why be up here? You need to understand that this is the exact same thing that your customers can do. Your customers also have the ability to simply ask the question of what they think you provide. You're going to be under higher scrutiny. There's going to be higher standards for what you provide. People can get the information about your company and about what you do instantly. So have this in mind. I had to ask this question to AI before I came up here and talked to you, so that I knew that what I asked or what I provided for you was actually of value and it's adding on top of what you can instantly get yourself. Does that make sense? Okay. Can somebody raise your hand and tell me, what did AI tell you that surprised you about how AI is changing entrepreneurship? Yes, sir. Lower barriers to entry. Absolutely. Thank you. Anyone else, please? Yes. What's that? Creating super founders. Does it expand on that at all? Yes. Yes, it is allowing people to turn into super founders, to ideate and scale faster than ever before. Yes, we have one more, please. Yes, I can hear you. I'll repeat what you say so everybody can hear. Yes, she said that AI creates hyper-personalization so that you can have real-time insights based on what you know and what you learn, right? It's funny because these are all things that I have to show you today. First, AI can turn you into a super founder. You're going to be able to ideate your ideas much faster. Because of this, there's a lower barrier of entry to ideas. This raises competition. So that means that we have to have more personalized responses and personalized services to the people that we're serving. Does that make sense? Okay. Did everybody get a similar answer to that? Yes? Okay, all right, cool. So remember, your customers have this ability to ask this question as well. So there's 3 areas where AI is really changing entrepreneurship. It is in content, in apps, and in agentics. And when I say content, I'm also talking about ideas, because content creation comes from the basis of ideas. So first, within ideas that you have you, this is something that I always heard growing up, was that ideas are cheap, execution is king. Do you remember hearing that? Yes? Okay. That is flipped now. This entire mindset that we had before, that ideas are cheap and execution is what matters, is completely flipped. And this is a huge concept to understand when we're entering into the age of AI. That's because anybody can execute. We can execute on our ideas instantly. And I want to show you what I mean by that. So a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just going to actually dive into my website here. So a couple of weeks ago, this was, I think 2 weeks ago, I was working with Mindvalley, and within 30 minutes, we were able to identify a real problem, create a product for it, and then make a landing page for people to actually pre-order and purchase it, right? What does that mean when you're able to have an idea, validate it, and then put it out there into the world instantly, right? Has anybody tried this yet and done this before? Okay, a few hands. Okay, but raise your hands. How many of you feel like you have a good idea? Yes, okay. So within 30 minutes, if you have a good idea, within 30 minutes, you are able to execute your idea. Let me show you exactly what I mean. So this right here is it's basically an idea that instead of drinking coffee, we could use incense to have cognitive improvement while you're working, right? This was just a random idea that I had. I was able to generate the entire, this is just a picture of it, make this entire website with an FAQ and allow somebody to pre-order it right here instantly. We did this in 30 minutes, okay? Let me show you one more. So this right here was a meditation chair. Within 30 minutes, we were able to go on Reddit. We found exactly what the problem was. That was a real problem in the real world. We took all of that customer data, turned it into a product design, and then we made a website out of it. Would you like to see the chat of what that looked like when we were actually building that out? Is that something you want? Okay, cool. So I'm not sure if you know this, but you can actually come here to search chats. I can probably type in meditation chair and find the exact chat. Meditation product ideas, here we are. Beautiful. Okay, so let me start at the top and show you this whole process. So I simply said, hey, I want to make a new product, but I don't know what I want to build yet. I want it to be something I can build in 30 days or less, okay? It searched Reddit public forums for problems that people deal with in this space. So I'm gonna let me make this big, and I would like you to take a picture of that prompt so that you can use this for yourself in the future, okay? And instead of saying, you know, I want to brand it with sophistication, beauty, and futurism, or something in wellness and meditation, you can swap those things out for whatever your business is, okay? Amazing. Seeing people with their phones up, taking pictures is like silent applause. I really appreciate that too. Of course. Okay, so you see, it's giving me problems that real people complain about. This was a topic that I taught last week, was that do not have a solution in search of a problem. Have a problem, find a real problem, and then make a solution for it, right? To a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So when you're thinking, I want to build something with AI, you might end up making a feature or something that actually doesn't solve a problem, and it's completely overlooked, or you have a bunch of competition because everybody else does the same thing. What you want to do is find a real problem that people are dealing with within your company. And this is how I do that. I actually ask it to go on Reddit. Reddit is a great source for finding customer problems because people literally go on there to complain. It's like a complaint forum, basically. People just go on there to talk about their problems. So it's a great place to actually find the problems to solve. Okay. Does that make sense? Is everybody with me right now? Yes? Okay. So because of this, what I asked it, I said, okay, well, come up with some product ideas that will solve one of these problems. What I recognized here is then that's when I used my human mind, and one of them said people have physical discomfort when they meditate. So I just asked why. That's step 2. I simply dig deeper into the problem, okay? And then it told me why. It's because the typical sitting posture is messed up. Beautiful. So that means that there's a solution. We can now create a solution to fix this uncomfortable posture while people are meditating. For those of you who solve problems within meditation and wellness, you can dive deeper into the actual problem that your customers are feeling to try to create a solution for it. So that's exactly what we did. So because of this, I simply asked, what then is the optimal position and angle for sitting for a long time? It gave me scientific-based answer, and then that is how we got to this stage right here. Create an orthographic sheet of industrial sketches of this product with the optimal specs that you just discovered. And that's how we were able to actually make this product design. And this is not just for physical products. This is in software. This is in content creation. This same exact structure for finding a problem, going deeper into the problem for why people actually have it, suggesting a solution, and then prototyping the solution live. Rapid iteration, rapid prototyping. Okay, so from this, we were then able to generate actual designs. Okay. From this is then how we created our visions, our visuals for the website. So I was actually able to turn this into a product that people can see with their eyes and decide if they like this or not. The beautiful thing about this is that I did not have to make the chair. We did not have to make the thing. We simply were able to generate it, ideate on ideas, and then share it with the world. This is the new process. Bless you. This is the new process. So if I come back here and please, this is the old way of doing things. Research, plan, try to get money to make it, and then hire a bunch of people, and then build the thing. But do you see how many steps it took before actually building the thing and putting it into market? What if you go to market? What if you get to that last step and nobody wants it? What happens? What if you get to putting your thing out into the market and nobody wants it? Has anybody here ever failed a business? Yes. Can you keep your hand up if it was because you didn't have enough demand for the thing that you were making? Or maybe it was because you couldn't figure out how to communicate the value of the thing that you're building. right? But what if we were able to identify that the solution that we're making for somebody is already amazing and they already want it before we build it and put it out there into the world? That is a key thing that AI allows us to do now. That is a huge shift. It goes from execution and idea to great ideas and lower execution, because we're able to execute, like I just showed you, in 30 minutes. Your ideas actually are the things that differentiate you. So this is the new way of doing things. Rapidly prototype, then immediately put it out into the market. Do not be afraid to put your stuff out there. You don't know if somebody wants it until they see it. And oftentimes we don't put our things out there because we're afraid that nobody's gonna want it. But that exact fear is the thing that can help you and save you from failing the business. And AI is now able to help us do this. Okay. Sam Altman. Does everybody know here who Sam Altman is? Okay, founder of OpenAI, all that. In a recent interview, he said something that was incredibly profound to me that really wraps all of this up. He said, "We succeed because we are able to consistently have repeatable innovation." We're able to succeed because we have repeatable innovation. You have to be able to constantly iterate on your ideas and get them out there quickly, okay? All right. The next part of this is apps. This now transitions into applications, right? We can iterate on our things very quickly, but applications is, how do I say this? Does anybody here own an app? Can you raise your hand if you own an app? You own one, you made one. No. Can you raise your hand if you use an app? Okay. Apps are gonna be rapidly changing. Right now, the process of making an app, the process of using an app is you go to the App Store, you download it, you start using it, and you decide, do I want this or do I not want this? Does it have the features I want? Does it not have the features I want? Do I want to pay for the subscription? Do I not? That is going to change. Now with applications, what is going to happen is that you are going to be, somebody said it actually, rapid personalization. Applications are now going to be generated based on the problems that you have on your demand. No longer going and downloading an app that already exists, but making the app based on the problems that you have in your life. Keep this in mind, and let me show you exactly what I mean. So to go along with the meditation chair that we made, we're also able to generate an app on demand that works alongside the meditation chair. So this app is now just a touch point that our customers are going to be able to use along with the chair. It's not the product itself. This is what I mean by that. So all I had to say was make an app with a circle that inhales and exhales at the pace of breath. Basically creating a meditation timer for somebody to use, while they are actually in the chair. I'm going to run this, and you guys did a meditation, so we'll see if this works. You manifested for the demo gods to work for us today, so I pray that energy is still here. Okay. So this right here is simply a meditation app that what I did is I one-shot prompted. We call this like a one-shot prompt, where you ask the AI to make an application and then it designs it for you on the spot. This is a new feature that was just released within ChatGPT 5, essentially being able to vibe code within the application. So I'm actually going to do it fresh so you can see exactly what this looks like. So in a fresh chat, I'll paste this back in here. And the prompt was, make a breathing app with a circle that inhales and exhales at the pace of breath with a timer for people who are working to reset themselves. Make it minimalist and a meditative design. And we push this forward. Before, this right here probably would have been a Google search. Last year, that would have been a Google search, right? You would have looked up, is there an app that exists that kind of has like a breathing timer that will help me meditate, right? Now, this is something that you generate for yourself. Do you see that difference? So your customers are going to be able to do this. Think about this as you are as you are making your company. Your customers are going to demand personalization and generation within the process of using whatever you make, okay? How can you make your company improve as the models improve, right? So let me show you exactly how this, okay, so this thought for 11 seconds. So let's see what happens when this is made. You can see this generating on the fly. Has anybody generated an app yet within ChatGPT? Yes, you have. You have. 2 people, 3 people. Okay, but how many of you have an idea? Yes, so many of you. We need to generate these things and put them out there into the world immediately so that you can get this rapid iteration. All right, here we go. It built a minimal breathing app. Let's see how it runs. You think it's gonna work? I appreciate your, yes, beautiful. So we can set the pace here. We can set the duration. And let's see what happens when we hit start. I hope this unlocks something in your mind. What if we then took this application here, I put it on the website over here, free download of the application when you buy the chair, right? Or we send you the ChatGPT prompt for you to already have this application in your ChatGPT. And then you're able to change it, change the colors of it, change the generation of it, depending on your interest, depending on your personality, right? This is much different than selling an app traditionally. If you are building an app right now for the App Store, reconsider that. Think about how this is going to impact your business, okay? ChatGPT 5 just came out yesterday, 2 days ago, okay? Things are changing quickly. What I'm hoping here is that by showing you the possibilities of what happens, is that you can use the manifestation that Reagan just taught you. You can use your own human mind to come up with new ideas. We're in a stage right now where me telling you step by step exactly what to do for the future is the wrong approach. I should not be telling you exactly what to do because we're in a renaissance. We're in a place where nobody necessarily knows. It is your job to experiment, to iterate, to try new things, okay? I have one more thing to talk to you about, and that is agentics. It's a weird word. Agentics might be overly complicated. It comes from the word agency, basically the ability to make decisions on your own, right? You have the ability to decide what you want to do. You can use the tools that you want to get things done. Okay. AI can do the exact same thing now. So if I come here to ChatGPT and I ask it just a simple question, you know, if I just ask it a simple question of what are different hairstyles that would look good on me. Okay. It's giving me a direct answer to a question, right? Now, what if I asked it to book me an appointment at a hair salon so that I can get my hair cut? That's different, right? It's gonna need to go out there into the internet. It's gonna need to find, okay, based on your hair, let me find a barber that's actually good with his hairstyle, with his hair type. Let me look at the reviews. Okay, now I'm gonna need to click into the scheduling page and actually schedule this. I'm gonna need to fill in his email. There's so many steps there that have to be done. agents are able to do this. In fact, I did it. So right here, a few days ago, you can actually watch this on my live stream. I had ChatGPT, I asked ChatGPT to book me a haircut in a style that it thought would look good on me. And it did that, and I went and got my haircut. Am I looking okay? All right. ChatGPT didn't chop me, like it worked. And actually, that's like, he's my go-to barber now whenever I come over here. It was actually an amazing experience. Think about this though. Your website might be used more by an AI than it is by a human. How is an AI going to interact with your website versus a human being, right? We're no longer in this stage of the most fancy, entertaining, animated website being the one that's most used, right? That actually would just complicate the whole process. We're moving from searching, researching, clicking around on different websites to find what we want into give me this and do it now, and having an AI take all of those steps. Make sure that your websites, your brand experience is easy for an AI to use, not for a human being to use, okay? So let me show you exactly what this looked like when we were in ChatGPT. So I can come over here and probably type in find barber. Yes. Oh, that was me finding a different product, sorry. Find a barber appointment. Yes, here it is. Can you find me a black barber in Paris that's great at fades and see if they have an appointment for tomorrow? You can see it worked for 8 minutes. And I can actually watch exactly what it did. Look at how it's gathering information. Your website needs to have all of this information available for the AI to be able to go in there, see what you do, and easily book it, right? Pictures aren't necessarily going to matter as much to the artificial intelligence. It needs to go in there and get the job done. Imagine a world where AI is talking to AI more than a human is talking to a human being. You're just getting your things done. So there's 3 things that I would really, really have you consider as an entrepreneur in 2025 and the future. 1 is your ideas. Please, if you have an idea, iterate rapidly. Go after exactly what your idea is and get it out there into the market so you can decide, and people can decide if they want it or not, okay? 2nd is if you have apps, make sure that you are incorporating generative apps into the offer that you make, okay? Allow people to generate apps alongside your product, or you generate apps for people to use alongside your product when they purchase it. And then thirdly is agentics. Make sure that your website and all of your online experiences is easy for an AI to interact with, not just a human being to interact with. Each one of these things, I only had 30 minutes to talk to you about, but I need to give you high level. Each one of these things, just like we did in the very beginning of this talk right here, ask. Just go on your ChatGPT and ask. Just how you asked, how is AI changing entrepreneurship? Go in there and ask, how do I make an app with ChatGPT? It'll tell you. Ask, how do I need to prompt my website in order for an AI to be able to interact with it? Just ask. That's all I demand of you so that you can be a successful entrepreneur in the age of AI. Thank you for having me here today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Wow, that was incredible. Dominic, could I get the clicker, if you have that? Thank you. So speaking of manifesting, speaking of AI, how does it all come together? What I'd like to share with you are some of the things that we're working on. How does Mindvalley membership, how do our courses, how do we work with teachers shift as AI enters the picture and AI becomes increasingly smart? So what I want to introduce you to is the future of Mindvalley. This is what is now available on your app And I'm also going to give you a glimpse of what we're about to release in the next 6 months to make your learning and your growth better and better. First, I'd like to introduce you to our internal AI, Eve. Eve is named after my daughter, but Eve also stands for Everyone Elevates, EVE. And I want to give you an idea of what Eve is about.
Eve. No pressure, no judgment, just presence. Let's begin. I listen, not just to your words, but to what's underneath them. Your tone, your hesitation, your intention. I'm not here to impress you with facts. I'm here to walk with you through your thoughts. Together, let's unlock your potential. I'm Eve, and I'm here when you're ready.
So what Eve does is, Eve basically becomes a master of all of the programs in Mindvalley. And so, it becomes a collaborator that you can work with. Eve is not an AI trying to teach you based on everything on the internet. That's ChatGPT. The problem with that is, how do you really know which advice to listen to and which advice maybe may not be what you gel with? So with Eve, we have a boundary. Focus on the wisdom from Mindvalley teachers. So Dominic's new program is coming to Mindvalley. Eve will learn from this program. It becomes a master student. And as you are going through this program, it can help guide you. Likewise, Eve has learned everything that Eric Edmeades has ever spoken about at Mindvalley. Every stage talk, every quest, every interview, and you can chat with it and say, hey, I'm about to order a cafe latte at Starbucks. What would Eric think of me right now? So the advantage of Eve is, it's not trained on just me, but it's also not trained on the entire internet. You don't want the entire internet, because there will be opposing thoughts. If you are following a particular teacher on Mindvalley, Eve gives you the wisdom from that teacher. So that's one advantage. The second advantage of Eve is that Eve doesn't just give you chat. Eve can pull out a meditation. It can pull out a video lesson. It's not just AI, it's AI with humanity behind it. You're seeing the video of Marie Diamond. You're seeing the meditation from Paul McKenna. So how do you get started with Eve? Well, now when you start Mindvalley, you can go to Eve, and Eve will automatically ask you a couple of questions. As it learns about you, it will recommend the right programs for you. One of the biggest things that users come back to us and say, we love the app, but it's overwhelming. There are 100 programs, 1,000 audios. What do I begin with? Well, now Eve can guide you. So the other tool that we're soon going to be adding is a way to log your emotions into the app. Based on how you're feeling, Eve will be able to help you work with your feelings. You see, as we go through life, even as we're growing, even as we're taking courses, there's long-term growth. That's who you are becoming. But there's also how you are feeling. And for everyone, we're human. There are days when we're going to wake up tired, exhausted. There are days when something didn't go well the night before, it affected your sleep. You wake up not just undersleeping, but also stressed out, anxious. What do you do in those situations? Well, that's where Eve can help you drop in, can help you shift emotions. So by answering simple questions like how you are feeling, what Eve can do is actually help you identify the right track, the right meditation, the right breathing technique to help you shift that emotion. Now, where we're going with Eve is also to provide AI assistance for every quest, every program. So this is an example of a learning assistant. This is coming up in the next 6 months. After you do, say, 10x fitness with our next teacher, Ronan, you could ask Eve, so I want to focus on my biceps. What specific exercise should I be focused on to gain new bicep strength? But the advantage is, Eve is looking at all of Mindvalley. So you can also say, in addition to what Ronan says on maximizing muscle growth, what supplements should I look at to improve my muscle gain and increase fat loss? And Eve will be able to bring out wisdom from Sean Wells, a supplement scientist, and his program, the supplement, the guide to supplements. So what we're doing here is bringing in knowledge from different master teachers, unifying them, so that you can get personal protocols. This is an example of what it looks like. Your AI learning toolkit means that you never get stuck on a task, and you can even ask Eve to quiz you like a good tutor. Now we'll go further. We're also creating something called a goal assistant. As you add your goals into Mindvalley, the Mindvalley app starts to understand who you are and who you are becoming. And because of this, the app can more gently nudge you towards your goals. This is what we believe. We believe the way education worked isn't really right, because we are creating cookie cutters, photocopies of the same people. Because that's what mass education did. But with Mindvalley, we don't want you to be a cookie cutter. We want you to really understand your goals, whether it's the 3 most important questions, which you do in half an hour, or it's Lifebook, which you do in 18 hours. You go really deep. You put your goals into the system. That process of self-discovery helps you understand who you are. And then the system customizes the education to you. It is not a government curriculum. It is not a standard university curriculum. It is a shortcut past the means to the end, understanding your end goals and giving you the shortest ways to get there. There's a story about Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great conquered so much of the known world during his time. And at one point, he arrives in this town called Gordian in Turkey, in modern-day Turkey. Now, in that town, there's this really massive rope tied into a knot. And there's a belief that someday a great conqueror is going to come. And if the conqueror can untie the Gordian knot, he will be destined to rule the world. And conquerors would come, and they would try to untie the knot, but no one could untie the Gordian knot. Alexander the Great didn't play that way. He walked into Gordian, he sees the knot, he sees the Gordian knot. He doesn't bother untying it. He knows who he is. He knows what his goals are. He understands that smart people don't need to take the long path. They look for the shortcut, the most effective way. He takes out his sword and boom, he cuts the Gordian knot. He goes on to rule the entire known world, all the way from Macedonia to India. The Gordian knot represents the bullshit beliefs and means goals between you and your goal. What we want to do is cut the Gordian knot of education. You don't need a degree sometimes to be an entrepreneur. You can learn that on the fly. My son, Hayden, he's a genius kid. He's applying to Stanford, MIT, and Caltech. But rather than start university immediately after Mindvalley U, he's taking a gap year. And in that gap year, he's doing Mindvalley AI Mastery, Mindvalley's New Business Mastery, Mindvalley Social Media Mastery, Mindvalley Speaking Mastery. Because Hayden is looking to cut through the Gordian knot. He doesn't need a bunch of university credit courses that may never really apply in his life because the world is changing so fast. He's going straight for skills, social media, speaking, AI, entrepreneurship that will allow him to determine his own future. We see that all the time. At the very first Mindvalley U, during our teens program, there was a kid who, when the lecturers were asking the kid, write down your goals. And this kid said, I want to go to university because I'm a designer. I love being a designer and I want to start a t-shirt design company. So we had a volunteer in the room, a very wonderful gentleman, and forgive me, I cannot remember his name. He was working with the kids and he said, it's great, go to university, but what if I could make you a designer with your own t-shirt brand by the end of tomorrow? So now it's Saturday, he spends 5 hours with the kid. He teaches the kid how to open up a Shopify store, how to take a t-shirt, how to create a design, stick it on a t-shirt. Before the end of the first day, the kid makes his first sale. He cut the Gordian knot. He's still going to go to university. University is great. but he's already now, identity-wise, an entrepreneur who has made his first dollar, a designer who has t-shirts that people are buying. Imagine what does for a team. So don't create these artificial judgments that you need to untie the knot, slice through it. What we're doing with Mindvalley is precisely that. We're now giving you not just the teachers and the great training, but the authors and the AI who can get you there. So, other tools we're building within your Mindvalley app will soon be a nutritional coach. You will be able to photograph your food. It'll instantly be able to identify the calorie content, the fiber content. It'll help you plan your nutrition and then analyze what you're eating and help you improve your diet. We're also building a public speaking coach with wisdom from Lisa Nichols, from myself, from Eric at Meaties, from programs like Magnetic Charisma by Vanessa Van Edwards, Body Language by Alan Pease. We bring all of that wisdom together. You can upload your speech, and not only will it help you improve your speech, but you can say, give me mic drop moments, give me jokes, tell me a story from history. And then you can even say, give me some body language tips. Give me some unique Lisa Nichols pacing and intonation tips, and it'll be able to do that. AI that can help all of you become a master speaker. All of this is happening, and it's happening insanely fast because the AI we're using right now is going to double in power in 3.3 months. And it's going to double again in 3.3 months. ChatGPT 5 came faster than anyone expected. So we're building, not for AI today, but AI of the future. You want to see what's happening, what's going to be launched in about a year? The whole meditation space is going to change. Right now, you choose a meditation, and our meditations are amazing. Yes, listen to Marissa Peer's Hypnotherapy, Paul McKenna's Hypnotherapy, listen to the Six Phase. But what if the meditation can greet you by name, understand your goals? What if you're doing the 3 most important questions and it reads you your goals in your name, in a voice, in a pacing that you want? That's where this is going next. The meditations on Mindvalley are going to be customized exactly to you. You can say, I want a meditation to help me achieve my goal of completing my skydiving certification. I want it in Marissa Peer's voice, but you know, I find Indian accents easy, so sexy, so give her an Indian accent. And there you will have Marissa Peer guiding you to jump out of a plane. You get to customize the meditation to whatever style you want. And we'll go further. There will soon be an AI hub on Mindvalley with different AI tools, literally 100 apps in one for less than $1 a day. And these AI tools will help you accomplish many amazing things, all related to different aspects of growth. Not just a tool to help you with your speeches, but soon a tool to analyze your business plan, a tool to help you create a vivid vision for your business based on Cameron Harrell's work, a tool to help you analyze your entrepreneurship style based on the work of Vern Harnish or my program, Be Extraordinary. All of this is coming incredibly fast, and we are so delighted to serve you. And while we're doing this, we're not increasing the price, we're lowering the price. So, if you're not yet a Mindvalley member, I hope by now you can see how powerful this is. I spent $29,000 a year on my university education, but to be fair, I didn't do it. My dad there paid for it. Yeah. He worked hard in Malaysia to pay for that. Today, I believe today, for just a few $100s, I can get even better education on an app like Mindvalley. And best of all, it can be available to people all around the world. So if you're not yet a Mindvalley member, use that QR code, you get $100 off, go check it out. There's so much value in one app. And now I'd like to bring up our next presenter and teacher, Ronan Diego. He was the man who won the Viper Challenge. I showed you his 3 most important questions. So if you have any doubt that the manifesting tools that we speak about work, Ronan is evidence. Ronan is also not just a brilliant teacher of health and nutrition. His programs on Mindvalley include not just 10X, which is on muscle gain, but Beyond Fasting, which is on intermittent fasting, Advanced Home Workouts, which is on improving your endurance. He covers a wide array, but Ronan is at his heart a monk. He is not a fitness trainer. He is a monk. This man's presence, his groundedness, his philosophy of life is so extraordinary. and I'm so proud to call him my personal trainer and also my friend, Ronan.
When you're preparing for a TEDx talk, the first tip that they give you is go straight into the content. No matter how you do, don't address the audience. So today I'm going to start by addressing the audience. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mindvalley is like the home for me. And so not saying hi is like waking up and not saying good morning. And I'm very grateful for the space that you are creating and holding for me. I enter here with honor, and I will honor with the best that I can give. This is a video recorded about 100 years ago, 1911, in the streets of New York. It was colored artificially, but the footage is real. All the people that you see there, their life expectancy was about 47 years. What would shorten their lives, what would make them die, in other words, were infectious diseases, pulmonary diseases like tuberculosis, gastrointestinal, cholera, and then some of them had birth complications and also malnourishment. But infectious disease was happening to all of them. At that time, though, they didn't have the conditions or the knowledge to understand how this whole thing works. How do we increase all the knowledge that they had about health? Were either passed through stories. Now somebody eats something, doesn't feel bad, doesn't feel good, and they say, oh, that's bad for your health, right? Sometimes they would get some longevity knowledge with a white man in a coat. For sure, not a guy in jeans and dreadlocks, huh? And from there came a couple of things that maybe we learned from our parents, that today we call them superstitions. For example, drinking milk after eating mango. Has anybody? That's what my dad told me. Huh? It makes you vomit. Huh? Sitting on the cold ground gives infertility. That shaving makes your hair grow back thicker. Anybody? My mom said, never point at a star because you get warts. Right? But that is longevity knowledge come through stories. Something happens, must be true. We have no idea. There's no studies. There's no internet. But today, we have the knowledge. Today we understand that much better. And if there are people who recorded a video 100 years ago and we are looking at them, the first thing that we are going to do is that we'll wave at the camera for the people that are watching us 100 years from now. Right now, 100 years in the future, somebody watching that. How mind-blowing is that? Huh? What is the knowledge that the human species possess on longevity today? There are about 600,000 studies written in the area. Out of those, 300 to 500 are like gold standard. About 5,000 books, out of which 50 are the ones that keep on being referenced. And then other 500 sources like big database or major guidelines. So Mindvalley is in a mission of extending longevity, extending human lifespan. And the project that I got is, what if we could read all of this and we could put all of them in a conversation? What is the answer that it would come? So that's the project I've been working on in my bedroom, in my office at home. And so that's what I did. I got all these references. I put them all together and I did an analysis through AI, which crunches all the data, And the synthesis, which is making the sense out of this, was done with MI. AI stands for artificial intelligence. MI stands for my intelligence. And so the idea here is this. You know, when pilots are piloting a plane, I don't know if that's the real term, even if they don't see anything from the windshields, because sometimes it's night, sometimes the weather is stormy, they can take off, fly, go through turbulence, and land safely only by looking at the dashboard. There's a bunch of stuff, they know exactly where to look and exactly what to do in response. Even if you switched the windshield with a brick wall, they will be able to fly safely because of the information of the dashboard. They know what is there and they know where to look at. So there's the idea. What if we were to create a dashboard for our longevity? What are the things we measure? What are the things that we look at? And what are the things that we do? And at the end, the dashboard looks more or less like this. You can take pictures. At the end, I'll have a QR code if you want to download it so I can give the entire thing for you in a PDF. This is about the summary. At the bottom, you see that there are practices. At the top, there you see the biomarkers and measures, and it's divided by both genders, then specific to women and specific to men. Biomarkers are the things that you see, the different displays, the different things that you see in the dashboard. Practices is what you do about them. Practices are divided into 5 main things: exercise and movement, nutrition, sleep, stress, mental health and cognition, and connection. And then when you look at the biomarkers, the first thing that gets interesting is if we bring all together the knowledge that the human species have about our own longevity, we realize that one, it's holistic. The first 2 biomarkers, metabolism and cardiovascular health, they talk about biology. The second, strength and functionality and structural health, they talk about the function, what the body can do. And the other 2, mental health and stress response, they talk about the mind, the emotions, and the connection with other human beings. So this is one of the things that is clear. If you put all the evidence together, we say, it's not only eating and supplements. It's a whole holistic approach. And then now we will dive deeper a little bit. And we will start with the specific cases. Just like the airplane, there are different situations, right? There is a takeoff situation, there is a flying situation, there is a landing situation. These are specific cases. And in specific cases, you need to look at specific parts of the dashboard. So one of the things that we understand is there are some age ranges. The first one is 30 to plus minus 45. Why plus minus 45? If you're a man, male body, you read 30 to 45. If you're a female body, you read 30 to beginning of perimenopause. Can be 40, can be 45, sometimes even 50. So that's why it's the plus minus. Looking at the dashboard only for that specific age, this is what it's saying for this period of life. What is like extra important. And what I want to do here is not to go through every single little thing. What we like to do here is look at what is the insight behind this data. The insight behind this data here is that it's very much focused on, for this time of life, fitness, metabolic health, so as much as we can at this time, managing the waist size, and work-life balance. Why is that? First, this is the prime time to raise the ceilings of what is possible. You know, you think of health like a saving account. This is the prime time to create more health currency. And if you do that through muscle fitness into cardiovascular fitness, you have a big investment account that can prevent chronic diseases later, or can make it at least easier to overcome them if it happens part of your lifetime. So there's a muscle, bone, and cardiovascular decline. It naturally starts at 30, but it's preventable. if you're focusing on muscle and cardiovascular fitness. This zone 2 is a type of cardio training that thing alone can increase or can decrease up to 34% your chances of mortality at any point. Out of all the levers in the dashboard, this is the boldest one. And then high abdominal fat. The high abdominal fat and lipid profile, you know, all the LDL and cholesterol and all these kind of things, that thing is the foundation for chronic diseases that can happen much later in life. So what this dashboard says, this part of a life, try to focus your action on those things. But to focus your action on those things, you need to go to the second insight, that work boundaries are very strategical here, because this is also the period of life that people are super focused on their career. So what he's saying is, hey, protect the time for what is most important for your longevity. Protect time for exercise and protect time for sleep. Because then you are making deposits in your health currency bank account. And also because of infertility and burnout. Burnout is something that usually shows in the second stage that we're going to see in a minute. But infertility is very important because this is the period where women are in their reproductive life. And we see that 50% of the complications in getting pregnant are because of work, of over-stress at work. So if you, hey, it's prime time, let's build a career, but also make sure that you put the boundaries so you have time for exercise and sleep and live in a more balanced way. Not only life later will be much easier, as life right now can be most fulfilling. And this is what we see in the dashboard, especially you see that the practices, the focused practices are all about exercise, strength training, walking, and zone 2 training is a form of a cardiovascular training. These are the things that most increase longevity at this time in life. Then we go for the second range, plus minus 45, plus minus 60. If your male body reads 45 to 60, female body reads perimenopause. More or less some mid-40s to some like mid-50s. That's the range. When you look at that, the first thing that you see is, wow, there's a lot of stuff there. Huh? What does a lot of stuff mean? It means this turbulence. If there's a lot of stuff to check, there's a lot of stuff to pay attention. So that is the make or break part of life. And the evidence behind here points at two main things: mental health and heart health. So the first insight here is there's nothing fluffy about mental health. Talk about longevity, talk about workouts, right? We talk about diets, and then mental health that has soft stuff. No. This is the highest incidence of depression for both men and women. And depression increases in 64% or chances of heart death. Why is that relevant? If you look at the 1900s people, they died of all different forms. But if you get the average, the majority of them was infectious diseases. If you look at people nowadays, people die of all the different ways, but the majority of them die of a heart attack, of heart complications. So hey, that mental health thing can increase if you don't take care of that. It can increase in 64% the chances of meeting the highest likelihood of shortening your lifespan. So it's not a joke here. It's a very, very important, hard type of measurements and care to take in this time of life. And people who have had a heart attack, if they experience depression, they have 3 times more chances of dying in 2 years. But it's not to get anybody, oh my goodness, I'm getting my mental health crisis right now. The point of this dashboard is pay attention to your family. Marriage, family, and friends. One, because marriage and family are sometimes the source of the depression and anxiety. Sometimes the divorce, sometimes lack thereof. But the healing of those relationships is what really primes your mental health. And people who are more connected, they have 50% more chances of survival, which means that anything that can happen to them, they have 50% more chances of continuing living their lives than people who feel isolated. The second point is the artery window. That's the phase of life that is called, hey, your arteries right now, they either get calcified or they remain young. That's why there are so many things in the dashboard. Connected to the heart, again. And for women experiencing perimenopause, this is the moment of their lives that they have the highest chance of having a heart problem. And for men, it's 50% higher than women in the same period. And when we talk about heart health, we usually measure cholesterol, right? HDL, LDL, big particle, small particle. But now with all the knowledge that we have, we know that there's a marker that is even more accurate. It's called ApoB. ApoB, if anybody is in this age range, this is one of the things you need to look at. Now, imagine your arteries as a river. There's blood, and that's the water of the river. And then there are boats, that is cholesterol, that is delivering the nutrients to all the parts of your body. And the arteries start getting damaged if the boats are hitting the margin of the river. But if the river is calm, it's way less likely for the boats to hit the margin. If the river has a lot of rocks inside, it's more likely. The rocks are ApoB. So when you look at the dashboard for this time of life, you realize that main focuses, ApoB, heart health, mental health, there are a couple of assessments that you can do, and the main actions are connected to stress, structural healing work. Therapy, spiritual practices, plant medicine, going deep into that thing, marriage counseling, family counseling, build time with your friends. That is the moment when those things are going to make a difference. Not only the diet, not only the exercise. And then finally we go to the third stage, that is 60 onwards, or post-menopause onwards. Here, what the dashboard is clearly pointing at is two different things. It's independence. It's to remain independent throughout your life. And what it tells us is this: function predicts freedom. At this stage in life, your grip strength, your gait speed, and the amount of time you can stay balanced can precisely predict how many years of life you're going to live. And so working, grip strength is not that you chill at home and you do that. No, grip strength, a correlation of the entire body strength. So if you're active, if you've been doing strength training, or if you start doing now, you're increasing the quality and the length of your life. But independence is not only functional independence. It's also well-being and cognitive independence. And that is increased by the second one, family and friends. Especially at this moment of life, family and friends equals health, equals cognitive independence. There's even a study reported on a TED Talk by Susan Pinker. This study was done by Harvard University. And they also measure a bunch of people across the decades and saw what are the main things that increase the quality and the length of their lives. And the top most important things were not food, were not exercise, were not smoking. These are all important, they are there. But the top two were community engagement and the depth of your close relationships. These are the things that elongate your life the most, not fluffy things. These are talking really hard science. This is the all age ranges database. What does that mean? There are moments, this is the thing that you're always looking at. If you are like piloting the plane, when you're taking off, there's some things you look, when you're going through the turbulence, another, when you're landing, another, but there's some things that you're always looking at. The fuel, maybe the air pressure, things like that, right? I don't know. This is it. Throughout the entire life, this is your bread and butter. These are the things to measure, these are the things to practice, but especially what does it tell you behind the data? What it tells us is that the 80-20 is very simple. The bread and butter is very simple and consists of these 4 things. Walk every day plus cardio training, that's the zone 2. Lift heavies and eat protein. Lower ultra-processed foods and sleep like it's your job. That is the 820. That's where you start. It's like, oh my goodness, there's so many things in the dashboard. Where do you start? Number 1. Especially, I listed down. You don't even need to read that. But you see that under topic 8, there are so many different biomarkers. That walk every day, especially the zone 2, is a type of you go on a bike or you go on a run or something and you put your heart rate at 120 BPM, 130 BPM, you keep it there for 30 minutes. It affects the highest amount of all the biomarkers. So this, they get our winner, the most global mover of everything that you can do for your longevity starts there. Lift heavy and eat protein because muscle is the longevity organ. Lower ultra-processed foods mean remove the bread and the butter from the bread and butter. Yeah? What this is saying is you need to understand what ultra-processed foods are. You need to be able to look at a plate and see what is natural, what is minimally processed, and what is ultra-processed. You need to absorb this knowledge and make your choices around that. And sleep like is your job because it's the recovery moment of the entire body. It's what keeps your body young for the highest amount of time. Then here, if you want to download the whole PDF, this is where you get it. And then for people who get it, you put your email. What I'm working on now is the numbers. Okay, so I have ApoB, you have blood pressure, you have body composition, all these kind of things. What is the number? This is something I'm going to get done in a few weeks, and then I'm going to send it to everybody who gets those slides as well. But there's a problem with this model. Can anybody know what the problem with this model is? Access. No. The problem with this model is that it is a model. It is based on averages, right? That's how far we can go with science nowadays. Now, one of the things my dad taught me is that if you leave your flip-flops turned upside down, it's bad. It brings you bad luck. He didn't let me. He said, I don't see the logic behind it. I said, no. There is evidence. Every time he left his flip-flop turned, his mom would beat him with each one. Every single time, there's evidence. So this is what we call N1 evidence. Is when an experiment is done with one person. And there's a specific evidence, but it cannot generalize for everybody. But we can turn that into science. What we can do is this. We get everybody here. We put everybody here in a lab. We bring our flip-flops, put them upside down for a week. And then every day you bring your parents. And we watch who gets beaten. And then throughout the week, let's say that 30% of the people, on average, were beaten with the flip-flops. And so the result of that study says, turning your flip-flops, there's no problem. 70% of the people don't experience bad luck. But that's an average. Across a week, there were people that were never beaten. There were people that were sometimes beaten. But there's these 3 guys over here that they got beaten every single time. And sometimes their parents got the flip-flops of the neighbor. So for these 3 guys over here, does that model work? It doesn't, because it's an individual type of data. Science today gives us average. For some people it worked, for some people it didn't, but for the majority it did. So we hope that it will work for you. But now finally, we are going to the age in which we can go individualized. And that's what Vishen was sharing just now. The technology that Mindvalley is building is to measure your dashboard together with you, look at that, and then know exactly what you can do to improve your longevity. That's where we are going, and something that people in the 1900s couldn't do. You know, if you waved for somebody to watch this video 100 years from now, we start to get to that crazy possibility that one of these people 100 years from now can be you. Watching your video from now, with your 4th generation child saying, this was me when I was young. Huh? We are getting to that point we individualize, and that's what Mindvalley has been working on. Now I want to tell you what AI is not going to tell you about longevity. When we talk about longevity, we look at dashboards that are numbers and stuff like that, and we think that the whole goal is to achieve results and keep them perfect. That our whole life is also, my whole life is telling the story of my body. Is that what longevity is? No. Longevity is the opposite. It's your body telling the story of your life. Usually when we talk about health, fitness, longevity, this is the type of story that we show people. There's a before and there's an amazing after. That's the story that we usually tell in events like this. And that is a body telling a story. The body on the right is telling a story of somebody who fell in love with fitness, who got obsessed about all those things and achieved an amazing result. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's very nice. But it's not what longevity is all about. There's another type of transformation that we usually don't talk in events like this. And it's this type of transformation. This is me last year. I went through a period where I needed to process grief. I had never done that in my life. I didn't know how to do that. And so I doubled down in work because I didn't want to be with my mind free. And then I experienced a burnout. And then I started finding comfort in food. But with that came guilt and shame because eating emotionally is one of the things that I teach people how not to do. And so that turned into a whole addiction and depression and things like that. And so what the body on the right, what is the story that the body on the right is telling? It's telling the story of somebody who went through the hard challenges of life, who got completely lost. All the while the body was saying, go for it, bro. I got you. Do what you need to do. Feel what you need to feel. Get lost. Learn your lessons. And when you learn, this is not reversible. We can go back to wherever we were. I am holding the space for you to learn with your life experience. That picture on the right is a medal of honor as well. It's also a beautiful story, and that's how longevity goes. Longevity is not keeping your body perfect and hoping that you never land. It's actually having the possibility of going through the hardest types of turbulence, getting out of that, getting lost, getting out of that, and enriching your life experience. There's a woman that I worked with, who was a client of mine a couple of years ago. She was an actress, and she was having difficulties standing for her chair. She had a 13-year-old daughter that used to help her get away, help her around the house. And then we started working for 9 months. She changed her nutrition, she changed her sleep, she changed her exercise, lost weight, things were in the flow. But her daughter was born with a chronic disease that hit her eventually, and she needed to stay for 3 months inside of the hospital. And so the mom was there with her for 3 months inside of a hospital, not doing any exercise, sleeping little, eating the hospital food, and carrying her daughter around and being present for her. When that ended, the daughter went home and we had a call, and she was first very frustrated. She says, I was doing so well, and now it feels like I'm back to square one. I gained weight, I'm not exercising anymore, everything just would crumble apart. But then she looked deeply at that situation. And she said, you know what? How would have been if when my daughter needed me, I was the one who needed to be carried around? There was no going back here. All the work that I did before allowed my body to support me in the moments of life that really matter, in the ones that are most meaningful, in the ones that I could show up, I could carry her instead of her carrying me. I could stay without sleep, I could eat anything, and my body could support me to be there with my daughter. And that's how longevity work really shows up in real life. It's not looking at a dashboard, achieving a goal, and trying to keep that for as long as possible. Longevity is not about expanding the body. It's about expanding your life. It's not about a set of practices that are focused on building the best body, but it's the understanding that I want all of us to have here is the work on longevity is one synergistic with your body so it can hold you and say, go on, do what you need to do, feel what you need to feel, make the mistakes, learn the things, and I'll have the capacity for all the turbulences, but also for all the sunrises and sunsets, all the aurora borealis. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronan.
Thank you. There you go.
So where are we going with longevity in Mindvalley? We're actually using everything that we've learned in Mindvalley to build the world's #1 mental transformation platform to now attempt to build the world's #1 longevity platform. We're looking to do it with 5 employees and a swarm of AI in 12 months. And this is actually going to be a really fun adventure. This is just a personal challenge that my team is giving itself. We're going to kick off this new platform at the Mindvalley Longevity Summit. It's going to be happening in November. We're still negotiating the date, but we can tell you where. It's going to be happening in Miami. It's a 2-day event. We're bringing many incredible teachers on longevity to come and share their wisdom with you. So hopefully I'll see you guys in Miami that November. But what we're going to be launching there is a series of new longevity technologies combined with amazing minds. We want to give every human being in the world a tool where you can take all of your medical data. You can record a conversation with your coach, with your doctor, a transcript of a conversation with your energy healer, your chiropractor. You can upload blood work, urine samples, whatever you want. The AI understands you and your biology, and then using wisdom from all the Mindvalley teachers can help advise you to plan your day. For example, one of the tools that we are launching is a little tool called Eliza. I built Eliza myself. Eliza is named after the first ever AI chatbot from 1962. So I built this tool myself using Replit in about 15 hours. I built my own little app to help me monitor my eating and customize my diet. It was so unbelievably successful that we're now giving it a proper UX and we're launching it to the world. You'll see Eliza coming out in the App Store soon. Eliza will be part of a larger ecosystem all around longevity. So a new longevity brand will be coming up soon. And it's all going to be based on virtual personalities. Think of it as a virtual nutrition coach, a virtual medical doctor that can provide guidance to help you add more health to every year of your life. Increasing health spans, increasing lifespans, all at an insanely affordable price so that people in any country can afford good medical care. So, look forward to that. And this all started because of a frustration I had just trying to get medical care for an eye infection while I was on the trip to the US. And I realized, my God, if this is so hard for me, someone with money, imagine what it's like for someone who doesn't have health insurance and doesn't have that money. Like $150 just to get a doctor to send me a prescription to then go to a pharmacy and spend $50 on antibiotics. It was insane. Now, our next speaker is going to go into a completely different topic, but it's actually one of the most important topics you can learn in the world today. Today, every single individual, if you're an entrepreneur or a coach, you are a media company of one. You can create your own audience, you can broadcast to that audience, create incredible community, create loyalty, create fandom, and help get your powerful ideas out. All of us have a microphone. That microphone is social media. Most of us don't know how to use it well. But there's one man who has truly mastered it. He wrote a book, 0 to a Million, about his adventures in 30 days, getting from 0 to 1 million fans on Facebook in 30 days flat. He's gone on to write 2 of the best-selling books that have become the literal textbooks for social media growth. He's advised people like Taylor Swift on growing their social media, as well as massive companies. And his brain is a supercomputer. Give it up for Brendan Kane.
All right, thank you very much. So I wanted to turn this into a fun little challenge because we have thousands of people on Zoom and we have everybody here. So do you guys want to have a little competition and see who's a little bit smarter about storytelling and social media? Very enthused, very enthused. Do you guys want to beat the people in Zoom? Okay, and the people in Zoom, do you want to beat the people here in the audience? Okay, I think the competition is on. Okay, great. Can I get my slides up here on the screen? So, to master social media, we must go back in human history. We must unlock an ancient and fundamental truth about human behavior, and that is storytelling. So, historian Yuval Noah Harari, who wrote the book *Sapiens*, says storytelling is the defining advantage of Homo sapiens. It's how we have built tribes, cultures, and entire civilizations. And research shows us that human beings who told better stories built better communities. So story is how we process information. It's how we build trust. It's how we drive action. So if you want to succeed in business, social media, or anything, you need a powerful story. So in today's session, we are going to cover 3 things. We're going to go through a brief history of storytelling. We're going to go through a brief history of storytelling and how we've always used storytelling to connect, persuade, and build culture. Then we're going to dive into why content goes viral. Why do certain things break through versus certain things just completely fall flat? And then we're going to talk about the format effect and why how you structure your story matters just as much as the story that you tell itself. So the first little fun quiz I have for you guys today, and I promise this won't be a full history lesson, even though I love history, I'm a history nerd, is when was the first story ever told? So I'm going to give you 3 options, and I'm going to ask you here in the audience and then on Zoom, and we'll see who gets it right. Is it A, 2,000 years ago, B, 5,000 years ago, or C, 10,000 years ago? So raise your hand if you think it's A, 2,000 years ago. Nobody? Okay. B, 5,000 years ago. Okay, some people. And C, so most of you got C. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of C's. So let's see what the answer is. It's a bit of a trick question. It's 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years ago. That's the Ice Age territory. So this is back when we had woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. So at this time, these were stories told around campfires. This was not for entertainment. This was not fairy tales. This was for survival. This was how do we hunt? What do we fear? What do we believe? So when we talk about storytelling as a tool for influence or anything that you're trying to achieve, we're literally talking about a biological blueprint, one that has helped us survive, connect, and thrive for tens of thousands of years. So which brings us to our next big question. What exactly is a story? Because we talk about story, but have you ever sat and defined it? So let's do that right now. A story is a structure, and it's how we make sense of the world. And there's 4 key elements to a story. 1 is the setup. 2, there's a problem that's introduced. 3, there's an attempt to resolve that problem. And 4, we have a resolution. Now, the fascinating thing is stories are 22 times more memorable than facts alone. Why? Because story is how we connect. It's how we remember. So let me show you how this has actually played out over time. So as I mentioned, 50,000 years ago, oral storytelling came about. Then 40,000 years ago, we have cave painting, so the first origins of visual storytelling. And then 6,000 years ago, we had ancient art. of the Egyptians, the Greeks, and Romans. Now let's see how storytelling started to evolve with each major media shift. So about 4,000 years ago, we had theatrical storytelling, where it begins with stage plays, comedies, tragedies, dramas. Then about 585 years ago, the birth of the printing press, where the birth of scalable storytelling comes about. And then about 135 years ago, we have film. So story becomes emotional and immersive. Now jumping to 100 years ago, we have radio and television. That becomes the dominant driving cultural conversation. And then about 30-ish years ago, the internet, where anyone can publish, where the audience first becomes the storyteller. And then today, social media and mobile storytelling. It's shorter, faster, sharper, and we literally, all of us in our pockets, have mobile devices that create infinite storytelling possibilities. So the tools have evolved, but the power of storytelling stays the same. Literally, as we've seen, stories have built civilizations. They have built everything that we see today. And now they can be leveraged to build your brand, build your mission, build your company, whatever you're trying to achieve. Stories is how human beings built trust, built tribes, spread religion, shaped governments, and it's how we got others to believe in something bigger. So now is the time to act on that. So I interact with people from all over the world about social media, and it's amazing that people look at it like it's this mystery. Social media is this mystery, it's this black box. It's playing the lottery. This algorithm, it's out to get you. It doesn't want to see you succeed. You have to do some silly TikTok dance video to go viral to get an audience. None of these things are true. You don't need some gimmick. You don't need some crazy outfit or some crazy dance. All you need to do is master storytelling. So what actually powers storytelling? How do we become effective storytellers? Well, it's format. What is a format? So it's a structure that allows you to stop, hold attention, and move people to take the action that you want them to take. So think about it this way. If story is the soul, then format is the skeleton. So how many of you have seen the show Shark Tank? Raise your hand. How many have seen the show Shark Tank? Okay, so Shark Tank is a show where an entrepreneur goes into the room and pitches, what are called sharks, which are billionaires that are looking to invest in companies. So it has 4 key elements to the structure. It's 1, the entrepreneur walks in. 2, they pitch their business. 3, there's tension between the shark and the entrepreneur. They go back and forth. What's your profit margin? What's your scalability? Why did you make that stupid decision? You're an idiot. All these things. And they go back and forth, and then there's a resolution. There's either a deal or there's no deal. Now, if any of you have seen Shark Tank, it's the same structure every single episode. So the product and the person changes, but the structure remains the same. Why? Because it keeps people coming back. It works. So a format is what makes your message recognizable, repeatable, and scalable. And formats structure story that allow people to engage, allows our brains to follow and trust the message that we're receiving. So I've been in this space, as Vishen mentioned, for over 20 years. I started in 2005 when Friendster and MySpace were still around. And I've dedicated my entire career to understanding how and why certain stories break through versus certain stories fall flat. To the point that I built a company called Hook Point, where we've done 15,000 hours of research analyzing over 500 different formats. So one of the things that we have found is that viral formats that break through on social media today, they're nothing new. They're actually remixes of history. So let's look at an example. So one format that I guarantee every single one of you have seen on social media is called Man on the Street. Pretty self-explanatory. The person on camera, the person that's creating the account, approaches a random stranger on the street engages with them, and a story unfolds. So let's watch an example of somebody using Man on the Street. It's called The School of Hard Knocks as an account, and it's founded by a guy named James. Now, this format is really simple as you watch it. It's real people, real reactions, and audience's attention.
Excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
I started the biggest social media business channel in the entire world where I interview millionaires and billionaires on their advice to the younger generation. What did you do to become wealthy?
What did I do? I've owned 4 or 5 companies.
What was your main business?
Now I'm in private equity.
Now you're in private equity.
Right.
What's the most amount of money you made in a single year?
I don't know if I want to be on that.
I'll show you the channel after. I promise you it'll be worth it.
A few $100 million. I mean, it wasn't a big company.
A few $100 million.
So listen, I gotta go.
Last two.
Sorry.
Among the most successful people that you've met throughout your career, what do they all have in common?
Whether you're a billionaire or a millionaire, most guys that get into that status are willing to take risks. That's the bottom line.
So this account took this format, generated over 1 billion views. They literally have 500 videos with over 1 million views. And they built an audience of over 13 million people. Now, the interesting thing about this format and all formats is they can be used for any industry, any expertise, any niche. So I have a friend and a client that we work with named Alex Stemp. He's a professional photographer. He approaches random strangers on the street and offers them professional photo shoots. He built an audience of 20 million people. There's another guy, Body by Mark, and he is a fitness and nutrition expert. He approaches fit people on the street and asks them, what do you do for your exercise? Now, a fun little question, and I want people in the Zoom chat to put the answer in. And if anybody here, shout out the answer. When do you think this format was first used? Does anybody have a guess? Louder, come on. 1970? Anybody else? Let's see what we have in the chat. 1980, 1960s, so 50s? Well, whoever said that got it right. This format was used 70 years ago in 1954 for the first season of The Tonight Show. So let's take a look at an example from Steve Allen, who was the host of The Tonight Show then.
If a person running for the United States presidency were to go on TV and admitted heterosexual, could you vote for that person?
Heterosexual?
No, not heterosexual. Heterosexual.
Well, I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
You'd have to think about it. Well, you got all the time in the world. Thank you, Josephine. If a man or a woman were running for the presidency of the United States and that person was an admitted heterosexual, speak truly, no jokes, could you vote for him or her?
I vote for her.
Vote for her, but not for him. Okay, thank you. An admitted heterosexual. Thank you good for you.
So obviously, some funny things going on back then. So today, this format is vertical, it's quick, and it's built for the algorithm. However, what made it work back then makes it work today. That is the power of formats. And that's what I want you to take. Formats are timeless. They work over and over again. So this one has thrived for 10 decades. It started on radio, then went to television, and now it's leveraged on social media. So that is not luck. This is not luck. It's not a mystery. This is history repeating itself. So let's take another look at a format, and this is from a client of ours, a fascinating guy named Tanner Leatherstein. And he created his first leather jacket at the age of 11 and fell in love with just crafting original leather goods. And when he grew up, he created his own company that produces, leather handbags and purses and wallets. He just loves that process. But when he came to us, he was struggling. Nobody was paying attention to his business. He was stuck at 2,000 followers. Why? Because he didn't know what a format was. He was just creating ads and talking about how great his product was. So we helped him design a format called Is It Worth It?, where he takes expensive handcrafted leather goods, like a $3,000 Chanel handbag, deconstructs it on screen, and then tells you whether it's worth the money that you paid for it. So let's look at an example of this video.
Coach leather bags, are they worth it? I went to the Coach store yesterday, and this was the bag I loved the most. Sales associate told me this was made out of glow tan leather, and the inside was suede, but I have my doubts. And as we can see, this is all fabric, not suede. In my opinion, about 6 feet of leather to put this bag together, about $5 a foot, $30 for the leather. Insanely good brass accessories, they used a lot of them. With the fabric, I give it another $30, so $60 in materials. And in my estimate, about $70 should be enough to put this back together. In total, $130 for the materials and labor. I paid $450. Doesn't sound like a bad deal. I love the leather, the feel and look of it. I hate that I was told inside was suede and it's fabric. And they used PU leather for the story patch inside. I wish it was real leather.
So Tanner, with this single format, has 94 videos with 1 million views. He has 16 videos with 4 million views, and he has an audience of 2.5 million people. But that's not even the most fascinating part of this. So Tanner and I had dinner in London a few months ago. I love to have dinner with my most successful clients, and he was telling me about this amazing story where he got flown out to Hong Kong with a private door meeting with all of the heads of the leather industry. So the CEOs of these multi-billion-dollar leather industry companies, and he's like, Brendan, it was crazy. I didn't even know I was there. And then they're like, Tanner, can you please save the leather industry? I don't know what you're doing, but you're actually driving awareness, driving engagement around leather. None of us can figure it out. While we're getting beat out by fake leather companies, plastic leather companies. So it literally took Tanner, a guy that initially came to us, wasn't even sure that he wanted to be on camera. He didn't feel comfortable. And we just gave him the right vehicle, the right format to tell his story. And he went from just a small leather craftsman to a leader in his industry. That is the power of format. So how do formats feed the algorithm? Now we've looked at a few of these formats. When we think about the algorithm and explaining it, we need to start with what the algorithm is not. The algorithm is not out to get you. It's not suppressing your reach on purpose to get you to boost your posts. If that were the case, then Mr. Beast wouldn't be the most subscribed person on YouTube. It'd be somebody like Apple or McDonald's or IKEA that spend billions and billions of dollars on advertising. The algorithms are designed to do one thing and one thing only, to keep people on the platform longer so they can serve more ads and generate more profit. So we are the fuel that runs them. This is not Netflix or Disney where they invest billions of dollars in original content. They rely on us to fuel their systems. However, when we think about our core customer, so think about the person you're trying to reach on the platform, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, whatever platform you're trying to reach your core customer. Every time they open up that app, there's about 150,000 pieces of content the algorithm can see to that person based on all the people they follow and all the content they've engaged with. So you are no longer in a world where you're just competing against your direct competition. You're competing against Netflix, Paramount, Disney, Kim Kardashian, Kevin Hart, whoever it is, that pesky teenager down the street. Your content is competing with all of it. So literally, we are living in a world where it's survival of the fittest, but for the best storyteller. But I have you covered. So we have built, and this is a great one to take a screenshot of the Hook Point Viral Blueprint. So this is based upon what the algorithms want. So format is designed to build retention, which again is what the algorithm wants. It wants to serve more ads. So when it sees this, it releases it to millions of people, which then results in connection, followers, and influence. And this works no matter the industry, no matter the platform, no matter the niche. It works across the board. However, if we don't have this next part, we will fail to succeed. Now, I just want to kind of let you guys know, 99% of the people that are creating content don't even know what a format is, so you are ahead of the curve. I work with social media managers at multi-billion-dollar corporations. They do not know what a format is. But just because you know what a format is doesn't mean you're going to succeed. Just because we look at man on the street and be like, oh, that's pretty simple, you know, I'm just going to go out on the street and like interact with people and then I'm going to go viral. No, it doesn't work that way. You need to understand how and why things break through. Otherwise, you're going to fail almost every time at replicating that success. But again, we have you covered with our hook point analysis system. So this is a proprietary system that we've built, and it's called Gold, Silver, and Bronze. And what it allows us to do is to understand what makes formats successful. So we take a format like Man on the Street, and we do a deep analysis. We look at the gold, which is the highest performers, the ones that are generating millions of views, Then we look at the ones that are doing, the average amount of views for an account. And then most importantly, we look at the underperformers, the ones that are not breaking through. So this is deep, what we call qualitative analysis of pinpointing what works, what doesn't work, and why. So let's do a real world example of this together. So let's look at another format called How Do You Know? And it's a relatively simple format. It takes big and abstract ideas like relationships, career, anxiety, and makes it feel deeply personal. Now, the setup is simple. You talk directly into the camera. This one is low production on purpose, where you're talking into your phone to make it kind of feel like a FaceTime call, to make it feel personal. And then you share one thought-provoking idea. So let's look at an example of this format with a creator, Julian de Medeiros, who's a digital philosopher and university lecturer.
Here's how you know it's true love, like potentially the love of your life. And this is a simple rule from the philosopher Nietzsche, who basically argued that love is the highest form of friendship. Or, in his words, what makes most relationships fail is not a lack of love, it is a lack of friendship. And to cultivate friendship and love means finding somebody who makes you smile, who makes you laugh, but above all, who makes you feel safe. It's like George Eliot, who wrote that it is, quote, the inexpressible comfort of feeling safe with a person. And when you feel safe, you can be your most authentic, childlike, joyful self. You bring out the best in each other. It's like Dr. Seuss, who wrote that life is weird, everyone is a little weird. And when two people meet whose weirdness is compatible and they join forces, they call it love. That's what love is. It is the highest form of friendship. It is finding someone who is your friend for life.
So this video got 17 million views. And I picked this format on purpose because, as you can see, this is not high production. He doesn't have a fancy camera. He doesn't have a huge team or millions of dollars of marketing budget. It's literally him on his phone. This is why we spend 15,000 hours researching 500 formats, because I firmly believe you need to find the right format that meets you where you're at, based upon your resources, your capability, your niche, your message. But let's do another exercise together, a fun one, and we're going to compete against the people in Zoom. So we're going to watch 2 more videos, same creator, same format, video 1 and video 2, and then I'm going to ask you guys to guess which one performed better, and I'm going to break down the results and why.
Here's a simple sign that you have a true friend. And this is a simple rule about friendship that goes back to the author Isabel Allende, in which she writes, true friendship withstands time, distance, and silence. And what she meant is that a true friend has 3 things. 1, you're friends for life. Like, not just for a moment, for life. 2, you don't have to be in the same place. You may have grown up together but gone your separate ways. That matters nothing. And finally, number 3, you don't have to speak all the time. This one is crucial. True friends don't have to speak all the time. But when you do speak, it feels like no time has passed at all. Hence, this is very similar to the quote about friendship from Elizabeth Foley, in which she says, the most beautiful discovery true friends make is that they can grow separately without growing apart. That is a true friend, a friend for life. True friendship withstands time, distance, and silence.
So that's video 1. Let's watch video 2. And again, think about which one performed better and why.
Here's how you know that you have a bad friend, like a fake friend or a fair weather friend. And this goes back to a simple observation by the author Christian Nestle Bovee, who once wrote, a bad friend is like a shadow, with you when the sun shines, but disappears when it gets dark. And what he meant is that a fake friend is somebody who likes to hang out when things are great, but they disappear when things get hard. A fake friend walks out of your life when you need them the most. And vice versa, a true friend is somebody who is with you at your darkest hour, somebody who comes precisely when you need them. And so a true friend is somebody who is there for you no matter what. They are loyal to a fault. But a bad friend, a fake friend, a fair weather friend is like a shadow, with you in the sun, but they disappear when it gets dark.
Okay, I'm seeing the answers in the chat. I'm going to ask you guys, how many think video 1 performed better? Okay, hands down. How many people think video 2? I think some people voted twice. I don't know how that's possible. But okay, so video 1 did 54 million views. Video 2 did 276,000. That's a 19,456% increase. 200 times more value from just a few creative shifts. This is why we do the exercise. Same creator, same format, 53 million views in performance. So what I'm going to quickly run through is 4 different, what we call performance drivers. These are the things that drive performance up or drive performance down. So the first one is called a perspective shift. So in video 1, it offers a surprising take. True friends are maintained through silence. So it challenges our assumptions as the viewer. Versus video 2, it's a predictable message. Fake friends aren't there for you when you need them. It lacks that original insight. The next performance driver is delivery and credibility. So the video 1 is confident, it's concise. It introduces the quote directly and calls it simple, which makes it accessible to everybody. Versus video 2, it's repetitive, it's insecure. He uses filler words and repeats the quote and over-explains to seem intelligent. The next one is the hook. So in the first one, it's short and punchy. It gets to the point quickly without lingering, versus the underperformer, it starts strong, but drags on with extra lines. It dilutes the overall impact. And then the final one is viewer self-reflection and tension building. So it builds that, video 1 builds a 3-part checklist of time, distance, and silence, and encourages deep reflections, and it keeps the viewers engaged. Versus the second one, it states one trait early on with no buildup, and it kills momentum and limits reflection. So can you guys see the difference between doing this and just looking at some viral video and trying to replicate it? This is the power of analyzing and understanding how and why. So to sum things up of what we covered today, story shaped history. It built culture, belief systems. It built everything that we see today and always will. And we have that power in our pockets. We have it in our pockets today. We talked about what makes content go viral. It's backed by analysis, data, and understanding, not guesswork. And then finally, the format effect, how structure is the multiplier of every great story. So this is a science-backed system that we've been cultivating over 20 years at Hookpoint to help you win in a world where attention is the most valuable commodity. So thank you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed it. I appreciate your time. Take care.
As we come to the tail end of this event, what I want to do is invite a very special person on stage. It's the creative director of Mindvalley, Garrett Winters. And what we'd love to do is actually tell you a little bit about some of all of the new authors and content that we're bringing to Mindvalley in the next 1 year. But first, before we get there, welcome, Garrett.
Thank you. Just testing the microphone.
Before we get there, if you enjoyed Brendan's presentation, know that Brendan is one of our mastery teachers, and every year we launch a program at Brendan called Social Media Mastery. Slide on screen, please. And in addition to Brendan, we bring in incredible teachers from the world of social media, storytellers, monetization experts, video creators. And this 5-month program is designed to make you not just a master storyteller, but to allow you to scale your social media. By the end of this program, you know enough where you literally can outperform a social media strategist. But you have all of that knowledge and you can just grow your business. I was able to grow Mindvalley because back when I started this, I didn't just build a website, I became an expert at Google AdWords. This, of course, was before Facebook. This was before YouTube. Google AdWords was the vehicle of that time to build an audience. Today, it's Instagram, it's TikTok, it's social media. This gives you the tools to build your audience. So if you're a CEO or a founder, don't outsource your social media. You have to learn to leverage it yourself, as I have. And doesn't take much time, about 3 hours a week for 5 months to become in the top 0.1% of social media users in the world. So check out Social Media Mastery. It launches in Mindvalley in March. And if any of you are here at Mindvalley University, you can get 3 masteries together. We shared that information yesterday. Now, let's talk about some of the new developments coming to Mindvalley. Garrett, you excited about this?
Very excited to share this with you.
So the first one is audio waves. One of the new things that we're doing is we're launching a new section of Mindvalley for instant transformation. These are audios that basically shift your state, your mood, your identity. We're used to meditations, but did you know that there's such a thing as sound healing? There is binaural beats, there's hypnotherapy, there's breath work. All of these create remarkable shifts in you. And often these shifts don't take 1 week, they happen instantaneously. So what we're building is the world's most comprehensive library of world-class authors with these modalities accessible to you. And these are some of the new features that are going to be coming to your app pretty soon. Not only over 1,000 tracks, but these tracks are from the likes of Paul McKenna, Marissa Peer, soon Roxy Nafusi, incredible teachers in the field. You can now get over 1,000 audios and therapeutic sounds in 50 different categories, all the way from sleep, relaxation, meditation, to also feeling sexier. It's one of the categories. Proven sound technologies that shift your state in minutes, all guided by our AI, and 200 world-class instructors. Now, if you're a Mindvalley member, here's the good news. You don't have to pay extra. It's already included, just like WildFit. So our huge ambient sound, meditation sound, hypnotherapy library is already part of Mindvalley. But we also recognize that there may be people here who maybe, even for a couple of $100 for a Mindvalley membership, that may be too high. So we're launching Audio Waves as a special standalone product. Me and Garrett are personally curating all of these dynamic sounds, and we're making it available for just $99 a year. Just that, $99 a year, a few cents a day for a library of 1,000 tracks powered by AI to instantly shift your state. Audio Waves by Mindvalley will help you focus better. It'll help you sleep better. It'll help you tap into your subconscious, speak to your inner child. It'll help you use hypnotherapy to shift blocks that you might be having. And again, all available for just $99 a year. So that aside, Garrett, let's talk about new Mindvalley quests, which are coming to the wider Mindvalley membership.
Sure. First, I'd like to start. Just before I came on stage, I thought I'd pay a visit to Eric Edmeades to get some advice about speaking on stage, right? He said, remember, Gareth, to breathe. So while you're speaking, I've been breathing. And second, he said, remember, this community is the most supportive, genuine, kind, open-hearted community in existence. And so just that small memory, that reminder from Eric has made this whole experience of standing in front of you much more bearable. Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett.
So, you know, that for me was a transformation. It just happened in real time in front of you, right? And this is the magic of quests, and this is the magic of Mindvalley. Daily practices that build you, that lift you, that transform you, that elevate you. And so, yeah, with great pleasure, I'm really excited to share the future of Mindvalley Quest with you. Firstly, with some new programs coming soon, right? So first we have Aria Lorenz. I think, Vishen, you're best placed to speak about Aria, as you have a personal story with.
So a lot of the teachers that I bring to Mindvalley were people that I discovered I personally work with. Aria was recommended to me by John Butcher, the founder of Lifebook. John's a remarkable man. And one of the things that I was visiting John in Hawaii, and he introduced me to this brilliant Hawaiian teacher called Aria Lorenz. Very soon I hired her as a coach, and I would work with Aria to work on identity, energy, healing, and the results were remarkable. I learned so much from this person. And so we just signed Aria as one of our newest teachers on Mindvalley, and her program is called Higher Self Activation. Garrett?
Yeah, and higher self is really stepping into your higher self, removing your limiting beliefs, really fulfilling your manifestations and becoming the person you really want to become. And the person you want to become is the true you. And this quest has helped me in many ways, as it has with you, Vishen. So I can't wait to share this with the community and get this live.
So we often talk of manifestation as a mental process, identity shifts, 3 most important questions, All of that is true. But we are not just our mind. We are our mind, our body, and our soul. And people often forget that. You've got to take care of your body through programs like WildFit, so you have the energy to move through the world that you're trying to create. But there's also a part of us, according to teachers like Marie Diamond, according to teachers like Aria, that is tapped in, that's connected, that is fueled by something beyond what the mind and the eyes can see. We call this the higher self. Other words for it might be the universe, God, angels, whatever you want to call it. Aria teaches you to tap into that for manifesting. And it's a really powerful process. This is one of the most advanced spiritual programs that we're bringing onto Mindvalley. And before we did this, I worked with Aria for 4 months and experienced coincidences, synchronicities, inexplicable things myself. Our next teacher is Lorenzo Delano and Yelena Lakic.
This is a personal favorite of mine. This is body first, right? So I'm an ex-professional athlete, an ex-professional cyclist. So I like to think I'm in good shape. I have good mobility, I have good foundational strength. But these guys proved me very, very wrong. Now in a position in my life where I have a family and, I'm no longer a professional athlete, life sinks in. And Lorenzo asked me to perform some very simple functional movements, and I was about as flexible as dry spaghetti. So I'm working to become cooked spaghetti. The biggest privilege about being creative director at Mindvalley is getting to learn from these authors firsthand. And I get to experience the transformation before you guys do. And that's, for me, that's the dream job, right? So, personal favorite of mine, body first, coming soon.
So Lorenzo is actually a transformational architect at Mindvalley. The guy dropped out of school at 13. He's a genius, literally. But his speciality is transforming human beings. So he worked with many of our most advanced teachers, Stephen Kotler, Ken Wilber, Neil Donald Walsh, to produce their programs. He also produced his own program, 10X, which Ronan is the teacher of. Now, after producing 10X and getting really, really, really jacked, Lorenzo has got like a remarkable body. He was challenged by a fitness instructor, and the fitness instructor said, I want you to go on your back. Can you just jump off the ground and get on your knees? Lorenzo, this muscular guy, couldn't do it. And that's when he realized he was teaching people how to build muscle, but there's more to biology than just that. Stephen Kotler says you also got to pay attention to balance, agility, and flexibility. Balance, agility, flexibility. Body first goes beyond just gym routines. And most men I know, it's all about high-intensity interval training. It's all about gym. But as we get older, as we get beyond 40, you have to maintain balance. You have to maintain agility. You have to maintain flexibility. Body first teaches you how to do that. So there are certain functional movements that even as we get old, you got to be able to do. You got to be able to pick yourself off the ground. You got to be able to do a certain number of pull-ups. These abilities wane as we get older. Body First is designed to lock that in. And then we come to our next quest, Dr. John DeMartini.
Before we do, I'm sorry, Vishen, I just want to talk about my personal story with 10X as well. So this is Lorenzo's previous program. It's on the Mindvalley platform already. When I joined Mindvalley, the first thing I did was dive into 10X. I put on 5 kilos of muscle in 3 months. So if anyone's goal is to build muscle, a lean, strong, functional muscle, I highly recommend 10X. It worked for me to the point where I no longer fit my suits. Like you'll see like the buttons on my shirt are starting to stretch. This is thanks to 10X and Lorenzo.
5 kilos in 3 months. That is insane. That's a lot.
Thank you.
Now, what happened is, so Garrett lives in London, I live in Estonia. Garrett came to visit me for a meeting, and he's wearing these and I thought he was the weirdest dude because he always dresses in a suit, which I respect, but his suit was like super skin tight, like everything was just tight. And I'm like, dude, what happened? Why didn't you get a proper tailor? And he explained to me that it was 10X. He gained muscle so fast, he didn't have time to get new custom suits made. So that's Lorenzo. Now the next teacher is Dr. John Martini. Now, Lorenzo was actually working with John Martini on this quest. John Martini was Lorenzo's mentor. John Martini was in the movie The Secret. He is a formidable teacher, one of the smartest men alive. I repeat, he is one of the smartest living human beings alive, a man who masters multiple fields. He's like a modern Leonardo da Vinci, speaks multiple languages, and he is a world-renowned genius. You can look him up. But one of the things John DeMartini is most proud about is how he's able to transform human beings by getting them to tap into their values. Once you identify your values and you know who you are, what you stand for, and what uniquely makes you, your world shifts. You develop a presence, a confidence, a certainty, a power to shift reality that is beyond anything you know. The values factor is about that. We don't often search for that. Nobody goes online and searches for, how do I get clear in my values? So Mindvalley is not just about bringing you things that you think you want, it's about bringing you things that we know you need. And this program is incredible. Then we have Dr. Romy.
Yeah, this one may resonate with many people in this room, healing burnout. Who's experienced burnout? Any hands up? Any stories anyone wants to share? Yeah? Can we get a microphone? Thank you. Tell me about your burnout experience.
So I became a facilities manager, which was a step up for me a few years ago. And I was so stressed out that I was carrying my phone everywhere. And literally I'm going out and I'm carrying the phone with me. I'm going to dance, I'm carrying the phone with me, because it's a job that is very responsible. So if something happened, basically the whole building can burn out, and it's my fault. So I went on vacation with my brother, and we're in this beautiful place, the Philippines, and I'm still thinking about work. And my mind was so stressed out that I didn't realize that in a few months I was just anxious.
Yeah.
And then, because the universe decided, they kicked me out, and then I changed my job and everything. But it was just terrible, because you can't stop thinking about work, even if you want to.
You mentioned the universe. Do you feel that the universe guided you in the right direction?
Yes, because I was planning to leave, actually, but it makes it the best way for me, really, because I was paid for a whole month.
Do you feel like you've overcome that burnout, or do you still think you need to work on yourself?
Yes, and actually now I can teach people how to do it.
Brilliant.
Amazing.
Thank you.
So Dr. Romy Mushtaq was a teacher at Mindvalley last year. You guys gave her incredible ratings, and because we work with lots of corporate clients, and this is something that many companies' employees face, we decided to bring Dr. Romy in to create a program on healing burnout. You end fatigue, restore your vitality, and most importantly, you understand that so much of burnout is not the hard work. It is the mental models and the stories you tell yourself about the hard work, and that is something you have direct control over. Now this brings us to our next program, the Monroe Institute. I went to study with these guys in the Blue Mountains of Virginia way back in 2011. What I learned there was amazing. Anyone here heard of the Monroe books from the 70s and 80s? So Robert Monroe was a guy who owned a ton of radio stations across America. This was in the 1970s. He would experiment with different sound frequencies, and he was developing a sound frequency to help him sleep. But weirdly enough, this sound frequency would not just help him sleep, it would cause him to leave his body and experience astral projection. He wrote a series of remarkable books about it, Journeys Out of the Body. Now, astral projection isn't imagination. It's now validated by science. In the book, The Conscious Universe by Dean Radin, PhD, this is a book that's a meta-analysis of psychic phenomenon. Dean says there are 4 things that we have to look more at, because science is showing that this is real. We cannot dismiss this. One is past lives. The second is mild forms of telekinesis, people being able to move objects with their mind. The third is mind-body healing. And the fourth is astral projection, leaving your body. So this is a real thing. And at the Monroe Institute, I was not there with like just spiritual people. I was there with members of the US government, people from NASA, people who work in the military. Why? Because astral projection can be used to scan the universe, to spy on other countries. It's a powerful tool. Now, the Monroe Institute developed a series of sound technologies that put you into altered states, including the ability to bend spoons, the ability to suddenly speak to your guides. I've experienced wild things with these sound technologies. And today we're excited to announce that we're collaborating with the Monroe Institute to bring many of their sound technologies onto the Mindvalley app. You don't have to pay anything extra. It's just part of Mindvalley membership. So in Mindvalley, you'll soon see a new program called the Unbound Self. And this is a collection of sound technologies to expand awareness and to take you into altered realms. In the audio wave section of the Mindvalley app, you'll see we've already released some beautiful sound technologies from the Monroe Institute. Go ahead and experience them. Garrett, anything to add?
I just wanted to talk about the first conversation I had with Luigi and Alan from the Monroe Institute. Luigi explained to me very simply, Gareth, anxiety is mostly you imagining a future that has not happened yet, to the detriment of you. And that what if you could use your imagination for the betterment of you? And that pretty much framed the whole quest for me, how to use your imagination for the betterment, not for the detriment of you. So I'm also very excited to announce the Unbound Self is live on membership now. It's just launched, so...
Oh, that's amazing.
So feel free to jump straight into the app and enroll and enjoy the transformation that I have received as Vishen has received, and it's a game changer.
Next, we'll talk about Dory Clark. Dory's new program is Reinventing Yourself. It's a step-by-step blueprint for personal reinvention in a world where everything is changing so fast due to AI. Who are you going to step into? What is that new identity for your career, for your life? Garrett?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about, what does it mean to reinvent yourself? I think, as you go through life, you pick up baggage, bad habits, and you get to this certain point in your life where it all accumulates, and you have to make a positive change. This is very much kind of focused on your career, your network, and who here has experienced like a career shift in life? Yeah, a lot of hands, right? I think we've all been there where we question what we're doing and why, and Dory really helps us find that why, and then the blueprint of how to rediscover yourself and become the person you want to be, and surround yourself with the right people too. I'm a firm believer that you become the 5 people you surround yourself with. So if you're building a positive network professionally, relationships, friends, social groups, you're building the person you want to become, and that's the magic of Dory.
And finally, Itai. Did you guys enjoy Itai's presentation recently? What an amazing composer. So let's talk about Itai's new program.
Yeah, so we shot this last week here in Amsterdam, and never have I learned more from the experience of creating a quest, and not just the quest itself, right? So let's talk about Itai. We were filming. You'll notice Itai is quite a fluid, creative person. And mid-filming, he just stopped and said, guys, we need to get out. We need to go and do something. I've got a great idea, right? So he took us on his boat. I was expecting this beautiful Dutch barge. It was more of a smuggler's wreck with water. We had to bail water out of it to get it started. And Itai is all about leadership through the great conductors, the greatest conductors of the last 100 years, Riccardo Muti, Richard Strauss, and the biggest conductors, in history, and taking their leadership styles to show you what a good leader looks like and what a failing leader looks like. I actually learned more about leadership from living with Itai for a week than I did from just the metaphors of leadership through great conductors. So he put us on this boat, and we're going through Amsterdam, wobbling away. Itai's crashing into the side of other boats and into bridges through this network of Amsterdam where we get lost. And then he just delivers this bomb of wisdom. He says, notice one thing about Amsterdam. Look how there are no railings along the canal. You look at other big cities in the world, they put up railings to stop you from falling in. Whereas in Amsterdam, they have no railings. Instead, they teach you from a young age how to swim. And that's just such a powerful message of trust and autonomy that you give your team in this case, you give Amsterdam the skills to save themselves and to survive and to thrive versus holding them back from failing in the first place. And so this quest started as a journey of leadership through the great conductors and very quickly turned into something bigger and more real. And this is what we're bringing to new quests in the future. It's not just in the classroom, in the studio, with an author. We get out into the real world. We go and live life because, I don't know about you, Vishen, but for me, I learn the most from experiences than I do from academic, right? So this has really taught us how to evolve the quest format, how to step out of the classroom, so to speak, and step into the real world and share wisdom from our authors in a much more intimate and real way. It really blurs the lines between author and student, and it's you are a partner of these quests moving forward.
This feels less than learning from a teacher and more like watching a Netflix show.
Yeah.
And that brings us to our next one.
Perfectly. And this is Shay. So Shay teaches how to heal from heartbreak. Now, I don't even have to ask this question. Who's experienced heartbreak? A loved one, a relative, a pet, an animal, everyone's experienced heartbreak in life. And Shay has created a method to overcome heartbreak and to rediscover yourself and to move forward. And it's such a beautiful quest with such powerful meaning. It's very raw, it's very open, it's very honest. So in this quest, Shay invited us into her home with her family in this beautiful environment in Canada. And this quest really steps out of the classroom and into the real world, where nature is part of what heals you. And this is a personal favorite quest of mine because we've shot this in a very new way. Vishen mentioned the Netflix of transformation. You look at these shots of Shay, and how can you deny the cinematic beauty of just the images alone? And the wisdom matches that beauty.
And Shay is also the person behind Rising Woman. Anyone follow that Instagram account? It's a beautiful Instagram account with millions of followers, and it's women's motivation. And she's the person behind it. She's just a profoundly amazing, wise teacher and coach.
You might recognize this guy, right? So I spoke about how we're getting out into the world and creating experiences where you're a partner of them versus the kind of classroom format, which we all love, but this is an evolution, right? And to prove this works, this is Vishen in our latest quest, Amplify with AI. Who's taken part in Amplify with AI? Okay, fantastic. This lesson where Vishen steps out of the classroom and into the real world and visits a Buddhist temple in Malaysia with his family, the lovely Eve and Hayden, and uses ChatGPT as his tour guide, right? So AI, this robot thing, has created an incredibly intimate human experience, right? And Vishen takes us around the temple. And it's just no coincidence that this is the highest rated and most watched lesson in Amplify AI, because we take you on a journey with us.
So we're changing the way we produced our programs. We're making them more advanced. We're improving the transformational content, but also we're making them a lot more fun to watch. And soon the programs will also come with companion AIs to help guide you, help you with notes, summarize lessons, even quiz you.
Sorry, Vishen, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. But just on that, who has been taking part in a quest and had a burning question for the author? Yeah, right? Because it's a one-way dialogue. The author's talking to you. It's a one-way conversation. What Eve AI is doing is creating a two-way conversation. So those burning questions you have for the authors mid-lesson, you can ask them and create a two-way conversation. And that's the beauty of Eve for me.
So if you're not yet a Mindvalley member, go check it out. World's #1 platform for transformation. It's become a lot more advanced since you last looked at it. And we've expanded the number of categories that we teach in. It's no longer just meditation anymore. You can go deep into just about any category. Our goal is, if we could rebuild the concept of university, what do human beings really need to learn? So enhance every area of your life. It's like having 100 apps in one. If you add up the value of all of these programs, including programs like WildFit, which just 6 months ago was $800 on its own, you're getting $36,000 worth of education. almost a semester, a whole year's worth of university, in 300 different areas of human growth. And from the world's leading teachers. Every teacher here is truly exceptional. Some of them we were even lucky enough to film and create programs with before they passed on, like the legendary Bert Goldman over there. And all of this available to you. So we invite you to try it out. And if you are a Mindvalley member and something that you learned in the program has transformed you, would you please stand? Oh, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. May I invite you guys on stage? And I'd just love to hear a couple of stories, maybe like 5 or 7 stories, really quick, 30 seconds. And what I'm looking for are, in 30 seconds, a program, a teacher, or maybe 1 or 2 programs, and the end result. What did that do in your life? Okay, who's first?
Hello, my name is Bill Cole. I'm from Sarasota, Florida. My lovely wife, Lily.
Come closer, we don't have to be in one line.
And she said this will change your life. And it literally has the person that I've always wanted to be more successful. I've had a job since I was 10 years old, and I know now I don't have to work as hard. I can work around great people and get great lessons and be a better person.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I've been with Mindvalley since day 1. I was in a very difficult place, but I started doing all of the quests, all of the programs, and right now I receive emails telling me that I save lives, help people heal, help people change their life. I have a huge YouTube channel,
Amazing.
20 million views, all thanks to you.
Wow, thank you. Who else has a really cool story? The reason I ask for these stories is because I want to inspire other people to go on their journey of self-growth, people who are stuck. So I want to hear your transformation.
Lifebook, in 2.5 years, Lifebook led to WildFit, which led to Power of 10. My life has completely changed. I'm here. I just watched Mindvalley, you guys getting together and everything, and I was able to manifest being able to show up and be here. It works, man. Take that first lesson, it works.
What's really cool is that, thank you so much. Mindvalley University is really like you're stepping into the app. Did you notice that? We're the only app where you can step into the app for 2 weeks. Who's next?
Hello, my name is Esther. Every single program I found incredibly inspirational and useful. I work in human resources, and I take the content from the app and I share it with my employees and I teach them. So for example, I did the 3 most important questions, which was the most popular exercise in the office. So, yeah.
That's amazing. Anyone else?
I'm the lovely wife over there. My 2 kids over here experienced the whole event. You cannot describe Mindvalley, you have to experience it and let the seed, cultivate those seeds in the right ground and let them be free.
Thank you.
So after my activation with Reagan healer, I activated my voice, and I was able to heal people by my voice, by energy healing and voice healing, and just incredible because now I'm invited to stages, and I'm even recording with MC and going to festivals. Thank you, Vishen.
Incredible.
Thanks to everyone.
My last quest was Amplify with AI, and I'm a math student, and I was really late studying, and then I used it to create my own GPT, and through that I could accelerate my studying in combination with study techniques from Jim Quick, so that was amazing.
Incredible. So nice to hear from a student. Anyone else?
Hi, so my rose, my rate of self-evolution, maybe 5x. I changed my life, and I have been changing a whole bunch of people, telling everyone, start Mindvalley with Rose.
Amazing.
Because it's insane.
Rose is rate of self-evolution. It's a measure we use for how fast you're growing.
So I could tell you all about my achievements within Mindvalley, but I'm going to tell you about my 14-year-old who was crippled with anxiety and had to take a couple of weeks off school. He was just so anxious. And so I gave him my phone and said, just let's get you into Mindvalley. And he started using Paul McKenna's meditations and lots of other meditations. And he is now starting a little mini business. He's 14 years old. He's relaxed. He's confident. It's changed his life and mine and my 17-year-old. So thank you
That's amazing
so
to hear.
much.
Thank you. This is a special story. I'll keep it short. So after doing Vishen's Silva Ultramind in 2020 and doing Reagan's Art of Manifesting about 2 years ago, I wrote my own book. It's called How to Discover Your Vocation. I created a method on how to discover the right type of work for you. And I also finished filming the course. And I have a copy of the book for you.
Thank you. No pitching. Next.
Hi, my name's Kirsten. I'm from the UK, and about 18 months ago, I started using Vishen's 6-step meditation every morning. And one of the things that I said I really wanted to do was to be awarded and recognized in my industry. And this year I was nominated for a Grammy, which was very exciting. But now I'm moving on. I've had a huge transformation this year. I was broken at Christmas. I was on the floor, completely exhausted, and I didn't even know how I was going to get to Mindvalley, and I really needed to be here. And in the last 6 months, I've turned my life around. I've got my energy back. I've got my life back. I'm back on track, and I want to share that with the world.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Sanjay Paul. I want to thank Vishen, and I'm in the Manifesting Mastery course with Reagan, Hillier, Sonia Choquette, Bianca, and many others. And I sold my house, and I am actually moving overseas. I'm manifesting the perfect property, and I'm excited about becoming a musician and recording artist and raising money for charity.
Incredible. And the last one.
Vishen, thank you so much. I was a slow burn to get started in Mindvalley. And when my membership was coming due, I was like, oh my goodness, I haven't finished a quest yet. So I noticed that I was really stuck in a loop of procrastination. And I think that your app and what you created not only helped me heal through my husband's, he's had cancer 4 times. 2 of them happened when I've been a member. So in the middle of the night when I was unable to sleep and unable to think, those meditations saved me. They saved me.
Thank you.
And one of the quests specifically helped me shift my mindset with money. And I went from being very in debt and constantly struggling and never feeling enough to creating a business that is multiple 6 figures.
Wow.
My marriage is healed. I released 50 pounds. I cannot thank you enough.
Amazing. Thank you. 100 apps in one. Let's come together for a photo. Photographers? There we go. The photographer is running because she wasn't expecting this. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for coming on stage, for inspiring everyone else. Be careful as you walk off the stage. Don't jump off the front. And finally, we just want to leave you with this. You've heard what our members have said. Let's talk about what the global press, what channels like CNN or major podcasters like Jay Shetty or Tom Bilyeu have said about Mindvalley.
Mindvalley. I absolutely love this app.
This is a global personal growth empire.
How did you get involved with Mindvalley?
Well, I heard a little bit about the organization, and then they very sweetly invited me to come. And I, for one, actually really believe in the power of manifesting.
I mean, it represents the intersection of technology and also spirituality, two things that people think are somewhat incongruous, but of course they're not. And this app really did change my life.
A platform that brings leading educators in the fields of meditation, fitness, and health all together to share their knowledge.
With a growing community of 20 million and a mission to help people step into their greatness.
One of the most successful edutech companies on the planet.
One of the world's most powerful life transformation platforms.
What is arguably the most diverse and well-respected group of instructors anywhere.
The side effect is absolutely that it does make you a better person.
And creates a safe environment for you to come back to your authentic self. It resonates with so many people. It's like, you want to crush it at work, you want to crush it on the court, you want to crush it in the field. You just want to be the best version of yourself, and this will definitely help, is what I'm getting from this.
Right. There's a lot of knowledge that we need to become better humans day by day by day, right? And the world is constantly tossing us challenges, but school doesn't prepare us for that. So what we do is we've built an app that is designed to give you access to all the education and wisdom that school forgot.
As Naveen Jain said, we're hoping to build the next Stanford or Harvard for the next generation. So if you're thinking about Mindvalley, you can actually try it out for 15 days completely risk-free. In that 15 days, you can take an entire quest and complete it. And if you feel this isn't for you, you just refund yourself. No number to call, no email to send. One click, you get your money back. That's how confident we are in the app and how the model works. So again, for a tiny price, and you get $100 off for registering today at this event, you access 100 world-class programs worth $36,000. You get 1,000 meditations, audios, hypnotherapy, and personalized AI training. Become a member, save $100. You saw what people said about Mindvalley. This could be the biggest leap you take in your life. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all of you who joined us here on this Saturday. Yes.
Thank you. I know you're busy, but
come, let's do it fast.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot.